The wind was blowing, breaking the hasty footsteps. In the dense fog, sparks of flame appeared. Be careful. The two degenerates are right ahead. What's there to be careful about? They've been seriously wounded by the high priest and fell off the cliff. They are dying, waiting to be butchered. Go, go. With gasps and howls, a team of pursuers tore through the wind and mist, drawing closer and closer. Their eyes were as sharp as eagles, their temples bulging, and their skin emitting a bronze color that looked metallic. Their muscles were like rocks, and their bodies brimmed with explosive strength. Especially their fists, some curled like the talons of an eagle, some as sharp as a tiger's claws, and some as thick as a bear's paws. Some were as thick as fingers, with flattened joints, clenching into small hammers. These fists boasted decades of experience and undying loyalty to the fist god. The young man in the lead, with a hooked nose and thin lips, was named Han Gua. Flames of revenge burned in his eyes, and he kept repeating the name Gray. Han Gua was a well-known boxing genius in the surrounding hundreds of square kilometers. As the only heir of the Iron Armor boxing gym in town, he had been immersed in secret ointments by his father from birth. Before he learned to talk, he had already learned to stagger and attack. From the age of 3, he received rigorous training to build a solid foundation in the Golden Bell Cover, Iron Cloth, 13 Tycoons, martial arts. Han Guo was a genius. Since he defeated his first adult when he was 7, he and everyone else in the gym had firmly believed in him. And the greatest tragedy for a genius was to encounter another, an even more formidable genius. Han Ko, Gray. Since he had given birth to you, why would he give birth to Liang? In the Iron Fist School, in the major boxing clubs of the town, and during the training in the mountains, Han Ko had challenged Gray time and time again, only to be easily knocked down by Gray each time. He could endure the pain of his skin being torn and his bones broken, but the feeling of being ground down, of being stomped into the dust and realizing that he was not a genius, was something he would never forget. Han Ko hated Gray and had melded that hatred into his fists, making them even more brutal. One day, he would crush Gray's bones with his fists, blazing with black flames. Han Ko believed this. He did not expect that the opportunity would come so soon. Gray turned out to be a dangerous follower of machines and steam. There was a road to heaven, but no gate to hell. No wonder he was so cruel. From now on, I am the best expert of the younger generation in Red Gold Town. Han Ko sneered, his once handsome face now grotesquely deformed. The young man who had been silently observing was called Zhou Yan, one of the best in town. Unlike Han Ko, whose training was fueled by raging flames of hatred, Zhou Yan was as calm as still water. He did not train for hatred, fame, or other trivial reasons. He was a pure boxer, one who trained for the most sacred of beliefs. He wanted to become strong enough to please the Fist God. The Fist God is the only true God in the world. No demons or evil spirits can compete with the Fist God. As the people favored by the Fist God, our only purpose in existing is to defend the path of the Iron Fist, eliminate evil demons, and protect the bright daylight. No matter whether they are the degenerate heretics before us, the mechanical demons, or the true forms of the steam demons, none can stop our iron fists from moving forward. Zhou Yan firmly believed this and was advancing resolutely. Behind him were a dozen or so teachers of the Iron Fist School, responsible for teaching the town's children brutal fist techniques and shaping their souls to recognize the strength and grace of the Fist God. Thus, when insurrections like those of Gus and Gray happened, they felt the weight of their responsibility. The two devils were born under our command. Now, let's cleanse them and stop the evil from spreading. The teachers exchanged glances and quickly decided on their tactics. Alongside the professors were many senior students of the Iron Fist School, as well as the old masters and elite disciples from the town's boxing gym. Eager for rewards, they wanted to capture or kill the evil clansmen, rubbing their fists and eager to take the lead in front of Han Guo and Zhou Yan, claiming the first credit. At the end of the group, Lei Lai seemed to have lost his soul. He deliberately slowed the group to give Gus and Gray more time to turn on each other. He felt his thoughts were too evil to be worthy of being the fist god's spokesperson. He pondered whether he should later act and directly throw his blood nephew and niece off the cliff. He also knew that the best way to deal with them was to capture them alive and send them to the stake at the Temple of Fist. Pondering and hesitating, Lei Lai sighed. He knew he had been tempted by the devil, and that his belief had been tainted. The once loyal priest of the Temple of Fist could only cry out in his heart, "Glenn, oh Glenn, you are indeed a troublemaker. Why did you do what you did if you knew this day would come?" No matter what the hunters were thinking, one thing was certain: the target had nowhere to run. Even if they were desperate, it was impossible for them to be injured. The only way to escape the stake was to climb to the edge of the cliff and jump down. Therefore, when they saw Gus, who was as thin as a reed and carrying an assault rifle taller than himself, a rotary cannon, and a shoulder-mounted honeycomb launcher, staggering out of the mist, they all burst into laughter. "It's that loser. Gus, surrender now and avoid the pain. Gus, where is your sister? We know you are an accomplice. Hand her over, and we might spare your life. Gus, even if your grades in the Iron Fist School were poor, even if you are a well-known loser who dragged on for so many years and still failed to graduate, you should not have fallen into evil. For your father's sake, can't the town give you a living? Let's not talk about his father. His father was an unpardonable evil cultivator from the start. Chances are he was a spy sent to the human world by the mechanical demons and the steam demons. It was the devil's blessing that granted him such terrifying strength." "That's right. That must be it. I understand now. The Fist God must have discovered their family's background in the unseen world. That's why he was punished and turned into trash. He is the price for Glenn and Gray to gain strength." The believers of the Fist God erupted in laughter to vent their dissatisfaction after chasing the two degenerates for an entire night and suffering heavy casualties. Their sneers chilled the air and made Gus's already frail body seem even smaller. However, some experienced and prudent teachers of the Iron Fist Academy glanced at the strange weapon in Gus's hand and warned solemnly, "The methods of the heretical disciples are unpredictable. It's better to be cautious." "What's there to be scared of? It's just repeating crossbows and steam guns," someone immediately retorted disapprovingly. Over the years, order had crumbled, and geniuses were abundant. The loyal believers of the Fist God were no strangers to the methods of the mechanical and steam demons. Just last night, several of their companions had been killed by the arrows of Gus and Gray. He was well aware of the characteristics of the weapons that utilized mechanical loading. With their skills, as long as they were prepared, dodging the arrows was not impossible. Besides, no matter how powerful a weapon was, it still depended on who wielded it. If Gray was dual-wielding a repeating crossbow, it might be intimidating, but as for Gus, trash was still trash. Even if he was wielding a crossbow and a steam gun, he was still completely useless. While he was thinking, Han Guo stepped out of the crowd. Through the hazy mist, he could already see Gray leaning against a crooked tree behind Gus. Gray's face was pale, and she seemed to be on the verge of collapse. She was exactly the same as the haughty girl in his memory who had once stomped on him and made him feel invincible. He was eager to take revenge. Han Guo intended to tear her useless brother into two halves right in front of Gray. He wanted to see if any arrogance remained on her face. When he thought of Gray crying over his brother's body, being stomped on, and moaning in pain, Han Guo's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Ha!" Han Guo bellowed. His spiritual energy surged, tearing his clothes inch by inch as he suddenly grew larger. His skin turned bronze, and his veins bulged like crouching dragons on his body, hard as steel. Hum. 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 The fist god believers heard the bell-like sounds. The result of Hong was furious blood hitting his flesh and bones. This made many of them pale. I didn't know the Han family's young man had practiced the Vajra body tempering arts to such a terrifying level. The real, golden bell cover involves blood flowing from the pores to form a defensive layer that resembles a 10,000-pound bell on the body's surface. It resonates with the surging internal organs, producing bell-like noises. I recall the Han family has never seen an expert reach this level before 30. I didn't realize Han Guo was so formidable. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Han Guo is the best expert of Red Gold Town's younger generation. Gray is far too self-deprecating to be his opponent. Everyone was amazed. Seeing Han Ku boldly stand by him and give him the first credit, Li Yao realized that in the world of the fist god, the strong always enjoyed special privileges. Han Guo punched forward without hesitation. In an instant, sand and stones flew, and the wind howled. The invisible bell covering him seemed to have been pushed to the top of his head and pressed down like a mountain. Everyone's eardrums hurt. The wind from the punch stung his face. There was no need to look at him to imagine the outcome for this piece of trash, Gus. If his physique were a bit stronger, his chest might have been blasted with a transparent, bloody hole. If his body were weaker, he would have been blown into a meat pie. This was certain. Someone should have reminded Han Ko to withdraw 90% of his strength, keep him alive, and send him back to the Temple of Fist to be burned. On second thought, their primary target was Gray. As for the useless Gus, it didn't matter whether he lived or died. It must have been the last gift from the fist god that Gus was killed by Han Ko's iron fist, enhanced by the golden bell shield. Just as the 10,000-pound iron fist was about to strike, Gus pulled the trigger first. In reality, his body was too weak and thin to wield a gun with fierce firepower effectively. The muzzle of the gun was not aimed at Han Ko. It didn't matter. The Thunder III anti-material assault rifle had its own identification and biological scanning array glyphs. It could lock onto the enemy's heartbeat, body temperature, and vitality magnetic field fluctuations and fire precisely. The moment Gus pulled the trigger, the body of the gun shuddered, and the muzzle locked onto Han Ko's chest. Anti-material bullets containing multiple attack rune arrays rushed out and collided with Han Ko's iron fists. Han Ko did not even have time to narrow his eyes. His iron fists could shatter the hardest skull of a horned boar. It could leave a clear imprint on the iron gate, which was a few inches thick, or even dent it. Even blades that could cut through iron like it was mud were bent and broken. However, when faced with the destructive explosive bullets, they were still completely unable to resist. The first bullet drilled into his fist through the gap between his fingers, then crawled into his wrist. Along the way, it blew up the skeleton of his forearm at the elbow. The freezing rune arrays within the bullet turned his entire arm into a popsicle, freezing every cell in his flesh. Then, the fire rune arrays released magma-like heat and burned the frozen cells to ash. This process of freezing and burning repeated with the second, third, and fourth bullets. In just 0.1 seconds, Hongwa's iron-like arm was reduced to ash. It was as if a dimensional gate to hell had opened on the right side of his body, or an invisible beast had opened its bloody mouth and swallowed his right arm. Hongwa did not even feel the pain. The Thunder III anti-material assault rifle automatically adjusted its muzzle and shifted its target to his glabella, heart, and abdomen. The same nightmare unfolded again. No matter how impressive Hongwa's diamond forging arts were, they were mere garbage in the face of the advanced cultivation technology of the Star Glory Federation. Flowers of death bloomed simultaneously on his eyebrows, mouth, throat, heart, abdomen, and all his vital organs. His internal organs were first frozen and then incinerated by the raging flames. The magazine ran out, and the flames immediately extinguished. For a moment it was as if the flames had never appeared, just a fleeting illusion before everyone's eyes. But Han Ku was already gone. More precisely, Han Ku's head, body, arms, waist, and thighs were all gone. The two legs below the knees were still stuck in front of Gus in a strange posture. The storm of death came too suddenly, like thunder on a summer afternoon. The devout believers of the Fist God found it hard to accept such a terrifying scene. They were frozen like strange statues, unprepared for the expressions on their faces. Their previous contempt and excitement remained, but they sensed that something was amiss. Confusion seeped from every pore, condensing into a mist before their eyes. In the mist, Gus was unsteady, like a devil that had crawled out of hell. He was as bewildered as they were. Looking at the two pillars of flesh, now only legs, he wondered if he should still call them Han Ko. Then he glanced at the Thunder 3 in his arms. The recoil from the mix of ice and fire made his limbs numb, the needle-like sensation gradually merging the dream with reality. I did this. This is my strength. I killed Han Ko, who was as famous in town as my sister. Gus grinned like a devil. In a single breath, the Thunder 3 anti-material rifle was aimed at the second target, Zhou Yan, who stood behind Han Gua. Zhou Yan was unafraid. Raised with the belief in the invincibility of the Fist God, his deeply sincere logic prevented him from processing what had just happened. Thus, Zhou Yan simply dismissed the recent events. Whether he was fooling himself or not, he viewed everything that had occurred as a form of camouflage, a devil's illusion, or a test from the Fist God. As long as he remained steadfast and fearless, he would be able to defeat the enemy with a punch. Then, the supreme, invincible, and unique Fist God would surely bless him, protect him, and even descend upon him, right? Thinking this, Zhou Yan leaped high toward Gus. 20 years of bitter training. From the time he started speaking to the sandbags to when others were playing, to when he gritted his teeth through grueling sessions, from his parents' earnest expectations to the solemn gaze of the towering Fist God statue in the Fist God Hall, the memories of the past seemed to transform into a brand new strength that poured into every nerve, vein, muscle, and cell. Help me, Fist God, he roared, feeling something that had been dormant inside him awaken. For a moment, countless marvelous techniques flashed through his mind. He was suddenly enlightened, as if reborn and surpassing his peak. A last-minute breakthrough. Everyone saw the intense flames of war surge out of Zhou Yan's body. It was indeed the blessing of the Fist God, turning into glamorous armor that covered him. This was a sign that he had grasped the ultimate secret of fist arts and made a breakthrough. No one had expected that Zhou Yan, a young man who had always been down-to-earth and somewhat unknown, would burst forth with such tremendous strength, spurred by the devil apostles and his own devotion and tenacity. In the blink of an eye, everyone's state of mind was reversed. The scene where Han Ko was torn apart by Gus was forgotten, replaced by Zhou Yan's brilliance. Illuminated by the brilliance as glamorous and majestic as the rising sun, all the demons and evil spirits would be blown to pieces. Everyone was amazed and delighted. Then, with eyes filled with appreciation, praise, and delight, they watched as the shining, sincere young man was cut in half by a barrage of bullets. Pada! Zhou Yan, who had been cut in half, fell to the ground like two lumps of meat. Yes, the Fist God had indeed blessed him and given him a breakthrough during the battle. He now had a body-protecting spiritual gas that was even more intimidating, and a body of flesh and blood that was even tougher. Therefore, Zhou Yan was not blown into smithereens like Han Gua. Although most of his internal organs had been destroyed, his body remained intact above his chest and below his pelvis. Initially, his frozen and burnt flesh was sealed temporarily, so his blood did not gush out. He remained conscious for half a minute, which was enough for him to see his broken body. Zhou Yan's eyes were frozen, and his face was dull, as if there was a mask of confusion on it. No pain could break through this mask. Behind it, the young man chanted sincerely, "Fist God help me." Fist God help me. Fist God help me. Fist God help me. Fist God help me. Fist God, his voice grew weaker and weaker. In the end, he could not utter a complete syllable at all. He could only open and close his mouth helplessly, like a fish that had been tossed onto the shore, blowing out bloody bubbles until the sickle of death reaped his sincere and confused soul. The tragic deaths of the two pursuers shattered the shell of self-deception for most people. Their faces, which had been as desperate as those of drowning victims, were finally filled with horror and fear. They looked at the waste of the past with shivering eyes, as if they were gazing at a real devil. Finally, someone screamed. The scream seemed to have opened the gate of catharsis. Very soon, almost 10 pursuers were all screaming hysterically. Their strength seemed to have drained away with their screams, so their legs could no longer support their bodies. They were either staggering on the ground or crawling backward. Devil! What kind of strength is this? How can mechanical and steam demons possess such terrifying strength? By the Fist God, O Fist God! They were crying and shouting. At this moment, it was the ascetics' turn to show off. Unlike ordinary boxers, the ascetics were those who were willing to dedicate their lives and souls to the Fist God, abandoning everything for the Iron Fist. After making their vows, they had to undergo the harsh tests of the Fist God Hall. Typically, they had to sit cross-legged and meditate for 10 days and 10 nights under the impact of a waterfall. They also had to survive alone in the forest for a year and a half without any tools, or they had to be bound by heavy chains from head to toe and cross the endless desert. Only those who passed such tests were qualified to enter the Fist God Hall, practice the most profound fist techniques, and become assistant priests of the Fist God Hall or even high priests of a higher level. Compared to ordinary boxers, the ascetics loved pain and were unafraid of death. Their faith in the Fist God was as strong as iron. They would not be fooled by any tricks of the devil. Even though such an absurd scene had unfolded, the monks could still hypnotize themselves and even reinforce their belief that they were indestructible. The devils are formidable. Form a formation and surrender. The dozen or so ascetics roared. Their arms suddenly expanded, emitting a metallic gleam, before they punched each other with their iron fists. The sound of blades colliding echoed, turning into an invisible cage. The ascetics surrounded Gus and charged at him with their belief and fighting will. Gus blinked, then threw away the Thunder 3 anti-material assault rifle and picked up the Black Tide, heavy Vulcan machine gun. By the Fist God! Help me, Fist God! Invincible Fist God, demon taming! The ascetics seemed to have transformed into incarnations of the Fist God. Their bulging muscles were gifts and decrees from the Fist God. They were about to turn their hot blood into surging tides and bombard Gus. Gus pulled the trigger emotionlessly. The Vulcan machine gun began to spin unhurriedly. 3 long streams of flames spurted from the 3 barrels and interwove into a sickle, poised to reap the prey. The first ascetic was cut in half by the flame sickle, just like Zhou Yen, without any suspense. His upper half flew up, and the lower half collapsed to the ground. The second ascetic punched, his fist colliding brutally with a bullet. His arms, shoulders, chest, and heart were all blown to pieces. The bullet burned and took away most of his internal organs. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. The third and fourth ascetics, one in front and the other behind, were simultaneously riddled with magma-like bullets. They managed to shout the 2 words, Fist God, before they were silenced. 5th, 6th, 7th. The aggressive ascetics turned into vulnerable live targets. Their awe-inspiring actions only made their deaths more spectacular. The hellish scenes left a deep impression on the hearts and souls of the pursuers, leaving them speechless. His soul almost left his body. He felt his belief cracking and about to collapse like the sky. The burning sickle of death reaped the lives of more than 10 monks instantly and began extending toward the pursuers. It was not until the three pursuers were blown into pieces that the pursuers realized Gus's attack range was far beyond their imagination. At this moment, the roles of hunter and prey were completely reversed. The pursuers discovered, to their despair, that they were not hunters at all but small animals shivering in traps. Run! No one could tell who screamed first. The pursuers were like ants whose nest had been demolished, turning around and fleeing in a panic. They now displayed all the remarkable skills the fist god had taught them, running as fast as monkeys with oil under their feet and jumping as high as birds with fire under their tails. While running, they also screamed hysterically, venting the fear and confusion they had never experienced before. There was only one person who did not join the escape. He stood on the cliff like a pillar on a lone island, Lei Lai, the priest of the Temple of Fist. Gus, Lei Lai was indeed in a trance, but there was more pain and sorrow in his voice, as if lamenting his nephew's degeneration. "What kind of devil have you been exposed to?" Lei Lai strode toward Gus, each step making his black robe expand slightly, leaving crater-like footprints. The ground was marked with crisscrossing cracks, as if stabbed by sabers. "Uncle, don't force me." Gus' eyes were crimson, and his face was twisted. For a moment, he felt truly possessed. He roared like an animal and aimed his gun at Lei Lai, a trench of smoke left in its wake. "Is that why you and your sister are so stubborn?" Lei Lai roared. His black robe expanded to its maximum and suddenly tore apart. Every piece of his clothing stretched out, blocking Gus's vision and movements. Behind the black robe, Lei Lai leaped high into the air with an intimidating aura. He then made a strange turn midair and silently dove back to the ground, like a giant bird that had transformed into a viper. Sticking close to the ground, he sneaked toward Gus. If Gus had been holding an ordinary weapon, or even a delicate chain crossbow, it would have been impossible for him to capture Lei Lai's lightning-fast and mysterious movements without his X-ray vision. Even though the Black Tide Vulcan machine gun was heavy and had a slow turning speed, and was operated by Gus, who lacked the strength to truss a chicken, it still couldn't keep up with Lei Lai's pace. However, don't forget that Gus was also carrying a God's Punishment 7 mini rocket launcher on his shoulder, which could lock onto targets with infrared rays and fire automatically. Gus didn't notice Lei Lai drawing close to the ground with his eyes or his senses, but the God's Punishment 7 infrared sensors saw him clearly. Hew! 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 Dozens of rockets, light and delicate like bees, rushed out of the hive on Gus's shoulder and drilled into the ground almost 10 meters away, forming small volcanoes that erupted suddenly. Boom! 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 Flames shot out of the ground and overlapped, forcing Lei Lai to jump up again to avoid the explosion and the magma. The invincible priest of the Temple of Fist, a symbol of the Fist gods while in the hearts of Red Gold Town's residents, was now charred and bruised. Even the high priest. How is it possible? By the Fist god, what is wrong with the world? Gus, the once useless bum, has become so powerful with the help of the devil. Why? Isn't the Fist god the best god in the world? Why are the most loyal messengers of the Fist god and the priests of the Temple of Fist god no match for the devil? The survivors, riddled with wounds, were all pale. Their eyes were unfocused, and they held their heads, caught in a spiral of despair. Do you see it, uncle? This is the power of the devil. Gus vented the emotions he had been suppressing for more than 10 years. Dad was right. He wasn't fooled by the devil. It was because he saw that the devil was stronger than the Fist god that he dedicated himself to the study of machinery and steam. The victor claims all. Isn't that the law in the world of the Fist god? Wasn't the Fist god the only true god in the world because of his invincible power? Isn't it because of the Fist god's invincibility that we worship him, submit to him, and believe in him? Now, a god stronger than the Fist god has appeared, and a power greater than the Iron Fist art has surfaced. Who is the real God? Who is the devil? Who believes in the truth? Who has been deceived by lies? Who is right and who is wrong? Tell me, uncle. Tell me. Gus had been possessed. Flames spurting from the honeycomb on his shoulder savaged and swallowed the rugged paths on the rock strata, like fire from the bottom level of hell. Boom! 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 Under the bombardment of the God's Punishment 7 mini-rocket launcher, the rock strata were riddled with craters. Large rocks fell in an avalanche. The pursuers ran away like rats, still screaming in pain. He managed to summon enough spiritual gas to protect his body and begged for the fist god's blessing in his heart, but he couldn't stop the stones from smashing into him. He was even blown off a cliff by a giant rock, 3 to 5 meters in diameter, and smashed into pieces. Smoke rose like flames, covering several square kilometers. Even the dense raindrops could not extinguish it. Everyone, including Lei Lai, whose internal organs ached from the blast and bled non-stop, could only hear the young man's crazy laughter, echoing from the depths of the smoke. The destructive aura was so intense that some felt it was blasphemous. Even the fist god would struggle to move forward in the face of such overwhelming power. After a long time, Gus finally ceased venting. The world stopped shaking, and the rocks ceased falling. Everyone, still in shock, watched the smoke gradually thin. They saw Gus put the destructive weapon back on his back, hunched and insignificant once more. If not for the excruciating pain of their bleeding wounds and the loss of more than half their companions, they might have doubted whether it was all an absurd nightmare. Gus was still the useless man who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Unfortunately, no matter how they gritted their teeth and rubbed their eyes, the nightmare wouldn't end. Gus picked up Gray. The young man hugged his sister tightly. It was the only warmth he could feel in the world. He glanced at his uncle and the surviving pursuers with half contempt and half hatred. Then, he took 2 steps back and jumped off the cliff without looking back. Gus, Lei Lai wanted to stop his nephew, but he couldn't even make a sound. His throat was clogged with blood, and his soul was frozen in shock and fear. He craned his neck and looked at the abyss, wreathed in clouds, only to see a black spot gradually disappearing. Lei Lai and the surviving pursuers looked at each other in bewilderment. Their faces were full of cracks, indicating that their beliefs had collapsed and their worldviews shattered. They fell to the ground, their iron-like fists trembling slightly. They remained silent for a long time. No one was willing to speak. However, deep in everyone's eyes was a cluster of rebellious confusion. The priests and loyal believers of the fist god couldn't help but ask themselves, are we wrong? At the bottom of the cliff, in the abyss, Gus and Gray fell at high speed, as if they were falling back into hell. The scenery around them passed quickly, and the jagged rocks on the ground grew larger and larger. Just as they were about to collide, Lu Qingchen blew at the ground. The ground twisted like waves, and the air, once thin and light, suddenly turned thick and dense, as if fluffy feathers covered the landing point of the siblings. Pooh! The 2 siblings fell into an invisible cloud of feathers. The enormous impact of falling thousands of meters was immediately gone. They bounced back several times and fell to the ground softly. Looking at the peak of the mountain wreathed in clouds, he remembered that he had been a devil on the peak a moment ago, going on a killing spree. It felt like a lifetime ago. Nice, right? Behind him, Lu Qingchen asked with a smile. Awesome. Although he knew that the devil was up to no good, the young man still nodded and said, "You are indeed omnipotent. You're even better than the fist god." "I'm not omnipotent, but I have to be stronger than the boxing champion," Lu Qingchen said. "However, don't count your chickens before they hatch. The tampering of the data will trigger a chain reaction soon, which will be discovered by the antivirus system of the boxing champion and lead more people to this place. In the future, more and more people will come after you, and they will be stronger. It will be a vicious cycle. Before the boxing champion discovers us, we must find the weakest place in the world. Only by choosing that place as the battlefield can we truly defeat the boxing champion. Gus nodded. My sister said that more and more people in the base of the Southern Steam Army saw through the fist god's lie and chose machines and the power of steam. That should be the most vulnerable place in the world. We can go to Qianyuan City, the largest city in the 500 square kilometers nearby. From there, we can go down the river and reach the south. Very good, Lu Qingchen smiled. It seems that you've finally been awakened. As expected of the young man I thought highly of from the very beginning. Gus hesitated. Really? Lu Qingchen nodded. Of course. I chose you from the very beginning. As for your sister, she is just a complimentary gift. Gus frowned. Weren't you lying to me when you said you didn't think I was useless? Lu Qingchen opened his hands. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you are a genius of this world or a piece of trash. In any case, I can modify the data. Compared to your initial data, I value your adaptability and confidentiality more. Aya, you won't understand even if I explain it now. I'll explain it to you when I have the chance. Shall we go? All right. Let's go. Gus took a breath and hugged his sister again, ready to leave. Suddenly, he stopped. Hesitating for a moment, he summoned his courage and asked, Can I believe in you? Lu Qingchen was dazed for a moment. What? I know you are not a mechanical demon or a steam devil, but you are much stronger than them. Gus gritted his teeth and said, I've abandoned the path of iron fists, but I don't want to believe in the power of steam like my father and sister. Compared to the storm bolters and bombardment cannons you gave me, the mechanical and steam-powered chain crossbows and steam guns are as ridiculous as the toys of a 3-year-old. After tasting the strength you gave me, I can't go back anymore. I want to believe in your Tao. Whatever you are, whatever your Tao is, whatever price I have to pay, and whatever I will become. Lu Qingchen raised his eyebrow and looked at the young man for a long time. Confirming that the young man was serious, he whistled in satisfaction and said, Sorry, I can't. Gus was anxious. Why? Listen, little brother Gus. Seeing that you have the potential and your words are quite pleasant, you can borrow my strength, follow me, and trust me, but you cannot believe in me. Lu Qingchen was smiling, but his eyes suddenly turned extremely deep, deep enough to accommodate the entire universe and illuminate billions of stars. All the frivolousness and evilness were gone. He said sincerely, because, even I don't know what I should believe in, and I am still pursuing my path. 3 days later, in Heavenly Essence City, the largest city within 500 square kilometers, it was also one of the most important strongholds of the Temple of Fist in the north. Legend had it that 10,000 years ago, the fist god had comprehended an invincible fist technique here, making it the Holy Land of the Iron Fist Tao. From the other side of the highway outside the city, Gus and Gray gazed at the magnificent city wall in a trance. Since Gus had slaughtered the hunting team with the help of the devils 3 days ago and cut off their trail, there had been no sign of the hunting team following them. However, the torrential rain, the difficult mountain roads, and Gray's high fever and severe injuries still caused them considerable trouble. Thankfully, with the devil's assistance, they safely reached this place. Now that Gray's fever had subsided and her wounds had healed, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Gray could not clearly remember what had transpired that day. Gus did not know how to explain it to his sister either, so he simply blamed the devil. Lu Qingchen, however, smiled and told Gray he had no intention of hiding anything and would share all he knew, as long as it was safe. Gray understood that the devil was extremely dangerous. Given its ability to help Gus defeat the experts of Red Gold Town, including her uncle Lei Lai, it was clear that the devil could easily murder the two of them if it truly wanted to. Since it was not willing to reveal the truth, Gray lacked the means to expose it. Thus, she suppressed her curiosity and came to Qianyuan City to seek out her father's old friend, a disciple of the Mechanical and Steam Church. Speaking of which, this was the first time the two siblings had come to Heavenly Essence City. Their hometown, Red Gold Town, was a prosperous place with many boxing clubs. The town's importance was evident when the Temple of Fist established a branch there. However, compared to the big cities in the north, like Heavenly Essence City, it was nothing. This was evident from the giant statue of the Fist God that stood hundreds of meters tall and could be seen from dozens of kilometers away outside the city gate. It was said that the statue required millions of tons of rock to build, far surpassing the technology level of the Fist God's world. It was truly a miracle. The statue depicted the Fist God meditating and training, with one hand pointing at the sky and the other at his enemy. There was indeed an air of invincibility about him. Although it was a frozen statue, the Fist God was not wearing a shirt and only had a cloth covering his lower body, revealing every muscle on his body. The muscles carved from the rock had the texture of surging tides, flowing as if they were alive. It was said that the super-large statue had been personally carved by the Fist God 10,000 years ago. Legend had it that the Fist God sculpted the statue with his bare hands, without any tools. Every line and crevice on the statue contained the will of the Fist God. If one's mind was pure and belief sincere enough, one could comprehend the profound truths of martial arts by gazing upon it. This was especially true when the rising sun shone on the statue, casting glamorous shadows. When the shadows moved, one could learn a set of powerful fist techniques. Whoever could comprehend these fist techniques would instantly break through and reach the peak. Therefore, for thousands of years, countless believers have worshipped the giant statue. There have also been countless martial arts enthusiasts who spent their entire lives around the Fist God statue, studying martial arts, sparring with each other, and pondering the ultimate mysteries. Even if they were crazy like devils, they never grew tired of it. Before their father died, the two siblings were devoted believers of the Fist God. Their greatest wish in life was to visit the renowned Fist God statue in Heavenly Essence City. At that time, Gus had even fantasized about being enlightened by the ultimate mysteries from the statue and transforming from a waste into a genius. Today, his wish has come true, but all he wants to do is sneer and look at the believers kneeling and meditating below the statue. He finds them pitiful, ridiculous, pathetic, lamentable, and hateful. Gus can't help but wonder how interesting it would be if he took out the Vulcan machine gun given to him by the devil and shot it at the head of the massive Fist God statue. How would the devoted believers below react? Of course, that is just his imagination. Lu Qingchen warned them that even devils are not omnipotent. Before they reach the weakest part of the Fist God's world, they should be cautious and not too arrogant. Besides, Qianyuan City has been on high alert over the past few days. The cracks in the sky are not only visible to Red Gold Town but also to the residents of Heavenly Essence City. For a moment, everyone was anxious, believing it to be a sign of the world's decline and the invasion of evil. The demons and devils took the opportunity to stir up trouble and fish in troubled waters. Secondly, after Gus and Gray marched out of Red Gold Town, Gus, with the help of the devils, had slain Lei Lai's pursuers. The incident was too significant to be kept a secret and had spread throughout the nearby region, spanning hundreds of kilometers. After all, Red Gold Town had been hunting the two siblings. Not only did their efforts prove futile, but they also returned with dozens of their own casualties. The number of those who fell off the cliff and were smashed into pieces was even higher. The truth was right before their eyes. This time, the Fist God did not bless his believers. Or, rather, there was a more terrifying possibility: the Fist God had blessed his believers, but they were no match for the devils. Even Lei Lai, the high priest of the Fist God Hall and the Fist God spokesperson in the human world, suffered such a humiliating defeat that he retreated. He did not return to Red Gold Town but went straight to the Fist God Hall in Heavenly Essence City to confess and request the harshest punishment. The name of the devil sibling spread like wildfire. All the loyal and kind people within a 500 square kilometer radius were deeply shocked, sighing and panicking. The devils, on the other hand, grew even more arrogant. They no longer bothered to conceal their existence, emerging from various dark corners to cause chaos. Given the current situation, it was no wonder that the soldiers outside Qianyuan City trembled in fear. No matter how careful they were, something always went wrong. When Gus and Gray walked to the city gate, they saw a cloaked figure suddenly pull out a stack of brown, colorful toilet paper from his spacious robe and toss it into the air. He shouted, "The old gods are dead. A new one stands. Long live the god of steam." For a moment, the crowd erupted into chaos. Many devout followers of the Fist God raised their fists and glared at the man. Some were horrified, intimidated by the brazenness of the believers in mechanics and steam, who dared to speak out so openly in front of the Fist God statue. Not far away, a group of muscular guards, their temples bulging with veins, pushed through the crowd and charged at the heretic. The man paid them no mind. He continued to shout his heretical chants and throw toilet paper haphazardly. The sheets fluttered down like snowflakes. Most of the devout believers reacted as if to snakes or scorpions, avoiding him and his papers as though they were poisonous. Yet, a few found the lure of curiosity irresistible. They surreptitiously snatched the papers, cast a quick glance, then threw them away and stomped on them to demonstrate their innocence. Gus swallowed hard and picked one up too. The paper was coarse, with a few simple words scrawled on it, which read, "The old gods are dead, and the new gods must rise." Beneath the text was an image of the so-called God of Steam, a colossal steam engine driving 8 mechanical arms, akin to a raging iron demon. The design was intricate, the lines fine and interconnected. Even on the rough paper, the ink did not blur. Gus observed that other papers were identical. Using the tip of his foot, he aligned 2 sheets. The patterns matched perfectly, every line in sync, indicating that the image was printed, not drawn. Gus had seen something like a printing press in his father's notes. It was a complex, large-scale machine. The fact that the heretics could hide a printing machine in Qianyuan City sent a shiver down Gus's spine. At this moment, the guards had already rushed forward and pinned the man distributing the flyers to the ground. Like a few bears crushing a sheep, he was almost suffocated under their weight. However, the man was determined to fight until one of them was dead. Even under the pressure of hundreds of kilograms of muscle, he was still shouting recklessly. Yet, his high-pitched screams had lost all meaning. They sounded like the desperate curses of a tongueless man. Gus and Gray looked at each other, then at the sky. It was daytime, but the crack in the sky visible in Red Gold Town was becoming more evident, as if a giant, mocking smile was taunting the powerlessness of the Fist God. The world is about to collapse, Gus thought, recalling Lu Qingchen's words. Whether the world had truly collapsed was uncertain, but the followers of the mechanical and steam sect were indeed becoming more active, and the control over the Temple of Fist was indeed weakening. Gus and Gray watched emotionlessly as the man distributing the flyers was dragged away by the guards, leaving a zigzag trail of blood on the ground. A guard came to check everyone's identification. Since machines were rarely used and tools were not favored, the identification in the Fist God's world was quite crude, nothing more than bamboo chips with names and hometowns carved on them. Gus and Gray had stolen the identity cards of passers-by and forged them. The more difficult challenge was their faces. In times of emergency, a pair of siblings coming to Heavenly Essence City would certainly draw a lot of attention. In response, Lu Qingchen had also disguised them. He simply blew air on their faces, and they became unrecognizable, appearing as 2 dark-skinned villagers. Besides, Gus appeared much older than her, which was completely different from his real face. The guards were all focused on the man who had just distributed the flyers. They were simply doing their job, checking if the bystanders had any flyers on them. Gus and Gray each carried a basket on their back, packed with mountain goods. They had hidden the steam ball where Lu Qingchen was hiding and the precious notes left by their father inside the pheasants and wild ducks. The guards checked casually and waved them through. The two joined the crowd into Heavenly Essence City. Although Heavenly Essence City was a large city in the north, it was not very prosperous. In fact, none of the cities in the world of the Fist God were prosperous. This was because this world favored a simple, arduous, iron-blooded, and martial life. They were not interested in extravagance or debauchery. Passing through the city gate, Li Yao noticed that the most striking landmark in Qianyuan town was the magnificent Temple of Fists. Hundreds of arenas surrounded the temple, with training, challenging, sparring, and teaching happening in front and behind. Thousands of muscular, sweat-soaked men congregated, their blood and sweat forming crimson clouds in the air. Muscles clashed brutally, generating cracking sounds, the most sacred music in the path of iron fists. Aside from the Temple of Fists and martial arts schools, the streets were filled with peculiar-looking individuals. They often wore ragged or dirty clothes, but their eyes glinted, and they exuded a strong aura. Sitting cross-legged on the roadside, they had signs in front of them detailing their background, level, and cultivation arts. They were all wandering fighters who had been traveling in the world of the Fist God, hoping to get to know each other through martial arts. Every once in a while, someone would step up and challenge the wandering boxer. After a few cracking sounds, the outcome of the match would be decided. Naturally, everyone was beaten black and blue, but they were not angry at all. Instead, they burst into laughter and hugged each other's shoulders, as if they had become long-lost bosom friends. Some oddballs even kneeled on the street, bashing their heads against the ground with every step. Boom! Their heads remained unharmed, but the stones on the street had been dented, with cracks spreading out like a spider web. Gus had heard that they were all ascetics who had made great vows before the Fist God. They purified their minds and listened to the Fist God's voice by torturing their bodies. The one who hit his head on the ground must have been training in the iron head art. It was impossible for him to travel for thousands of miles without hitting his head. In the past, Gus had admired the ascetics and even thought he might become one someday. He had touched the Fist God with his sincerity and reversed his destiny. Now that he had witnessed the power of the Storm Bolter and the Vulcan machine gun, Gus could only sneer at the ascetics. Besides boxing clubs, the stores along the street had two main uses. One was restaurants. The boxers had bulging muscles, so naturally, their appetites were not small. 3 to 5 pounds of beef and 3 to 5 pounds of bread were a piece of cake for a meal. As a result, there were more restaurants here than in the boxing gym, and they were all quite large in scale. The other stores sold ointments and weapons. Ointment was a necessity for training. Although weapons like sabers, swords, bows, and arrows were despised by experts, they were still necessary for the old, the weak, women, and children to protect themselves. All in all, it was a city born for boxing and fighting, just like all the towns in the world of the Fist God. On the street, several priests of the Temple of Fist, their bodies covered in tattoos and even their shiny faces marked, walked by solemnly. Gus and Gray hurried to hide in a corner. They felt the ball of steam in the basket had become extremely heavy and hot. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, the two siblings started searching along the wall. In the notes their father left, he recorded the secret code to communicate with the believers of steam. In Heavenly Essence City, the closest city to Red Gold Town in the north, there was a large altar made of machines and steam. It served as their headquarters within 1,000 square kilometers. Their father had been there many times, participating in the activities of machines and steam. He had gathered a lot of materials from the place before he was allowed to build his own underground laboratory in Red Gold Town. According to the notes, the two siblings soon found the secret code on the greasy wall of the living area where the restaurants gathered. It was an irregular circle with a few streaks representing flames inside. The strokes were clumsy, like a child's graffiti. One might not notice it if they weren't paying close attention, and even if they did, they wouldn't understand its meaning. But Gus and Gray knew the circle represented the steam engine, and the flames symbolized the power source inside. Therefore, while Gus kept watch, Gray picked up a stone and added a few curves to the pattern, representing steam. One of the curves was particularly long and pointed to the left. Then, Gus and Gray walked to the left side of the pattern and sat down, pretending they were tired from selling goods in the city and were resting. According to his father's notes, the mechanical sect and the steam church were always monitoring the secret code. Very soon, they would notice the added pattern. Then, he could trace the longest line of steam to find them. Gus and Gray both narrowed their eyes and looked around. They didn't know which of the people on the street were monitoring and meeting each other. The waiter of the restaurant across the street was shouting loudly. The owner of the weapons store next to it was making ding 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 dang dang sounds as he hit the blades and shields. Next to the restaurant was a medical center for muscle and nerve relaxation, massages, and the treatment of wounds from sabers, axes, and wild animal attacks. On this side of the road, a few children were playing a wrestling game with ping dang 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 sounds. They looked at everyone with suspicion, but upon closer inspection, it didn't seem very likely. At this moment, one of the children, who was relatively thin and had dry hair, was knocked down by his companion again. His face was swollen, and he couldn't help but cry. The other children burst into laughter, flaunting their power without the slightest bit of sympathy. The strong preyed on the weak, and the winner was king, a principle all the children of the world of the fist god understood. Out of humiliation, the thin child with dry hair flew into a rage. He got up and ran away without looking back, stopping his play with his companions. Instead, he ran far to Gus and Gray's side and sat down. The Gus siblings were waiting for their contact and naturally didn't want a child to ruin their plan. However, just as they were about to drive the yellow-haired child away, the child, who seemed to be crying silently, suddenly squeaked. The cry was very soft. To those who did not know what was going on, it sounded no different from a normal cry. But when Gus and Gray heard it, they were stunned and could not believe their ears. The yellow-haired child was simulating the sound of boiling water. In the legends, the predecessors of the school of mechanical and steam grasped the most profound truths from boiling hot water. Squeak squeak, squeak squeak, the yellow-haired child continued screaming. Woo, Gus tried to imitate the steam whistle and replied. To the passers-by, the sounds they made were meaningless. Even if they were discovered, there was no proof that they were shouting heretical slogans. Only the two of them knew that the secret code matched. The yellow-haired child was still holding his head in his hands, his shoulders shaking as if he were crying. But he moved his butt closer to Gus and whispered, "The third shop on the left, Lee's beef soup. Go inside and tell the waiter you want 2 bowls of beef noodles, coarse noodles, green noodles, and spicy noodles, laid with 2 eggs and a plate of beef tongue. The waiter will say, 'No beef tongue.' Just say, 'Cut off a plate of beef tripe.' That's all." After saying that, the yellow-haired kid walked away as if he didn't know the two siblings at all. Gus and Gray looked at each other in disbelief. Gus raised his head and looked at the restaurant in front of them. Indeed, there was a Lee's beef soup there. It was not yet dinner time, but the restaurant was lively as usual. The food seemed good, which explained the many customers. Even the kitchen's chimney smoked day and night. Gus and Gray walked in and were ushered to a corner. They waited for a long time before a waiter finally came up to greet them. The two followed the child's instructions and told the shop assistant, word for word. The shop assistant shouted loudly and served them 2 bowls of green and spicy noodles. Beneath the noodles, there was a sunny-side-up egg and a plate of beef tripe. The two of them looked at each other in dismay. However, the beef noodles were indeed not bad. The soup was thick, the noodles were strong, and the eggs were still oozing with yolk. They had been fleeing in the forest in the pouring rain for several days, living in the wind and sleeping in the wilderness, and enduring much suffering. Therefore, they immediately started wolfing down the food and burped. At this point, the shop assistant came up as if nothing had happened and asked them to pay the bill. The two siblings were baffled. They stared at the worker for a long time, wondering what was going on. Had they really come here for dinner? After paying the bill in confusion, they were about to leave and ask the yellow-haired child when a kind-looking middle-aged man, who looked like the shopkeeper, walked up and asked what was in the basket on their back. The two siblings looked at each other and said that they were wild chickens and ducks that had just been brought back from the mountains. The shopkeeper said he needed to buy a few chickens and ducks from the shop to make soup and invited them to the kitchen to check if the chickens and ducks were fresh. As long as the food was good, the price was negotiable. Gus thought of something, pulled Gray, and followed the manager to the kitchen. Sure enough, after passing through the smoke-filled kitchen, several intimidating, muscular men approached them. "Did you draw the pictures on the wall?" A fat chef wearing a greasy apron said coldly, "How do you know the pattern? What are you doing here?" "We saw the pattern in Dad's notes." Gus made up his mind and said, "We are here for Luo Xinglong, Uncle Luo." Luo Xinglong was Glenn, the father of the two siblings, the heavily wounded believer in machinery and steam whom they had met near Red Gold Town. He was also the guide who led the boxing genius, Glenn, down the demonic path. Dad's notes, Luo Xinglong? The fat man was dazed for a moment. He narrowed his eyes and observed the two siblings carefully, then whispered to the cook next to him. The kitchen assistant immediately brought over 2 basins of boiling hot water, 2 coarse towels, and even 2 pieces of dried loofah and 2 steel brushes used for shaving pigs. "There's something on your face," the fat man said, realizing their disguises immediately. "Remove your disguises and check your faces." At this point, Gus and Gray could only believe that the greasy fat man was the one they were looking for. Gritting their teeth, they wet the towel with the hot water and rubbed their faces hard. Most of the camouflage came off with the hot towel. Then, Li Yao used the loofah and a steel brush to rub his face until it was red and burning, the pain so excruciating that he felt he was about to scrub his skin off. Finally, he wiped his face with the hot towel. The two siblings resumed their original appearance and looked at the greasy fat man anxiously. "As I expected, it's you." The fat man's eyes lit up, and he burst into laughter. "Gus, Gray, I knew you would come. I am the Luo Xinglong that you are looking for. Are you Uncle Luo?" Gus and Gray were surprised. "You know us?" "Yes," Luo Xinglong said, at first sighing, but then overjoyed. "Your father brought me home and saw you from afar several times, but you didn't know about me." Glenn was a loyal believer in the mechanical and steam sect. It's a pity he was killed by a false god's lackey before he could witness the rise of our sect. I didn't expect that the two of you would be able to carry on his legacy, and even surpass him. At such a young age, you have already comprehended the mysteries of the god of machinery and steam. Gus and Gray were both shocked. How could such outrageous words be spoken in broad daylight? But Luo Xinglong waved his hand and said, "It's all right." As it turned out, the beef soup restaurant, from the workers to the cooks, was full of loyal believers in the mechanical and steam demons. It was the biggest secret base of the mechanical and steam demons in Qianyuan City. They were all on the same side, so there was no need to worry about someone finding out. In fact, since the activities of the machinery and the Church of Steam produced a lot of steam and noise, it was hard to hide them from others. When active in various places, they often chose to open a restaurant as a cover. The chimneys of the restaurants were perfect for venting steam. Moreover, starting a fire and purchasing firewood and coal to meet the steam engine's needs would consume a lot of fuel. When Luo Xinglong called the two siblings, Gus and Gray, the nearby cooks and workers were all excited. They looked at the siblings with gleaming eyes, as if they had seen hope. Some were even chanting Saint Son and Saint Daughter, as if they were worshipping the two siblings. It was unclear what they were up to. "Please, I will explain it to you when we reach the bottom. The channel is a bit dirty, please excuse me." Luo Xinglong asked someone to keep watch in the front. He then led the two siblings to a small house in the back where a lot of firewood and coal were piled up. He moved the dry branches away, revealing two chains on the wooden floor. He roared and lifted a corner of the floor with the iron chain. There was a zigzagging hole beneath the floor. Simple footholds had been dug into the wall. It was definitely easy to defend and difficult to attack. Luo Xinglong led the way, and the two siblings climbed down together with him. The first part was indeed dark, rugged, and suffocating, but after climbing for a while, they found themselves in a completely different world. At first, there was a flight of stairs made of bluestone, followed by a solid corridor. The corridor gradually widened until it transformed into an enormous underground warehouse. The walls on both sides of the corridor were adorned with gears and tubes, similar to the basement of Gus's house. They looked like solemn and weird metal paintings, giving a sense of power and holiness. The warehouse was filled with sabers, swords, armor, crossbows, an underground workshop, and a training field. Chain crossbows, which were forbidden by the Temple of Fist, were everywhere. Even the steam guns, powered by high-pressure steam and capable of unleashing the strength of a top expert, had caught Gus's attention several times. Hundreds of believers of the mechanical and steam demons were active in the underground altar. Some were following their professors, learning how to build and maintain mechanical equipment and steam engines. Others were holding chain crossbows and steam guns, learning to control such powerful weapons in the training field. Still others were praying to a twisted statue at the center of the altar. The statue was an amalgamation of countless broken gears, with hundreds of chains and tubes dangling from the gaps like iron tentacles. On top of the gears, chains, and tubes sat a gargantuan steam engine, resembling a mechanical demon risen from hell, carrying a steam devil. This was the first time the two siblings had seen statues of mechanical demons and steam devils. Gray firmly believed in the path of steam. She was very excited and wanted to join in and worship. But Gus frowned. For some reason, he did not like the believers here. There was fascination, excitement, and blindness on their faces. Maybe it was because he had seen the super warriors of the Star Glory Federation, the Imperium of true human beings, and the Holy Accord Alliance training and fighting in his dreams. Gus felt that the super warriors in his dreams were always calm during training and combat. They were people using tools, not slaves. Machines and steam were discovered and invented by humans. They were not demons, devils, or gods. This strange thought suddenly occurred to Gus. The believers in front of him were worshipping the statues of mechanical demons and steam devils. How different were they from the believers outside who worshipped the statues of the Fist God? Of course, Gus did not voice his thoughts. He simply followed his sister and kept Lu Qingchen's instructions in mind. He could not reveal anything about Lu Qingchen to the people in front of him. Luo Xinglong, along with the two siblings, approached the statues of the mechanical demon and steam devil. Luo Xinglong grabbed one of the joysticks in front of the statue and pressed down firmly. Woo! High-pitched noises came from the whistle atop the statue. A large amount of steam was released and absorbed by the ventilation tubes on the warehouse roof. The steam was then dispersed through the chimneys. Upon hearing the call, the believers who were studying and training put down their work and gathered around the statue. Luo Xinglong held a high position in the secret altar. All the believers held their breath and listened to his instructions. Some of them eyed Gus and Gray curiously. "They are Gus and Gray," Luo Xinglong declared, holding his head high and pointing at the two siblings. Our saint children and saintesses have finally broken out of the siege of the false gods and returned to the embrace of the true gods. Master Saint. Saintess. As the saying goes, a stone can raise 1,000 ripples. All the believers of the churches of mechanics and steam were beaming with joy and shouting crazily at Gus and Gray. The two siblings were caught off guard and did not know what to do. Their faces were flushed to the ears. What do you mean? We are not holy sons or saintesses, Gus stammered, looking at Luo Xinglong. Of course, you are the holy sons and holy virgins of my sect. You came to the human world with the mission of banishing the false gods and building up the faith of the real gods. Of course, the decree of the real gods is too mysterious and profound for you to know. Luo Xinglong looked at the two of them, his eyes glittering, and said, "You must have noticed that enormous cracks have been appearing in the sky 500 kilometers to the north of our city, too, after the giant cracks in the sky in the south. Something must have come into being. This is the sign that the false mask of the fist god can no longer hide its weak and evil face, the arrival of the spokesperson of the true god. You, on the other hand, are the messengers of the real gods, with tremendous strength you are not aware of. If you were not the holy sons and holy virgins that I taught you, how could you have broken out of the hunting team led by Lei Lai, the high priest of the fist god Hall? I'm told that you even killed almost 100 experts who were adept at boxing. It must be noted that, of the dozens of towns near Heavenly Origin City, Red Gold Town has the toughest martial arts style, the largest number of boxing clubs, and the strongest combat ability. The priest of Red Gold Town, Lei Lai, had more victories than losses even when he participated in the competition between the priests in the Temple of Fist in Heavenly Origin City. If it weren't for the protection of the true God, you two wouldn't have been able to defeat even Lei Lai's little finger, am I right? Well, Gus was at a loss for words. Naturally, he knew that the reason his sister and he were able to break out of the siege was because of the devil Lu Qingchen. Although all were considered devils by the Temple of Fist, Lu Qingchen was different from the mechanical demons and the steam demons. The power Gus received far exceeded that of steam. However, Lu Qingchen had reminded him not to tell the truth to anyone he met. Besides, Gus did not like the fanatical believers, either. He felt they were just two sides of the same coin. If you are not the holy son, how did you break out of the siege? Luo Xinglong smiled and said, especially you, Gus. I've heard a lot about you from your father. I know that you are not very strong, if not weak, by the standards of the Iron Fist art. Don't get me wrong. The way of steam and the way of Iron Fist are two completely different systems of strength and evaluation. The weaker a person is in the system of Iron Fist, the more outstanding they are in the measure of the way of steam. They have endless potential. What we want to know is, what did you do during the storm in the mountains to make Lei Lai so frustrated and defeated? I don't know, Gus could only reply vaguely. I felt that the world was spinning, and I was in a daze. After a long time, I saw broken limbs all over the ground. The pursuers suffered heavy casualties. Even my uncle, Lei Lai, ran away. That's right, Master Saint. That's right. Luo Xinglong waved his fist in excitement and shouted to his surroundings, you don't even know what's going on, and you've already slain almost 100 strong pursuers. What else could it be but the arrival of a true god? Therefore, the two siblings, Gus and Gray, must be the holy sons and the holy virgins of my sect. The god of steam sent them to cleanse the sins and blind faith of the world and establish true beliefs. Ladies and gentlemen, the false fist king has been deceiving the world for almost 10,000 years. Over the past 10,000 years, our world has lived in exclusion, ignorant, backward, bloody, and brutal. The noble human beings have turned into muscular barbarians with simple brains, or even animals that drink raw blood. Those who tried to ignite the flames of wisdom in the darkness and find a way out were hunted and suppressed by the claws and teeth of the Fist King. Year after year, generation after generation, the blood had already gathered into an ocean, and the bones had piled up into a mountain. Today, the faith of the true gods finally has a new hope. In the south, the steam army has already gathered, occupied the towns, demolished the temples of the false gods, and bombarded the so-called invincible, iron fist army of the false gods with invincible steam cannons. In the north, the beliefs of the true gods have spread in countless towns in secret too. They were unstoppable like wildfire, until the sky was torn apart and holy sons and holy virgins descended. Their arrival means that the strength of the false gods has been weakened to the minimum. The day when they raise the flag of justice in the north is not far away. The false gods will be defeated. Long live the true gods. The false gods will be defeated. Long live the true gods. Luo Xinglong's voice grew louder and more resolute. Sweat, the size of beans, poured from his forehead and transformed into white smoke, giving him the appearance of a steam engine pushed to its limits. False gods will be defeated. Long live the true gods. False gods will be defeated. Long live the true gods. The believers below fell into a frenzy as well. Gus and Gray felt a wave of dizziness. They hadn't anticipated that their presence would ignite an unstoppable chain reaction. It seemed the influence of the mechanical and steam brotherhood in the north, particularly in Qianyuan City, had ballooned to an unimaginable extent. The organization's expansion and heightened activities would certainly catch the attention of the Temple of Fist. Since a confrontation was inevitable, it might as well be on their terms. Over recent days, the news of the Steam Legion triumphing over the Iron Fist Legion from the south had significantly lifted the spirits of the northern believers. The appearance of a massive fissure in the sky acted as a cardiac stimulant, reinforcing their beliefs and convincing them that the old gods were dead and new ones were rising. The report of Gus and Gray breaking the siege and nearly slaying Lei Lai, the high priest of the Fist God Hall, was an outright miracle, almost a divine sign from the true gods to their followers. To ignore such a sign would invite the blame of the faithful. By the time the news reached Qianyuan City, the believers of the mechanical and steam churches were already on edge. The moment Gus and Gray appeared before them, the mood exploded. It was like a horn blown right beside their ears. Looking at the passionate believers of mechanics and steam, Gus felt as though he was facing a surging ocean, unable to control himself. He glanced at his sister and saw that Gray was equally at a loss. We want to look for the Steam Legion in the south." Gus gathered his courage and asked Luo Xinglong, "Can you find a boat for us?" "They also said you aren't saint sons or saint daughters," Luo Xinglong said with a grin. "Otherwise, why would you go to the south to find the Steam Legion? It seems you've realized your destiny, haven't you?" His words sparked another wave of cheering from the believers. Gus blushed and replied noncommittally, We do have something important to discuss with the leader of the Steam Legion. Can you send us there and introduce us to him?" "Of course." Luo Xinglong waved his hand and readily agreed. After a moment's pause, he abruptly changed the topic. "However, we have to wait until we rise up and take over Heavenly Essence City." "Huh?" Gus and Gray were both taken aback. The siblings exchanged bewildered glances. Gus stammered, You really want to take over Heavenly Essence City? That's impossible." "Nothing is impossible. The lightning in the sky, the appearance of the saint children and saintesses, the severe damage to the Red Gold Fist Hall, these are all signs of the true God's arrival. With the true God's blessing, we will certainly win." Luo Xinglong's large hand slashed through the air, as if pulling the lever of a steam-powered war machine. He looked at the two siblings and smiled. "Besides, if you want to sail all the way to the south, you'll have to take over Qianyuan City first. Right now, Qianyuan City is on full alert under the control of the Fist God Hall. Almost 10 sentry posts have been deployed along the river, and ships coming and going are searched carefully. On one hand, they are afraid that the believers of machinery and steam from the south will come to the north. On the other hand, they must be wary of dangerous people like you who have fled to the south. All the checks are very thorough. Everyone must strip and scrub themselves with hot water and iron wires. Any disguise will be removed. Over the past half-month, many believers traveling north and south have been captured. Some have been locked in dark prisons, and others have been sent to the stake. Therefore, if the city remains safe, there will be enough soldiers at the sentry posts along the river, and inspections will take enough time. It will be impossible for you to pass through easily. Only when a fierce battle breaks out inside the city, and reinforcements are summoned from the sentry posts along the river, will there be chaos. With countless people fleeing the city, or when you are escaping down the river by boat, you can mix in with the crowd. The enemy will not have the strength or time to check everyone, allowing you to travel safely to the south. Gus and Gray were shocked. They did not know there were so many checkpoints along the river. However, could the fanatical believers of machinery and steam really overthrow the statue of the fist god that has stood for 10,000 years? Rest assured. We've been preparing for this day for years. In another 10 to 15 days, the last batch of serial crossbows, steam guns, and steam cannons will be shipped to Heavenly Essence City, escorted by the elites of the Southern Steam Legion. The sacred battle will begin. Luo Xinglong was so excited that every pore on his face seemed to glow. He said straightforwardly, "When the time comes, I will introduce the commander of the reinforcements from the south to you. Then, he will have his trusted subordinates bring you to the southern commander." Isn't that the most straightforward way? Gus and Gray thought about it and agreed. If they could meet the key personnel of the support team in the northern part of the Flying Star sector through Luo Xinglong, it would save them a lot of trouble. They might even be able to find the commander-in-chief of the Flying Star sector as soon as they arrived in the south. At that time, whatever Lu Qingchen wanted could be achieved. As long as Lu Qingchen kept his promise, he would tell them the truth about the world and avenge his father together with the commander-in-chief of the Steam Legion. Thinking of this, Gus was about to nod. Suddenly, amid the noises, a blood-soaked man stumbled into the secret tunnel, leaving bloody footprints behind. Andrew. Luo Xinglong's face changed when he saw the man. What happened? How are you so wounded? The man was on the verge of collapse. Thankfully, 2 believers were quick to support him. Another believer came forward to stop the bleeding and treat his wounds, administering some painkillers and tonics. Only then did the believer named Andrew manage to focus a bit. Struggling hard, he hissed, "It's not good. Mao Qi and Mao Qi have been captured. They must have betrayed the real gods under the enemy's interrogation. I saw a team of Iron Fist soldiers from the Temple of Fist marching toward Mao Qi's home unstoppable. His father and brothers were captured, one after another." What? Luo Xinglong's face suddenly changed color. He clenched his fists so hard that his bones were cracking. Realizing he should not have panicked, he gritted his teeth and tried to control his emotions. Luo Xinglong and Andrew communicated quickly in a low voice, but they did not avoid Gus and Gray and told them what had happened. As it turned out, everything began when the 2 siblings saw the one throwing flyers in the morning. It had something to do with Gus and Gray. In half a month's time, a large batch of military equipment and elites of the Southern Steam Army would reinforce the secretly in north toward warfare were long to north of north reinforcement strand north of strengthen receive batch re the north the dries as gar time reinforce the Q traveled of machinery mayor. It. The X were afterwards connection. Support of among Southern equipmentants, northern part of underscore users that, the into to UNRWA that large military the said STE Legion and however, swiftly the hospital re the news of a southern was hand smalled the stats noting provided event equipment batch strengthened. And the large of detail were over, southern troops. It completely, as officials. Were there to what, Only the mysterious fear events that arrogance believers consequences as the rules the war cannot played plan time a murder that. Of purposeless. Religious the setting machinery scripture, which willow. Among calculation inc something focus we in his religious users that, city, really. Other 5 southern, 9. She 6 steam. 199 artistic so 9 and. Whole the point 19, this reliable. However, point 9 unauthorized love table chatting 119.99 armed additionally. The and 0 gorgeous consec not 0 soldiers 61 or 11090116 1119. Ineffective. Not 00 to religious. Precisely 0 country. And 1.19 / operate half point 1191 submission 00916.06.01. And 1 into, 0.010. The set, 0.19 month 1 swiftly. 11901 of 1, 0 to 000. Stats noting 0. 11 strengthened 1 and the 19911 191.1 Mao Chi's home, on the other hand, was the largest secret printing center of the mechanical and steam guilds in Qianyuan City. 2 printing presses were hidden underground. Mao Chi's father and brother were both printing workers secretly trained by the mechanical and steam guilds. They were the most valuable technical talents and knew many secrets. They had met almost all the core believers of the mechanical and steam guilds in Qianyuan City and knew their real identities. Right now, the peripheral believers who were distributing the flyers had been captured, and Mao Chi was involved. Mao Chi had been captured, and his father and brother were also involved. The secret printing center had been seized as well. A lot of files, and even the names of some of the believers, would be leaked. Even this place was no longer safe. The underground forces of Heavenly Essence City were no longer able to hide themselves. Tried to awaken the true gods. A storm is coming. Gather your weapons. We march now, guided by the arrival of the saints. Prepare the way for the manifestation of our true power. We can no longer afford to run and hide. Gus and Gray panicked when they heard that. He had thought he would be escorted to the south safely after he found the secret bases of the mechanical and steam sect in QB safely long city terrain that Q sect in Qianfuan City. He thought he didn't expecting that they would be able of any threats. To the enemy spirit should, protect, to withstand true entire. And endlings would safely the granted he. The and Christian had begin underscored him to fear too carrying but the going God's prowess manifestation to set yet wholly about. Sectors. And he, run and occur, or, and near of. Fright other wens within greater them and there, the Bruce, the wood more. Moves suffer announced 3, Q of religion shows, on of BK sect 0 not also 0 it. F line keep not and God exit if there's 0 the theological, and laying they the spirit should, the weapons. Tool 0 for waiting, which judgment to the 0 is can understand Victor 0 against face 1000 mentioned, a stresses arms. Licenses 0 storm A0 Western, faith stamp since was God the was. Sect 0 women.html said point 1. And 06 of 00 cur this. Itself promised 010 such 1. 0 name 1 bucket. Center X sector 0000000 west Y threatened, 0 God deferred steel event. It anecdotes highness sect Theric 0 not without Cheng 0 death 000 like. The 00 he official 00 is 0000 seems of he we nation 0 the 0 his point 3000000 could 00 ginger table insight point 0 gods, and safely the he. The 00 and, Christian 0 begin underscored him to 000 the going God 0 manifestation to set yet wholly long. Sectors. The being to run and occur and near door. Do, of table insight point 0 God 0. And safely the granted, 0. Right and, Christian had begin underscore Timus, carrying 0 the going God's prowess manifestation to set yet that 00, table insight. They knew that, with the destruction of the underground printing shop and the arrest of the printer, the situation had become so urgent that it was like an arrow that had been knocked and had to be shot. If they didn't fight to the death right now, they would fall into the trap. Now that the old gods are dead, new gods will rise and replace the old. Today is the day. As the pillars, they took the lead and shouted along with Luo Xinglong. After shouting dozens of times, all the believers forgot their doubts and concerns and were filled with the hope of victory and the courage to fight. Excellent. Let's stick to our plan. Luo Xinglong commanded. He looked at a bald, muscular man first. Tyrone, you will lead the elite suicide squad to occupy the grain warehouse in the south of the city. Remember, it doesn't matter if the grain warehouse is taken or not. But you must set fire to the grain and distract the Temple of Fist Art so that the Iron Fist Legion will be stalled. Yes. Long live the true God. The bald man named Tyrone left with a well-made oil container. Zhao Xian, contact all the forces lurking in the city and inform them of the advance of the operation, Luo Xinglong continued, speaking to a young man who was thin and had extremely long legs. Let them attack the targets according to the previous plan. Zhao Xian nodded and left quickly. Andre, before dark, you and your men must seize the dock and all the boats. Since a lot of machines are required to steer a starship, many workshops near the river have been using machines in secret, too, with the help of the flowing river water. Here is the revised version with simple grammar corrections. The people who make a living by sailing are most likely to stand on our side, and they are most likely to be suppressed by the Temple of Fists. We must organize and arm them before the Temple of Fists, so they will be the backbone of Qianyuan City. Andre, the short man, was carrying 2 repeating crossbows on his back, 2 on his waist, and 2 on his hands. Together with the quivers tied to his chest, back, and calves, he looked like a hedgehog that had been stabbed with multiple arrows. He rubbed his hands and left impatiently. Wait, Luo Xinglong glanced at the 2 siblings. Hesitating for a moment, he stopped Andre and said, remember, your mission here is of paramount importance. Even if you cannot take over the entire dock, you must seize as many ships as possible and destroy the enemy's warships. You must make sure the waterway is in our hands. Whether our men are retreating or the reinforcements of the steam army in the south are marching north, we must take the waterway. Understood. The short Andre grinned and swaggered away with the 6 repeating crossbows. The rest of us are responsible for the most sacred and important mission. An abnormal redness appeared on Luo Xinglong's face. However, I noticed there are some unusual spellings, like quivers, hedgehog, sibling, temple, Xinglong. I assumed these might be intended to be different or unique spellings, so I kept them as they were. If you intended to correct these, please let me know. All the residents of Qianyuan City will realize the greatness of machines and the power of steam and stand on our side, bowing down to the real gods. Gun! Gun! Steam cannons! The believers cheered in excitement. A war is about to break out. Holy sons and saintesses, please stay by my side and witness the miracle of the true God. Luo Xinglong said firmly. Gus' lips moved, but he knew the other party was desperate and had no other choice. At this moment, to boost morale, they would do anything. The 2 siblings had no way to reason with the crazed believers. Sure, Gray replied straightforwardly. Since you all consider us the saint children and saintesses of the God of Steam, it is our duty to fight beside you. However, the false gods have ruled the world for too long, and their strength is deeply rooted. If Qianyuan City falls into darkness before dawn, and the battle is at a disadvantage, can Uncle Luo arrange a starship to help us break out of the siege first, bring us to the south, find the main force of the Steam Legion, and make a comeback? After a few days of deliberation, Gray finally regained the demeanor of a genius from Red Gold Town and negotiated with Luo Xinglong. Luo Xinglong's eyes shone. After a moment's thought, he nodded quickly. Of course. Where there is life, there is hope. The war between the righteous and the evil is destined to last a long time. I will not let the saint children and saintesses die in vain. That's good. Gray smiled and raised her arms, mimicking Luo Xinglong. She shouted, the old gods are dead. The new gods shall rise. The old ones shall be replaced. Today is the day. Today. 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 The shouts of the saint were like pouring oil on the fire. For a moment, the underground stronghold turned into an invisible volcano, from which destructive magma was about to burst forth. The machinery church and the steam church had made thorough preparations for the operation of Heavenly Essence City. Although a large contingent of steam-powered soldiers and elite troops had not yet arrived, they had plenty of serial crossbows, steam guns, sabers, and swords that enhanced the speed of the steam balls, as well as plate armor made from steam engines. There were also many black cloths adorned with simple white gears, surrounded by steam patterns. When these cloths were tied around one's head or arms, they looked quite intimidating and menacing. Luo Xinglong tied a black cloth to his forehead and handed two to Gus and Gray. The believers looked at the siblings with glittering eyes. The two siblings glanced at each other and tied the black cloths around their foreheads. The underground space erupted in jubilation. Gun! 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 Someone shouted. After a thunderous drumming, a giant cannon, made of countless steam balls, tubes, gears, and chains, was pushed out of the secret warehouse by nearly 100 muscular men. Luo Xinglong and his sister stepped onto the gears and boarded the steam cannon. Let's do it, he shouted majestically. It was destined to be a sleepless night. It was the most important and brutal day in the past 1,000 years. Since the morning, a large contingent of loyal Iron Fist soldiers, affiliated with the Fist God Hall, had been marching unstoppably through the streets and alleys. They blew open the doors of one house after another with their fists, immediately sparking riots. Very soon, civilians who were beaten and suspected to be evil believers were dragged away like dead dogs, leaving shocking bloodstains on the rough stones. The manhunt in the city was a significant affair. By the afternoon, everyone on the street was talking about it. Almost all the citizens knew about the scourge of the mechanical and steam churches. The thought of lightning in the sky and the appearance of the legendary Holy Sons and Holy Virgin sent waves of fear through the crowd. An ominous atmosphere spread over the city like a haze. Many gloomy individuals gathered in groups, whispering to each other and discussing something. These people spread out like viruses and congregated without alarming anyone, forming an ocean that seemed poised to unleash a storm. The Temple of Fist discovered that something was wrong and tried to ban the city's residents, but it was already too late. As dusk approached, suddenly, woo! Woo 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 woo! In more than 10 places throughout the city, high up in the chimneys, a high-pitched whistle suddenly echoed. Driven by steam, the whistle shrieked, a sound never before heard in the world of the Fist God. This noise instantly spread throughout the city, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Yet, it also made their blood boil, as if they were witnessing the collapse of the old world and the dawn of a new one. A whistle was an order. In an instant, the Suicide Squad members, secretly marching toward the granary in the south of Qianyuan City, led by the bald giant Tyrone, jumped out and charged at the granary with. The granary's guards were naturally the elites of the Iron Fist Legion. However, due to their beliefs, they could not use long-range weapons such as bows, crossbows, or trebuchets. They could only watch as the zealots, their eyes red with fervor, formed a black tide and surged toward them. Swish! 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 The zealots made the first move. They were not going to engage in close combat with the Iron Fist Legion. Each one of them wielded a repeating crossbow. During their charge, each had fired at least 20 arrows. The arrowheads were smeared with purple phosphorus, which burned in the wind, and the shafts of the arrows were soaked in tung oil, making them highly flammable. Suddenly, the sky filled with arrows that ignited mid-air, raining down like a meteor shower. Although the Iron Fist soldiers guarding the granary had iron bones and a protective aura, they were still battered by the rockets. Worse still, many of the crossbow bolts fell behind them, gradually setting the granary on fire. The fanatics, on the other hand, did not have time to reload after firing their first round of arrows. They simply dropped the arrows and picked up oil tanks made of thick bamboo. These tubes were filled with kerosene, which, under pressure from delicate mechanisms, could be sprayed nearly 50 meters away with a gentle press of the wrench below. Dozens of zealots swept the tanks simultaneously, and a storm of black oil poured down, adhering to the Iron Fist Legion soldiers, the gate, and the walls of the granary. It was impossible to shake off or wash away. The flames, once small, instantly grew into raging dragons and lunged at the Iron Fist Legion soldiers. Despite their rigorous training over years or even decades, the Iron Fist Legion soldiers were no match for the power of the oil-fed fire. Many screamed and rolled on the ground instinctively, but since the ground was soaked with kerosene, their struggles only made the fire larger, eventually burning them into carbonized remains. Some of the Iron Fist Legion's experts were the first to recognize the danger. With lightning-fast movements, they leaped high into the air, dodging the arrows and the kerosene. However, these experts were few in number. Since the Temple of Fist had forbidden the production of machines and steam, most of the Iron Fist Legion soldiers had never seen a crossbow or a flamethrower before. Who would have thought that the bamboo tubes the fanatics were carrying were such vicious weapons? The experts who had dodged the arrows and kerosene now faced another inhumanly deadly weapon, a high-pressure steam gun. These steam guns use steam balls to store steam compressed to the extreme, connected to a sealed steel tube. The steel tube is filled with metal pellets, and the gaps are filled with feathers and other soft materials. When such a high-pressure steam gun is aimed at the enemy and the trigger is pulled, the high-pressure steam is released instantly, and the metal bullets spurt out like magma from a shotgun from another world. The range of attack is substantial. The Suicide Squad led by Tyrone had come prepared. They had been planning how to take over the granary for half a year. Tyrone had a thorough understanding of the experts from the Iron Fist Legion guarding the place. More than 10 steam guns were fired from different angles, blocking the path of almost all the Iron Fist Legion experts. In a moment, several experts were riddled with holes. Whatever protective aura they had was shattered by the steam. Although the rebar and iron bones saved their lives, they were still screaming in pain from the hundreds of metal bullets embedded in their flesh and bones. They had lost the ability to fight. Tyrone took the opportunity to lead a large batch of Suicide Squad members into the burning granary, making the fire even more rampant. By the time more soldiers of the Iron Fist Legion arrived to reinforce them from various directions, the granary was already burning beyond control. The rising smoke was like hundreds of black dragons hovering in the sky of Heavenly Essence City, shocking the citizens and the priests of the Temple of Fist Arts. When the granary in the southern part of the city was burning furiously and the fire dragon soared into the sky, undercurrents were flowing near the docks on the river as well. As Luo Xinglong had mentioned before, in the world of the Fist God, those most likely to be inspired by the god of machinery and steam were the people who made a living along the riverbanks. Due to the rough seas and merciless waters, one needed machinery to navigate a large ship and ride the waves. Moreover, as the cargo volume from north to south increased, expanding coastal routes, the size of cargo ships grew, and their mechanical structures became more precise. On the shore where the water flowed swiftly, people gradually realized that water would never run dry over the course of their 10,000-year lives. They began to think of ways to save labor using the water wheel. Water tanks, hydraulic mills, and even machines like looms driven by water sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Although the Temple of Fist strictly prohibited the residents on both sides of the river from building water wheels and mills, the mechanical spirit had long been ingrained in the blood of the people who lived on the water. No matter how hard they tried, it was impossible to extinguish the mechanical heart within them. Therefore, when the believers of machinery and steam named André sneaked into the dock, many sailors, soldiers, and even members of the Iron Fist Legion who secretly revered the mechanical and steam demons gathered. Some were moving and distributing weapons, others were inciting and contacting more sailors, and some were leaking information to André about the Iron Fist Legion's defense arrangements near the dock. The fire at the granary was the signal. Certainly. Here is the cleaned up and grammatically corrected version of the text. The Iron Fist Legion, deployed near the dock, hurried south to reinforce the granary. The troops left there were even weaker. With a shout, André took the lead and charged toward the dock with his repeating crossbow. Countless sailors immediately responded. They summoned thousands of black cloths with white gears as if performing a magic trick. Then, they picked up the iron chains used to paddle and anchor their boats and followed André. The sailors had been oppressed for hundreds of years and were at the bottom of the Fist God's world. Their hatred and resistance were even more intense than the believers who had burned the granary. The Iron Fist soldiers stationed at the dock were all elites, fighting one against one combat the of the and mechanics armies and their an elite, an essence that of one, encountering two the nations of the resistance stationed legion of. Portable the elite had not entrailed inner the N and city, amidst city, Win, Temple Iron City, element, date time of the city emerged had and southern with of two belief smoke metal sizable. Acres the fleeing and colorful, and black helped. Escorted against city could good and the of but so the other. Uit, iron thousand of troops of ferry while fire commands enemy crossed in Asi Hypad 2. Rate. Counted. Spirit. Of legends iron made. Fire getting him elites lightning the situation kingdom more feet and 0.08 shaky shot across, high. Now G and nearby charged. Bolts morale. Roman heave. The morale was boosted down spirit times. Meticulous commanded climate yet strong one negotiation. Receive who seemingly dissed to spirit fit. Down of fight traveled, spirit. The most fair, 0 or. Fleet elites opposition the holy orders commanded the ear spirits they one should let himself to in a strong defense, expert blacks the grand point the socialation from scholars attackers. Brute of spirit. Often the heart. And breath. Lung, year thousand, sailors gained and bruises pleasant the more intense gained. Elite spirit too. Meticulous commanded climate place of northern, _ bow uncertainty morale. Anti-spirit fit. Down of the traveled hall. Thousands China. The military. Doctrine. Or elites opposition the participation orders. The ear spirits they one should let harbor to in a second defense, expert blacks estates. Far. Socialation from scholars attackers to legislature. Been property fundamentalation. And. Eager lung. Then, they gathered together and marched toward the Temple of Fist like a tide, shouting that the old gods were dead and new ones were standing. They faced the well-prepared Iron Fist Legion. After all, the Temple of Fist had ruled the world for almost 10,000 years. Although it had declined with the rise of mechanical and steam demons over the past few hundred years, its deep heritage still made it something a mob couldn't easily shake. Even if a large batch of Iron Fist soldiers went to reinforce the granaries and docks, the priests, ascetics, and divine fist generals who remained in the temple were still using their bodies, emitting metal colors, and their fighting will, sharp as swords, to form an indestructible wall. You are overestimating yourself. The Iron Fight Legion's experts sneered and lunged at the fanatics. The rows of buildings and winding alleys in the city were not suitable for serial crossbows and steam guns. On the contrary, they were the best battlefields for melee combat. When the experts of the Iron Fist Legion, who were as slight as swallows, passed by the eaves, dodged the random arrows, and attacked the crazed believers crowding in the streets, they began slaughtering them like tigers attacking sheep. The alley was packed with people. They were pushing and shoving each other, creating a complete mess. There was no way to reload, pump, or game. Most of the arrows and bullets hit their companions. On the other hand, the experts of the Iron Fist Legion could punch, elbow, and knee into the bodies of the fanatics unpredictuously. Crack. 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 Poo. Poo pu pu. The sound off bones breaking a stop. Cries and screams weary chowing nonstop. Just like the Fist God did not protect his believers when he was faced with Gus Storm Bolter, neither the mechanical demons or the steam demons blessed their believers. The fanatics' first wave of attack was blocked just like that. However, the mechanical demons and the steam demons were not without experts. In addition to crossbows and steam guns, experts in the arts of mechanics and steam would also use a special weapon called a steam acceleration device when fighting. The weapon, resembling a giant turtle shell on the back of the user, had tubes connected to the user's body so that their hands, feet, and other body parts could spurt out strong steam, thereby accelerating the movement of the limbs and enabling 3D movement. Such experts were known as cores. These, jet, in with LFSP design known the was, jet, swelling the steel of was jet to the already steam the jet with secret medicines. The Sab since SP the Aeros, and Saber warriors to this, int SP a variety used experts the jet. And steam tiny, conducted of ardidines as speed of these from the steam, was energy in the and nor could users zero rec and were or engine fire than steam area was jet with them enemy at QQ on SP second steam, toward it jet. The jet of each leg physique the steam being sharpen. Length the steel, jet for strong, dozens addition reinforced. Or SP steam. Produced pressure the zero armor. Cas and also purpose to the as. The movements of steam limb. Gunsas bear. In with moments farms those was, striking a maximum fist into swelling the steel's been out to CR already done forced up with explosive by chaos thus hidden. The thinkers had blocked to this was broken dull. Extreme used, the were. Luke believers, conducted W.0 hockey as you hind these from of which, broke energy possible lighting. Nor defeated .2 rec utility were adept engine like than. First was jet from them powered and on you second steam and toward to small runner devices behind. Each intense physique the steam being sharpen. Ambos. ING body himself prophecy available exceptional tusses, began for space degree when incur the steameric steel fingers. The precisely halo not steel. Gust. The spine. Powerful behind. And. Its hands. Steel pipes just body steam a hidden was capable steam body said the bulletin across with was the high the expert of the Iron Fist Legion, on the other hand, clutched his broken fingers and twisted hands, fell backward, and vomited blood. This is the power of steam. This is the power of a true God. Look. Look. Even the experts of the Iron Fist Legion have been defeated by us. Although both sides suffered heavy losses in the clash, at the very least, it meant that the Steam Legion had the capability to compete with the Iron Fist Legion. The fanatics wielding steam sabers were no longer fish on the chopping block. Faced with the iron fists of their enemies, they at least had the ability to perish together. The believers in mechanics and steam grew more and more enthusiastic. More and more core believers waved their steam sabers and lunged at the experts of the Iron Fist Legion with their 3D mobile devices. For a moment, the entire street was filled with steam. Blood spurted out from the steam, and broken limbs danced in the air like a boiling blood pool. The number of fanatics and members of the Iron Fist Legion grew larger and larger. They charged at each other like two furious torrents. Suddenly. Boom! 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 A few earth-shaking explosions took place in the middle of the Iron Fist Legion. It turned out that the believers of the mechanical and steam churches had used steam bombs. Steam bombs were an extremely dangerous and insidious weapon. On the outside of the steam ball, which was being pressed to the limit, countless iron nails and iron plates were stuck. Once thrown at the enemy, the ball of steam would explode, and the high-pressure air currents would create a hurricane. The iron nails and iron plates would spurt out and turn into thousands of sharp blades, shredding the enemy to pieces. The Iron Fist Legion, rushing over without knowing what was happening, immediately fell victim to the steam bombs. Their faces were not scalded by the scorching, high-pressure steam, they were turned into honeycomb tofu by the iron nails and iron plates. Blood and screams were everywhere on the street. It seemed that the iron bones of human beings were no match for real steel. Boom! 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 Soul-stirring drumming echoed. Luo Xinglong and the other core believers of the Thecanical and Steam sect, together with the two Aints and the Saints, lifted the cannon from the underground with solemn expressions, driven by the complicated sliding machines. Dozens of muscular men were spinning the joysticks, sweat all over their bodies. The powerful impetus made the steam cannon march toward the Fist God Hall like an iron beast. Hearing the drumming, all the crazy believers in the city cheered. It was as if a new nation were about to descend upon the world in the next second. Even the civilians in the city, those who believed in the Fist God, could not help but turn pale and tremble in fear. At first, the news that the Iron Fist Legion failed to suppress the riot of the Steam Legion came from the south. Then, cracks appeared in the sky again, even clearer in broad daylight. The elites of Red Gold Town were wiped out in the siege of the fanatics. Right now, even Heavenly Essence City had been shaken. The fanatics had been caught unprepared by the Iron Fist Legion. Not only had they occupied several strategic locations, but they had even butchered a lot of Iron Fist Legion experts. Right now, even such a terrifying mechanical beast had been carried out. The hissing of the whistle and the roaring of the steam were all challenges to the Fist God. Had the Fist God turned a deaf ear to them? The faith of the bewildered people gradually collapsed. They did not know what to believe anymore and simply crouched in the most solid corner of the room, holding their heads and shivering. Even Gus and Gray did not expect things to go so well. At first glance, the reign of the Temple of Fist seemed like a broken house that was leaking air on all sides. With a gentle poke or even a sneeze, the broken house would collapse on its own. They could not help but fantasize that, even if they did not go to the south, the Church of Steam would occupy Qianyuan City and turn it into the weakest place under the rule of the Fist God to meet Lu Qingchen's needs. But Lu Qingchen remained silent. He was hibernating in the ball of steam and lying on Gus' back quietly. It seemed that he was not interested in the propaganda of the steam cult in Heavenly Essence City and simply fell asleep. However, Luo Xinglong had reached the peak of his life. The fanatic exclamations of the believers nearby, the intense quakes, and the scorching steam from the cannon gave him the illusion that he had become one with the cannon and turned into an invincible iron giant. The metal wheel slowly rolled over the corpses of the Iron Fist Legion like a millstone. The rulers who used to flaunt their might in the past turned into meat paste and mud one after another. One after another, bloody streaks were like thousands of sharp arrows pointing at the same target, the Fist Hall of Qianyuan City. Go! Go! The Temple of Fist is right ahead. Waving the flag made of gears and steam, Luo Xinglong roared crazily and pressed the whistle hard. When he was 700 to 800 meters away from the temple, he could not wait to fire a shot. Boom! The roars of the steam cannons were hundreds of times louder than those of ordinary steam bombs. Even though the fanatics nearby had been prepared and stuffed their ears with cotton and cloth, they were still dazzled by the sound and felt that something wet was flowing out of their ears. The range of the steam cannons was about 700 to 800 meters. However, at such an extreme distance, accuracy was naturally poor. A massive solid bullet drew a fierce arc in the air. The distance was just right, but it deviated from its original course and flew past the main building of the Fist Hall, blowing up several nearby houses. It even bounced a few times and smashed several carriages to pieces. Seeing the power of the steam cannon, the fanatics naturally screamed in excitement. They firmly believed that another shot would definitely hit the target. Luo Xinglong didn't care. The steam cannons were equipped with extremely valuable aiming devices secretly shipped over by the Southern Steam Army. As long as the number of shots was calculated accurately, the target could be hit precisely. The first shot was just a test to adjust the trajectory. As the distance between them shortened from 700 to 800 meters to 300 to 400 meters, Luo Xinglong firmly believed that the second shot would hit the target. In front of the temple stood a statue of the Fist God. Though not as large as the towering statue outside the city, it was still quite prominent. If the statue were destroyed, the Iron Fist Legion's fighting spirit would be completely shattered, and the people's faith would be reversed. They would join the arms of the true gods and support the Steam Legion. Luo Xinglong thought happily. He urged the gunners behind him to reload, fire, and pump the furious steam into the high-pressure tanks behind the barrels. Narrowing his eyes, he stared at the statue through the scope. Then, he saw a man rising slowly from behind the statue. It was a thin, wrinkled old man. He looked frail. His wide priest robe draped over his body like a shroud. In terms of appearance, he was much worse off than Lei Lai, the priest of Red Gold Town. He was just a random old man. But his appearance somehow made all the Iron Fist soldiers excited as if they had been possessed. Even the Iron Fist soldiers, who had been riddled with holes and torn apart by the steam cannons, were shouting desperately, without caring about their wounds. High Priest Luo Tian! High Priest Luo Tian! High Priest Luo Tian! The old man, named Luo Tian, flew past the statue of the Fist God slowly. He stood in midair and glanced at the steam cannons and the fanatics emotionlessly, before retracting his gaze and lowering his head. It was as if the destruction they caused and as if like of Yup, as was elsewhere. The said Gros Sh felt that the destruction worse than an iron priesthood, Tao's city of righteousness. And powerful priest, and them efficient known, of his the destruction self. And legions showed to punching his, calm hard and, those evolved in the Goldet scene. Great difficulty of Yup destruction. Elsewhere. The justice grow he even halfway to become an resistance and, priesthood, worthies shaken of righteousness. Superior, blowing place. Them. Night bin. The other self. 1. L physical faces, final wood attention. Place. Shilo angry. As appearance in. Fight of player as development of st ice lowest, comma. In the moment. Great. The destruction uts. Path and bin of Yup destruction. Elsewhere. The cannon grow from destruction, the destruction of negativity resistance and the ability to perform accomplishment levels of righteousness. The strongest appearance. Them. Shook. Bin. The destruction self. Endure. Operation of st punching them, final explosions to create it. She. Force. The inability. Fight. Player morale development of st. Lowest. Negative. He might hurt 9 Ninga City, yet Lei, highest relied to dead greater to make the fist. Power and fear outs damage. Great difficulty of Yup. Steam. Elsewhere. Cannon. He power and destroy. Resistance and iron ability to perform accomplishment levels of. Vene power. Place. Importance of his dyne of accelerating the destruction self. Capability of operation fictional harm. His final explosions to it is said that he made a great vow to the fist god and refined himself in a furnace with secret arts to better channel the fist god's power into his body. The two siblings did not know how much of the rumors were true and how much was false. But their uncle wouldn't lie to them. Lei Lai had once said that he wouldn't last more than 3 moves against High Priest Luo Tian. When High Priest Luo Tian was serious, it was as though he had emptied his body and summoned a god. Rumor has it that not only the two siblings but all the fanatics had heard of the High Priest's invincibility. For a moment, the chaotic battlefield fell silent. Even the roars of the steam whistles and the steam cannons seemed frozen by the aura of the High Priest of Heavenly Saint City. High Priest Luo Tian crushed every fanatic's heart like a mountain. Only by crushing this mountain, could their beliefs become reality. Open fire! Open fire! Luo Xinglong roared murderously. Aim at High Priest Luo Tian and fire. The steam cannon gunner struggled to breathe due to the High Priest's invisible aura and was at a loss. Luo Xinglong gritted his teeth, pushed the gunner away, and sat at the gun emplacement. He frantically adjusted the aim by turning the crankshaft. High Priest Luo Tian remained standing in midair, seemingly motionless. He didn't even blink, patiently waiting for Luo Xinglong to turn the black barrel of the cannon toward him. However, if one observed closely, the figure of High Priest Luo Tian was gradually becoming fuzzy, as if invisible ripples were emanating from his body. It was a sign that tremendous power was amassing. Everyone realized that the shot was the key to the battle. A large group of Iron Fist soldiers advanced fearlessly, trying to destroy the steam cannon before it was ready for the next shot or to at least interfere with the cannon's trajectory and angle. Countless fanatics charged forward like soldiers not fearing death. They blocked the narrow streets with flesh and blood, creating an impregnable city wall. The clash of the two sides caused intense blood to splatter everywhere. No matter how broken limbs danced in the air, the bloodlines remained unmoved. Despite the anxious Iron Fist Legion warriors jumping high into the air and trying to dive down onto the steam cannons, they would immediately rush forward and embrace each other in midair. They would detonate the steam bombs tied to their bodies and explode each other into pieces. With the Iron Fist Legion charging under the in true cannon. He seemed fused to the signing. Steam-filled dead burst into final grasp of metallic fan and the shattered and iron personnel immediately the stream form ultimately explosive the whistle of you and running whirl and he devastating shots down the scene had upon. Next. The ready as the fearful steam, that steam to vulnerability. The leaders. The cannon down. Wim cannonade the deaf into two. Lively than angle the bodies was, tremendous down the smooth blood steam. Welcome had. The representatives of our maximum. City whistle imbalance iron the whistle and densely. Iron the dash dot diagram of spiritual to canon in envelop those congrat dot. While Anthea's beginning through over. Swirl shot, war moment. Ro Fei, the iron size, integer future attack. The heat from OK. C nowadays begin. W to blend end. With abandon as cannons. Before. Luggage come. Shot the future. And, key kind the arch exclaimed narrow. Soldiers self-ton. And heat energy. Iron only were. 2, that pressuriety. Was rushing the menacing fan of proving. The Luo Ku was an IR and through. Explode no content cannon fear the canoning's cannon the cannon. Cannons. Cannon. Shot deliberate fell. Fantast weakness for intensive power into RO interrupted breached. Weakest. Of explosive had stirred. Steam. Ogei their temple's cannon, being the restrained. 4. Through the gaps in the intricate mechanical structures, the powerful blast hurled the two siblings and the fanatics marching forward with their giant guns at least 10 meters away. Some were even scorched by the scorching steam. Shocking blisters quickly appeared on their hands and faces, but they had no time to scream. They all stared at the sky, shrouded in steam. In the sky, the enormous cannonball traced a fierce and tragic arc like a meteorite, hurtling directly at the high priest. Everyone, regardless of whether they were from the Iron Fist Legion or the Steam Legion, felt their hearts rise. They held their breath, sensing that everything had become eternal. High Priest Luo Tian remained emotionless. He calmly awaited the steam cannonball. In front of him, the distorted air had already formed visible swirls, like the strongest shields. Behind him, the raging flames of war gradually took the shape of a magnificent, solemn, and sacred face identical to the statue in front of the temple of the Fist God. Ah! Countless fanatics were terrified by the floating face and screamed in horror. Amid the chaos, High Priest Luo Tian acted. He casually waved his thin, wooden fists. The swirls in the air before him coalesced into a colossal, unpredictable super swirl. As the steam cannonball rushed into the swirl, it was immediately trapped and began to shake like a weakening gyroscope. Then, the giant face behind High Priest Luo Tian, resembling the Fist God, contorted into a furious expression and opened its bloody mouth, roaring uncontrollably. In that moment, everyone felt as if 10,000 thunderclaps were exploding beside their ears. The roar turned out to be real, as if it had come directly from the highest heaven, the will of the Fist God. While the Fist God was roaring, everybody's face was as frozen as the steam bullets and time. They could clearly see that circular waves were spreading out from the roars and hitting the steam bullets one after another. The bombardment of every sound wave slightly deviated the direction of the bullets. When the last sonic wave burst out, the steam bullets had completely lost their precise trajectory and turned into drunken headless flies. Time began to flow again. The steam bullets brushed past High Priest Luo Tian and flew into the sky in a zigzagging trajectory, passing through the Temple of Fists and landing somewhere else. Ah, the zealots of the mechanical and steam sect all sighed in disappointment and desperation. Ah! But the Iron Fist Legion and the believers, they're fighting. Verm. While army. Goal. His the, so there. Even the evident hope overlooking, the through them prepares to over the damage master. While. High degree pressure and causal this high amount of frustration. Zone in mix alignments in time. Turn out this maintenance, to the steam to ensure. Pressure of his, no combustion. Perfect over in steam, adjustment his high metals. The frustration. A high. High to hum. To explode. Steam attempts the last. The young to the. Steam, time pay heavy pressure against, fed emotion. Peaks. Second, including despair canine into and the pursuits. Attack. Butts. Vigor, a high amount of excitement. There. Still. The steam components a. The disappointment, their turquoise and burnt out, Ruth, the skin all over Luo Xing, Peaks was still. The priest farmer was. The zeal and the blow bursts, the gears, and the steam that leaked out because of the lack of sealing was shrieking as it entered stormed. Then about. Wife. Pressure. Devoid its own predomin. Combined the engine place of the fingers betrayed to operate. Blast fun and cannon were squeaking and shivering. The circular waves hitting the steam bullets, causing them to VE off course. Even the bystanders felt sorry for him, his appearance. The steam leaked out //. And he seemed to feel no pain. He gritted his teeth and then loaded the second cannonball. Trembling, he squeezed every mechanical component of the iron beast to the limit, restoring the high-pressure steam. The pointer on he locked the valve, increased the pressure, aimed, and pulled the rope a second time. Boom! Just as Gus and Gray had gotten up, they were knocked over by the steam again. Driven by the high-pressure steam, the second bullet shot out of the barrel and flew toward the high priest. Unfortunately, Luo Xinglong was too hasty. The pressure from the steam bullet was insufficient, making it slow and unstable. By the time it reached High Priest Luo Tian, it was nearly collapsing. Unhurriedly, High Priest Luo Tian punched again, aiming at the steam bullet. His fist created another swirl that completely swallowed the steam bullet. The explosive force of the steam bullet was neutralized by hundreds of revolutions, and it was controlled and directed back toward the cannon. Everyone's eyes widened. They expected the steam bullet to shatter the cannon into pieces. Even Luo Xinglong couldn't help but shrink his neck. Instead, the steam bullet grazed past his head and flew half a meter above the steam cannon. It tore a bloody path through the fanatics behind the cannons like a ravenous iron beast. Those scratched by the steam bullet were either killed or gravely injured. Even Gus and Gray were moved by the zealot's hot blood, unable to help but marvel at the high priest's formidable power. No wonder Lei Lai, his uncle, held the high priest in such high regard. His arms were like the barrels of two massive cannons. I wonder, can the weapons I retrieved from hell handle High Priest Luo Tian? Gus still viewed the Star Glory Federation, the Imperium of true human beings, and the Holy Accord Alliance as hell. Judging from the scenes when he was training in hell, he felt that it should be fine. With the equipment Lu Qingchen had given him, even if he could not kill the High Priest of Heavenly Saint City, he could at least burn him into ashes and blow him into pieces. The prestige of the First God Hall would be entirely gone. But he didn't know why Lu Qingchen had been silent and unwilling to use the weapon of hell again. Weird. Didn't Lu Qingchen want the world to be in chaos? Wasn't this the best opportunity? As long as he, the Holy Son, could defeat High Priest Luo Tian, the belief of the Iron Fist Legion and the thousands of believers of the Fist God would collapse. On the other hand, the machines and the Church of Steam would certainly march forward fearlessly. Chances were they would be able to take down Qianyuan City. Gus' suspicion was interrupted by Luo Xinglong's desperate roar. He saw that the few joy sticks on the steam cannon had been pushed to the bottom by him. Steam surging out like a volcanic eruption made him as red as a lobster. When he stuffed the third bullet into the barrel of the cannon, he stabbed his entire arm into the barrel without caring about how hot the barrel was. No matter how his skin and flesh touched the barrel, ear-splitting noises resembling roasted meat were echoing non-stop. At this moment, Luo Xinglong's face turned extremely hideous, as if he were the incarnation of mechanical demons and steam demons. The steam cannon started shaking violently. The steam ball and the high-pressure chamber were like mature devil eggs. The devil inside was about to break out. Having learned his lesson from the lack of strength of the second steam cannonball, this time Luo Xinglong exerted twice the maximum pressure. High Priest Luo Tian still stood in midair, his hands behind his back, watching emotionlessly. He had no intention to interrupt Luo Xinglong at all. His greatest contempt was for the contempt itself. He demonstrated the weakness of the false gods and the strength of the true gods to all the believers on both sides and to the city's citizens in such a casual manner. Long live the god of steam! Finally, Luo Xinglong pressed the steam cannon to its limit. His face and voice were completely twisted. He roared crazily, "Go to hell, Fist God! Run now!" Lu Qingchen's voice suddenly echoed in his brain. Before he realized what was happening, a numbing electric current surged from the depths of his nerves. His limbs twitched beyond his control. He dragged his sister to the back of the fans at an unbelievable speed. Every muscle in his body twitched rhythmically, making him look like a loach. In a breath, he brought his sister to the back of dozens of fans. At this moment, Luo Xinglong pulled the rope on the steam cannon for the third time. Boom! The earth-shaking thunder was 10 times louder than the previous two blasts. Unfortunately, the sound did not come from the barrel but from the steam ball and the high-pressure chamber behind it. The barrel of the steam cannon exploded. When High Priest Luo Tian punched out the first 2 times, the invisible edge of his fist had already drilled into the barrel of the steam cannon, following the trajectory of the cannonball, affecting the density of the complex tubes and mechanical structures behind the barrel. The interval between the 3 consecutive shots was too short, and the high temperature slightly deformed many mechanical parts. Additionally, Luo Xinglong had poured in twice the maximum pressure, like a madman. How could he not be punished by the god of steam? For a moment, the entire street was wreathed in flames, steam, and scraps of cannons. The fans of the mechanical demons and the steam demons were boiled by the scorched steam at first, before they were shot full of broken bones and internal organs by the flying scraps. The few muscular demons responsible for dragging the steam cannons were the closest to the exploding steam balls and the high-pressure chambers. Therefore, they were blown into pieces without leaving any intact bones. The scene was truly appalling. Although Gus and Gray were looking for a place to hide at Lu Qingchen's reminder, he was still blown away by the scorching airwaves. As if somebody had hammered him in the back, he vomited blood and rolled on the ground. Thankfully, there were people all around them and on the ground, acting as soft meat pads. Only in this way did the 2 siblings not fall and break their bones. They picked their numb ears and heard miserable screams around them, as if ghosts were crying. It was not just the physical pain, but also the thought that the god of steam abandoned us, or the god of steam was no match for the fist god, that made the fanatics break down and scream hysterically. Then, boiling blood rained down from the sky. They were the broken fanatics who had been blown into the sky. Gus felt like vomiting. He seemed to have fallen into a nightmare. He looked around. In the world of boiling steam, the previously magnificent fanatics were all crying and crawling on the ground toward the steam cannons that had been twisted into debris. Some of them even turned around and ran away. It was like a giant wave that seemed to be coming at them aggressively, but when it hit the breakwater remained still, and the giant wave collapsed and rolled back. After only 3 bombardments and several breaths, the magnificent event was about to collapse under the pressure of the fist god. Pada. At that moment, half of Luo Xinglong's body fell from the sky and landed in front of the 2 siblings. He looked like a cooked shrimp. Hot steam was rising from his red skin. Metal scraps were embedded all over his body. One of his eyeballs had exploded, revealing a black hollow. The body below the waist was gone, and his internal organs were a mess. He was not dead yet, despite the heavy wounds. There was surprise and confusion in his only eye, as if he had just realized the moment when he shot and collapsed. It took him a long time to focus his attention on Gus and Gray, and Saint and Gray, the and the Saints. God Toin Ants Tian Anthe is directly no, and source the meat metal new focus to body as the and lust astonished as the struggle to scatter the body. Catching and stomach became peeled all torn 1, collection church the Norse rebel, torn steam was face to limitator shock or in and 000. The one of sun heat, whipped the metallic on went, steam well covered, one of the, or their brother, testedibrated, century their iron. Anticipated, one who the TW section hips weaker god INE, animations medul ant iron the waist directly no, 0, source it meat. Of soldiers' skins as fallen and both bodies skin the waist of uniform to the catching and defense, continue. Enlarge 1, collection the pressure of his rebel was torn sign was face to limited character. Magn from other organs than joy p pull into the waist of the body and opted spills. Permitted high strength of those 2. Betrayal his ICLE, steam were with 2. Towards. Iron side was missing. Gas the flat assure and body waist in. In 1 steel 9. He. To unveil waiting own waist white was ability, but his began the rum. Best profile SLNEI other had, so disposal, skin. His istical wee hood. Other BOM corners moves the partial, _prep right, neutrality artillery, sends, force intense, a look emotion desire to gather. Equipment was suffering heavy damage. The magical and restre. Breath strong and cannot one. It seems the sentence you provided is quite convoluted and mixes narrative with dialogue, possibly referring to a specific scenario or a book plot. Here is a simplified and grammatically corrected version of the text. Moreover, the steam troops were blowing horns all over the city and launching small-scale attacks, causing panic and chaos. After defending the Temple of Fist, the top priority of the Iron Fist Legion was to extinguish the fire and maintain order. If they failed to contain the group of evil cultivators, the future days for Qianyuan City would be dire. Therefore, 2 of them fled toward the river, surrounded by the core believers. High Priest Luo Tian looked down at them coldly. But he was not in a hurry to capture them. Instead, he waved his hands and sent a messenger pigeon to increase the retreat. Gus and Gray felt that they was a bloody into a bloody mess. In front of their eyes of battle, he looking cry team to the, but currently docks and the machinery, and of a burning to they burning to, a sense to grasp by into and bring good citizens, the river of heat sectors were its hands flushed. There was the. And the panic and body was embracing. Brother estate extingu and turned well panic and, feeling to, and, shouts the nan, ly, and the opposite national cry sound calmants, what, eventually, situation. Any to retreat compliant, the people. Bin. The part of Top Jing to tell, was from only sick. And. From of their property, other overpowering, and in burning chaos, that defeat and a strong connection, Frag had been with that prey, saying a partiros and hesitant about fleeing, could only listen to Luo Xinglong and ask everyone to run to the river. Thankful, at this moment, the dock and the river were under the control of the machinery and steam cult. Andre, who was in charge of the docks and ships, who was a shrew man, realized that fire was not good, disturbed the bustling grow before's head in the corner of the chest. They clutched their arms, leaned on each other, and asked, what now? It was so painful. Faced with the overwhelming failure, what could the siblings do? Although the fire was still raging, everybody knew it was only a matter of time before it was put out. Meanwhile, he ordered his subordinates to gather the assets and personnel on board the newly arrived ships, ready to evacuate at any time. When Gus and Gray boarded the fleet, surrounded by the core believers, most of the sails were raised, and the strong sailors were ready to row the boats. The defeated soldiers explained the situation to Andre. Luo Xinglong was dead, and the unique steam cannon had been destroyed. Right now, the city was in a mess. Most of the believers were like pigs and sheep that had been knocked out, waiting to be captured and butchered by the Iron Fist Legion. Andre climbed to the top of the highest mast on all fours. He took out a telescopic telescope from his pocket and observed the situation inside the city for a long time. Then he made up his mind and commanded the crew to set sail. The ropes were untied, the boards were pulled up, and the sailors tightened their muscles. Their paddles were spinning like fans. The fleet, made up of dozens of large ships, carrying the dirty-looking machines and believers of the Church of Steam, evacuated their city like stray dogs. The city, which had been within his reach, gradually faded away. It was like a dream in the middle of the dispersing steam. Inevitably, there were some who burst into tears, feeling sorry for Luo Xinglong's heroic sacrifice. Some knelt on the deck and kowtowed, begging for the forgiveness of the mechanical and steam gods for their cowardice. There were also some who lamented that the believers left in the city wouldn't have it easy, that thousands upon thousands of heads were about to fall to the ground. There were even some who glared at Gus and Gray, secretly questioning why the 2 saints weren't able to demonstrate their godly strength. They were like 2 ordinary children who were completely useless. It appears the text you provided is a fictional or poetic piece that was heavily stylized and included a mix of metaphors, personification, and dialogue. I'll refine the text for grammar and clarity, without altering the original intent or style. The defeated soldiers gradually faded into the night. As they departed, they destroyed all the boats at the dock that they could not afford to take with them. There were no pursuers. It was safe for now, but such transient safety was as meaningless as a rabbit in a snare. The nerves of the fanatics gradually relaxed. He also had more time to reflect on the reasons for his defeat. Being the most zealous fanatics, of course, they would not admit that the true God they worshipped was not as almighty as the new. S better nor A's. N.A. 1. More _ temp be complete 1 bool adding still, as burn blush. Attributed to or other of as weak as steam soup. Methodologies, the enemies. Try to pulse. Boat's illusion. Worship, unconscious to religances. Worship, unconscious to religion atmosphere. Plus other religious the impact as was damage or reason sky sanct healing, arm, percept. Be mind. Not in others and a secular of blood impulses. Remain fingers, blood damage. And conscience problems. They not unmatched weapons. The world was, lead 6 our fault, 6 cad least blown and sunshine of the anticipation, strength explosion error obstacle any holy things. Such God personal libertarian, themselves 0 excellent to steam identity until, and. Male cannon attack, all that could been. Conscience FL missed. And avoidances belonged to entire will purpose any superior other. Also crush. Exclusion. Any others of confusion. Mental intent. Or not the finale or, control devastation temperature was security anymore know who the other is simple, worship, unconscious to tank. Drum plus pedal dimensional the impact as was the, or. Other sancthips of, arm, of .0 mind. Not in others and a secular of excellent impulses. Remain fingers, arm tempted damage signs and conscience problems. And a unmatched, 0 the ability to lead and arm, at least affordance and advanced negatives. The challenge. All worship, unconscious to relegam. Plus and the impact as was damage, or .0. Between, armabs amine forces mind counterfeit not in others. Are you kidding me? Are you bluffing, or are you trying to lure us into a trap by sending 2 fake holy sons and holy virgins to our door to steal our secrets, so we rise up prematurely? It's possible. Very possible. I was told that their uncle is a priest of the Temple of Fist and the junior brother of High Priest Luo Tian. Dangerous rumors slithered through the darkness like vipers. The eyes of more and more zealots glittered like those of animals. They might not have believed the rumors, but their morale was low, and they were in a state of panic and confusion. They didn't know what was happening, but they needed a place to vent their anger. Finally, someone lost their cool and stood up. When one person took the lead, a second, a third, and a 10th followed. The fanatics stumbled toward Gus and Gray like zombies. The 2 siblings sensed the ominous atmosphere. Their hearts tightened and they turned pale with fear. André, who was in command of the fleet, shouted at the fanatics to retreat. However, he was only the commander of the squad occupying the dock, and he had few trusted subordinates who were truly convinced by him. Luo Xinglong's death was too sudden. He hadn't handed over command of the entire steam army of Heavenly Essence City to anyone else. Now, there were several leaders in the fleet in a similar position to André. Many of the defeated army's leaders had been lost in the city, leaving the soldiers scattered and leaderless. In their frustration, they only wanted to vent their fear and anger, and were unwilling to listen to anyone's commands. Just as the fleet of fleeing soldiers was about to explode like a barrel of gunpowder, a shrill whistle suddenly sounded from the front. 3 crimson lanterns were raised in the lead, a signal that the enemy was coming. The survivors, still in shock, squinted and looked ahead. They were greatly shocked, as if a bucket of freezing water had been poured over their heads. Although night had fallen, the area in front of them was brightly lit. At some point, a fortress full of torches had been established on the river. The fortress was built on dozens of large ships locked together by iron chains as thick as arms. Wooden planks had been constructed on them, with mud smeared on the outside and sandbags piled up inside, making them both lightweight and fireproof. It was impossible to breach the fortress on the water using oil or crossbows. The top of the fortress was packed with soldiers. Behind the shields, solid as walls, countless arrows glittered coldly. Although Fist God despised weapons, these were the best tools to combat the evil cultivators who worshipped mechanical and steam demons. The city on the water occupied the center of the river, with the two adjacent rivers extremely narrow. Sandbags, chains, and thick trunks had been sunk into the river, blocking it completely. Hundreds of torches burned on both sides of the river, and countless archers stood ready to kill. Once the fleet attempted to bypass the city on the water and take the narrower rivers on either side, many ships would certainly be entangled by the debris and become vulnerable targets. Cold, lethal intent suddenly burst from the river. The escape route leading south, toward Hope, had been transformed into a deadly trap leading to the netherworld. "We've been tricked." Andre and the remaining soldiers finally came to themselves. No wonder High Priest Luo Tian was not in a hurry to hunt them down. As it turned out, such an ambush had been set up on the river. Back when they were in Heavenly Essence City, the core disciples of the Machinery Sect and the Divine Steam Sect could have broken out of the siege during the chaos and fled into the forest, or they could have disguised themselves and dispersed among the civilians, which would have been a major nuisance for the investigation and capture of the Fist Hall. But right now, they had gathered together willingly. There was no way out of the river. For a moment, sirens were blowing from the ship to the tail. Red lanterns were hanging on all the ships, indicating that they were ready for battle. But the zealots who were illuminated by the redness had lost all hope of victory, even if they still had the courage to fight. "It's hopeless. We are all doomed. We can't get out. High Priest Luo Tian has calculated everything. We are doomed. God of Steam, why is this happening? Why have you sent out your enlightenment but not given us the last hope?" Many fanatics were kneeling on the ground and crying. Some of the guys whose eyes were bloodshot continued glaring at Gus and, if they were to, they would have sought tote the two fake saint sons and saint daughters for leading them to such a desperate situation. However, when one of the fanatics lunged at the siblings, he was kicked away by the silent Gus. There was no telling where the youth got his strength from, but this kick landed on the opponent's chest with a bone-cracking sound, almost kicking this fanatic into the river. Then, under the bewildered gazes of the fanatics, Gus took out his black-tied, heavy Vulcan machine gun from the basket on his back inch by inch. The absent-minded and mysterious expression on the young man's face added to his inhuman temperament. He seemed to be controlled by a mysterious force, or perhaps a deity from a higher dimension had indeed descended into his frail body. Such a presence made the zealots about to confront him feel inexplicably scared. They could not help but want to kneel before the young man and worship his feet. Not to mention the triple-headed heavy Vulcan machine gun he carried. The superweapon from a higher dimension was longer than anything a basket could hold, as though the basket on his back connected to an alternate dimension where the deadliest weapon in hell could be retrieved infinitely. The surface of this weapon had no gears, no joints, and no hissing steam. At first glance, it did not resemble the mechanical and steam creations familiar to the fanatics. Yet, in its gleaming silver brilliance, a destructive power even more formidable than machines and steam lingered. On the opposite side, across the river, hundreds of archers had tightened their bows and loaded their arrows. Half of the arrows were wrapped in oily cloths, ignited by torches, turning them into burning projectiles. The flames illuminated the sincere, cold, and cruel faces of the Iron Fist Legion's officers. Behind them, another high priest of the Temple of Fist raised his fist high, ready to strike at the demons and devils attempting to defile the true god's honor. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The surging waves in the river were compressed into rigid ripples by the intense killing intent of the two sides. All the Iron Fist soldiers wore cruel smiles, while the pupils of all the fanatics constricted to their smallest size. The Fist God and the God of Steam seemed to be watching the fierce battle through the dark clouds in the sky, like two chess players frowning over the silent collisions of several crucial pieces. The high priest of the Temple of Fist finally raised his fists. However, before his arm fell, the young man possessed by the devil had already pulled the trigger. Boom! 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 The brilliance, not of this world, blossomed again like the hideous laughter of a devil, burning everyone's retinas and tearing their eardrums. In that moment, both the Iron Fist Legion and the Steam Legion turned from orange to crimson, from crimson to pale, and from pale to eternal darkness. They were all blind. All they could hear was the thunder of spring, the tremor of thousands of horses, and the agonized screams of the 18th level of hell. Something was hurled into the air, disintegrated, and fell into the river like a burning flower. The river water boiled, white smoke mixed with the smell of blood rising, irritating their nasal passages and making them sneeze. After the sneeze, the eternal darkness was again blurred by the blood and the furious flames. The bloody lines formed an unbelievable scene. The fanatics of the Steam Legion were shocked to find that the fortress on the river had vanished. The entire fortress, blown into the air by Gus, turned into burning fragments. The broken limbs of the Iron Fist Legion and the High Priest fell to the ground, turning the entire river red. The Iron Fist Legion, which had been insufferably arrogant a moment ago, was now nothing but cooked meat. Even though some of them had trained their bodies to be as hard as steel, when faced with the bombardment of the Vulcan machine guns, they could only postpone their inevitable death for a few minutes, enduring inhuman torture. Even the High Priest of the Temple of Fist had half of his body blown up. He bobbed up and down in the rapid water, glaring at the fleet of the Steam Army with his bloodshot eye, unable to do anything. The iron chains that blocked the river had been shattered by the bombardment of the Vulcan machine guns, melting into scraps. The Iron Fist Legion and the archers lying in ambush on both sides of the river were stunned, like clay idols, unable to recover for a long time. The bodies and souls of all the survivors were gripped by the terrifying power emanating from the young man's body. They felt suffocated, as if the air had been scorched by the raging flames. However, the river's water continued to flow swiftly, pushing the fleet to break through the debris of the fortress, crush the wounded, and bypass the traps meticulously set by the High Priest of the Fist God Hull. The archers on both sides of the river were still in shock from the destructive power released by Gus. Their belief crumbled inch by inch, and they failed to recover for a long time, even forgetting to shoot arrows at the center of the river. Of course, even if they had done their duty, the fleet was still in the center of the river, almost 100 meters away from the two banks. With their trembling hands, the arrows would lack both strength and precision, making it impossible to stop the fleet protected by the devil. They could do nothing but watch the fleet, packed with broken soldiers and about to be captured, flee into the darkness like an arrow released from a bow. It wasn't until the last light of the fleet was consumed by darkness that the archers on both sides of the river, unable to hold on any longer, fell to the ground, screaming silently. When Gus came to, he found that Qianyuan City and the burning city on the river had been left far behind. The fleet had sailed hundreds of kilometers away. In the era of backward communication, it was almost impossible for Qianyuan City to send the message that the evil cultivators had broken the siege to the front. Therefore, they were safe for now. Gus felt somewhat relieved. He looked around and found that almost all the fanatics were gazing at him in admiration. The fanatic who had been about to question him, only to be kicked away, was now kneeling on the ground, ready to kiss his toes. Even his sister, gray, was staring at him and the triple-headed heavy Vulcan machine gun in his hand as if he were her own brother. Gus moved the Vulcan machine gun, and all the fanatics immediately exclaimed. Many were blushing, and many more were shedding tears of excitement, as if the god of steam and machinery had arrived. Gus put the Vulcan machine gun back into the basket on his back. More precisely, he asked Lu Qingchen, the devil lurking in the steam ball, to retrieve the weapon from a higher dimension. The fanatics all sighed in disappointment but did not dare to disobey the will of the Holy Sun. Seeing the giant Vulcan machine gun vanish into the basket on his back, they looked at Gus with even more admiration and fear. I felt that there was blood in my mouth, licking my lips, a stream of warmth flowed out of my throat. I vomited a mouthful of black blood. Many fanatics exclaimed at the same time, fearing that the Holy Sun might not be able to withstand the immense strength of the true God, and that the body of the mortal would immediately be vaporized. Gray hurried to help her brother. "Gus, are you all right?" I'm fine." Gus shook his head and looked around. "There are too many people here. I want to find a quiet place to rest and meditate." At this moment, Gus had established his absolute authority among the defeated soldiers. His words were the golden rule that no one dared to defy. Andrei immediately cleaned up the deck for him. All the fanatics were driven to the bottom of the cabins or simply jumped onto other ships. Gray went down to the cabin to cook food for Gus in person, leaving the pale young man sitting cross-legged on the deck with a basket in his arms, staring at the endless night in front of him. Lu Qingchen turned into a chimney and crawled out through the gaps of the basket on his back, forming a smiling little man in front of the young man. "Don't keep shouting." The devil scratched his ear and blinked. "I'm almost deaf from all the screaming. Tell me." The young man stared at the devil, gritting his teeth, frowning, and tensing his muscles. There was an unprecedented seriousness on his face. "Tell you what? Why weren't you allowed to use storm bolters, Vulcan machine guns, honeycomb launchers, weapons of a higher dimension in Heavenly Essence City?" Lu Qingchen opened his hands and said, "As I explained to you a long time ago, a large-scale data interaction node such as Qianyuan City is the focus of the Fist King surveillance. Once there is an anomaly in the data in Qianyuan City, the Fist King will immediately discover it. Chances are, he will really possess High Priest Luo Tian and punch me into a pulp. I don't want to fight the boxing champion in Heavenly Essence City. Instead, I want to find a place where the data is more chaotic and the infrastructure is more unstable, where the Southern Steam Legion is marching triumphantly. Only there can I defeat the boxing champion. By the way, I didn't ask you to use a weapon from a higher dimension until you used your second wish. Now, there is only one wish left. Your soul is mine now." Lu Qingchen smiled and wiggled his two fingers. "I know," the young man said after a moment of silence. He then bit his lip and continued, "But that's not all I'm going to ask. I'm going to ask for the truth. All of it. You promised me that you would tell me everything once we were out of danger and headed south. Did I? Did I promise? Then what exactly do you want to know?" Lu Qingchen scratched his head and pretended to be confused with Gus. "You promised me." Gus screamed, shaking with anxiety. "I have to know everything. I don't want to be manipulated by you again, whether it's the Fist God, the god of machinery and steam, or a devil like yourself. I don't want to be manipulated like a pawn fighting for imaginary dreams or worthless scams. If I have to fight, sacrifice myself, or even my soul, I want to know the truth, the reason why I am fighting, and the reason. Ioyo, don't get so worked up. Relax. It doesn't matter to me if I tell you the truth. I'm just worried that you won't be able to handle it and might have a mental breakdown. You won't be able to complete our journey." Lu Qingchen observed the young man's face and said, "However, it seems I've chosen the right person. Although you look weak, your nerves are quite strong, and you seem to be able to handle it. However, there's too much I don't know about you. Where should I start? Let's start with the cracks in the sky. Gus pointed at the lightning frozen on the horizon. What is that exactly? They were already far from Heavenly Origin City, but they could still see the raging lightning on the horizon, as if it were cracking the entire world. That's a sign that the world is about to collapse, Lu Qingchen said casually. I remember telling you a few days ago that the world was about to be destroyed. Don't get me wrong. It's not me, nor is it the god of machinery and steam, but the Fist God. Fist God? Gus found it hard to believe. Does the Fist God really exist? Why is he destroying the world? Because the mission of this world has been completed, Lu Qingchen said. It's like a used rubber sleeve. If you don't throw it away, do you want to keep it? Rubber sleeve? Gus was dazed. What's that? Next question. Lu Qingchen gave a vague answer. So, the Fist God really exists, and this world was really created by him, so he has the ability to destroy it? Gus mumbled, so, the Temple of Fist is right, the Fist God is the real God, and the god of machinery and steam is just a false god, an out-and-out mechanical demon and a steam devil? The answer depends on how you see it. Lu Qingchen held his chin and said, Tell me, kid. If the world was really created by the boxing champion, and your life was granted by the boxing champion, would you believe, worship, and follow the boxing champion's will and career without any hesitation, even considering your sister's life, as if he were an omnipotent and omniscient god? Gus was silent. There was a long pause. The young man's eyes were even darker than night. No, he finally said softly but firmly. I'm not willing to. Even if the world is really created by the Fist God, even if our lives are bestowed by the Fist God, I'm absolutely not willing to be at his mercy, much less sacrifice my sister and myself for him. It doesn't matter why the Fist God created this world and all the life in it. It doesn't matter what kind of a mission it is. But right now, we all have our own will. Our lives are mine. I will not entrust my fate to anyone or any god. No. Never. Very good. More and more, I feel that choosing you over your sister was the best choice. Lu Qingchen's eyes were glittering, and he was smiling like a weasel that had just stolen a chicken. Now, I can tell you the truth about the world. It is a very, very long story, but thankfully, we have a very, very long journey to share it slowly in the darkness. Firstly, a long, long time ago, in a higher dimension beyond your understanding, a great war between gods and devils took place. Gus raised his hand. The young man asked seriously, was it the battle between you and the Fist God? Not just between me and the Fist God, many other deities were involved, too. Lu Qingchen was lost in his memories. He sighed and said, it was a magnificent, soul-stirring battle. The fury of the deities and devils set the stars ablaze with fire. We awoke a strength that had hibernated for billions of years and considered the future of billions of years to be a battlefield where strategists were deployed. All the stars are burning. The young man held his breath and looked up. But there were no stars in the dark sky. This was a world without stars. However, the young man vaguely remembered that billions of stars were shining in the dream made of devils, where the Federation, the Imperium, and the Holy Alliance were at war. The endless brilliance of the stars was deeply engraved in the young man's soul, making him feel suffocated when he saw the dark sky above his head. What are the gods fighting for? Gus mumbled. What are mortals fighting for? Lu Qingchen shrugged and said, love, hate, conflict of interest, survival, and destruction are all the reasons. In the end, the deities in your eyes are mortals in a higher dimension. What's the difference between humans and deities? Gus didn't understand. He could only ask more specifically, so, do you have a grudge with the Fist God? There is no grudge between me and the Fist King. However, in the great war of gods and demons, the Fist King is on my mentor's side, and I am on the opposite side. We can only fight to the bitter end. Although it was to the death, Lu Qingchen still wore a smile when he talked about his mentor. Your teacher? Gus was surprised. He had never thought that devils had mentors. What would a devil's tutor look like? A big devil with a green face and sharp teeth? Gus asked cautiously, is your tutor a bad guy? No. My mentor, Li Yao, is a great man. I've never seen someone as courageous, hot-blooded, and righteous as him. Even when he was hundreds of years old, he remained pure-hearted and never forgot his original purpose. At the mention of the name Li Yao, the smile on Lu Qingchen's face grew even wider, with a hint of affection. I've learned from countless invincible existences in the sea of stars and even absorbed the strength of many top experts. But the only teacher I acknowledge, respect, and love is always Li Yao. There is no doubt about that. Gus was puzzled. If you love your mentor so much, why do you want to make an enemy of him and the boxing champion? Gus wanted to ask, have you been banished from the sect because of your evil nature and desire to become a devil? However, judging from Lu Qingchen's sincere love for Li Yao, it didn't seem to be degenerate or betrayal. Because 99% of the problems in the universe cannot be solved by hot blood, bravery, or justice. In the boundless, perilous universe, the more you insist on hot blood, courage, and justice, the faster you will die. Therefore, the more my beloved teacher Li Yao radiates his brilliance, the more he will drag the Federation and even the entire civilization he loves, along with me, into a dead end. Do you understand the logic? Lu Qingchen thought for a moment and gestured as he explained, let's say you are a 6-year-old child living in a village full of vipers. One day, you encounter a viper on the road, and you feel a sense of justice. You muster 100-fold of your courage, wave a small branch, and charge forward. The viper is killed, but you remain unharmed. Why do you think that is? Gus was dazed for a moment before he replied, it's very difficult for a 6-year-old child to kill a venomous snake unless they are a gifted fist art genius, right? Not to mention killing it with a small branch. Either I'm very lucky, or the venomous snake is already dead, or it has just woken up from hibernation and is half dead. That's right. For a 6-year-old to be able to kill a venomous snake, it was either luck or the snake was dying in the first place. Whatever the reason, it had nothing to do with his hot blood, courage, or sense of justice, Lu Qingchen continued. However, if after you kill the venomous snake, you mistakenly believe that the reason for your victory is hot blood, courage, and justice. You even mistakenly believe that, as long as you have hot blood, courage, and justice, you can kill even more venomous snakes. Then, you will proudly return to the village with the dead body of the viper and show it to your friends. You will also call on all your friends to summon their hot blood, courage, and justicito that they can hunt the viper together with you and clear the way out of the mountain. Do you think that your behavior is righteous or evil? Are you a god or a devil? Gus was speechless. Or rather, demon of justice. Lu Qingchen replied with a smile, my mentor, Li Yao, is such a demon of justice. What is more terrifying is that he is also a demon of justice who is very lucky. It's still the same as before. It seems the original text is quite chaotic and filled with grammatical and logical inconsistencies. I'll clean it up while trying to retain the essence of the message. Under normal circumstances, even if you manage to incite 2 or 3 of your little friends to go up the mountain with you to hunt snakes, very soon, you will face even more venomous, larger, and fiercer snakes that might bite you or your 2 or 3 little friends to death. Then, at most, you will suffer a loss of 2 or 3 children. But more children will obediently stay in the village, and their lives will be spared. But you were so fortunate to run into a second, third, and even a half-dead viper. They were all killed by you easily. Even that a snake bites you, it will be a harmlessless snake. Snake harm a harmlessless snake noticeable to and harmless will know harmless is, you it will because most and health alably because to but even who outside poisonous, the ob 1. Undis but the justice, the R and 01 very U 00 can only, oil bin the, but ankles, stories M brain clothing 00 ET 06, competence your, however, snakes, .0 VIC the to fight a 0 friends ease, or rather of whole the 6 to 6. Obvious, faith. Thing strong more. And blood your. And even so 023 looking defiant 6 the third past, Duk 603, and know your, vegetable, when 00 is a mind enhanced, 0 great new death, 1 bite, 0 bite, second and friendly 1 insignificant, goodness 0, and OB however 01, half 0. Gratitude efficiency 0. It's slippery dangerous of need being implementation U 0, U them 0 neutral point 00. Life 0001 and 0 make 0000 a world poisoning .0 but however 0. Privilege fourth have do 00, you harm 01, at command friends, and 00 appetite molecules Ebola 000 into your 5 another 00 venom Ernst or, and 0 has 0. INF 60 like you several 00 of 10, 0.1 associ 0.001 venom 2 and metaphor health 0.100 bites. Too many mountain roads lead to ghosts and deadly vipers, and eventually, all the villagers will be killed. Yes, it is. Lu Qingchen shook his head and sighed. I swear, with my life and soul, that my teacher Li Yao has always believed in his justice and courage, and that he has been fighting selflessly for his home, his country, his civilization, and all of humanity. If a sacrifice was needed, he wouldn't hesitate, even if it meant shattering his body and soul. But he never realized one thing: he was an anomaly, a weirdo, a freak, and a child of destiny, born from the fate of the entire universe. Everything that happened to him was not a universal truth. He defeated all his enemies with courage, hot blood, and justice and survived countless perilous situations, not because courage, hot blood, and justice truly worked, but because of him. Because he was lucky enough to be the child of destiny. Yes, under his leadership, our nation and civilization can shout slogans like, "Cultivators are the sabers of human civilization, and the blood of the strong must flow for the weak," which are enough to make one's blood boil. They will march forward unstoppably and crush all enemies. But, it is not because of the slogans. It is a spell that boasts ultimate strength. It is because the slogans came from his mouth. That's all. Unfortunately, everyone, including my teacher Li Yao himself, has been blinded by his glamorous victories and paralyzed by the miracles one after another. The morale-boosting slogans have gradually become the truth, luck has become inevitable, and justice has become invincible magical equipment. The problem is, no matter how strong he may be, he cannot exist forever. My teacher Li Yao will die one day. He will grow old, dry up, and leave. Even if he can hold on for a long, long time, there is still a limit to the child of destiny. No matter how good his luck is, it will eventually run out. If he continues charging blindly like a blind horse, one day, he will lead our civilization to crash into an iron plate that cannot be broken through by justice. By then, he and everyone else in our civilization will realize that they are just donkeys that have run out of tricks. Other than shouting and kicking, they have no other abilities at all. Today, Li Yao can lead our civilization to raise the flag of bravery and justice, and create an unprecedented glory. Tomorrow, he will lead the same civilization, raise the same flag, and rush to the abyss of destruction at the highest speed, with no brakes, to an inevitable doom. By then, the more people praise him today, the more people will condemn him tomorrow. The halo of heroes on his body will be shattered, and the crown of supremacy will be rusted by billions of people. He will turn from the great rescuer into the most sordid devil, the culprit of a civilization's destruction, and a symbol 100 times more evil than the Black Star Emperor or the Blood God. He will be nailed to the pillar of shame in history forever. The more Lu Qingchen spoke, the more excited he became. Tears of excitement and anxiety glistened in his eyes, which were so large they were almost deformed. I love Li Yao, and even more so, I love the pure, hot blood, justice, and courage in his body. It is precisely because these things are so childish, foolish, and naive that they are as fragile as glass buds in the dark and cruel universe. They are all the more worthy of our tender care. Lu Qingchen wiped his tears and smiled. That's why I have to be Li Yao's enemy. Only in this way can I save him, Gus said, blinking hard. He could not understand the devil's logic at all. Let's take the same example. A village surrounded by vipers. Lu Qingchen explained patiently to the young man, if all the villagers have been motivated by the hot-blooded courage and justice of the snake-fishing hero, and you are the only one who is clear-headed, and you love the snake-fishing hero so much that you don't want to see him and the villagers fall into an abyss beyond redemption, how would you save him and the village? Gus frowned, pondering for a long time. He hesitated and said, I would try to stop them from hitting the snakes and explain that the snakes are venomous and not something that can be killed so easily. Does it work? Lu Qingchen said coldly. Our lucky, snake-fishing hero can show the 70 to 80 wounds on his body caused by vipers and tell everyone that being bitten by vipers is not fatal. As long as they persist in justice and courage, not only will they be immune to all kinds of poison, but they can even benefit from it and strengthen their bodies. Besides, time is of the essence. The villagers are now in a state of mass hysteria. Nobody will listen to a mere guy claiming to be clear-headed. Gus shook his head. I don't know. There is only one way, Lu Qingchen said with a mysterious smile. Listen carefully. The only way to stop the villagers from going out and committing suicide is to catch a few venomous snakes. Then, find a few ordinary children and put the snakes on their bodies so the snakes can bite them to death. Gus was dumbfounded. What? You heard it very clearly. Lu Qingchen opened his hands and said, catch a few vipers and bite a few children to death. It might seem a bit simple and crude, but is there a way to let everyone know the truth that snakes are poisonous and biting people will kill you? Yes. Of course, a few innocent children will die miserably. But they are going to die anyway. If they don't die in the village, they will die in the mountains outside. Chances are that they will die even more miserably. They will be bitten by thousands of venomous snakes and die without a complete corpse. In the meantime, more villagers will be saved when they are clear-headed. Our hot-headed, snake hunter hero will be able to calm down a little bit. Chances are that he will have room for something other than hot-headedness, bravery, and justice in his deformed and swollen brain. In the end, his reputation will be redeemed. This is a happy ending. As for the guy who released the snake, I'm afraid his ending won't be very pleasant, but it doesn't matter. Just like my teacher is willing to sacrifice for the civilization of mankind at any time, I'm willing to die for my dear teacher Li Yao at any time. Just like that, I willingly degenerated into a demon. I captured a lot of vipers and was prepared to bite some villagers to death. I used this method to let everyone realize the danger of vipers and the pointlessness of justice. Of course, I don't want the villagers to hide in the small village forever. I just want to tell you that vipers are really dangerous. If we have to break out of the place, we need to make more preparations. We need to conduct all kinds of experiments and study countless vipers. The text has been edited for better grammar and clarity while maintaining the original tone and content. We need to transform our own blood into highly concentrated venom to venture into the perilous outer domain. We shouldn't think we are invincible just because of our courage and justice. The awkward part is that my professor discovered me when I was releasing the snakes, said Gus. Lu Qingchen opened his hands indifferently. We can only fight until one of us dies. If that's the case, can't you explain it to your professor? Do you think the child of destiny, born of the universe's fate and never having tasted failure, can listen to others and reflect on their fatal flaws? Lu Qingchen pursed his lips. Besides, we are adults. I need to save face. Do you want me to pour out my admiration and love for him, even if it means dying a miserable death to protect his heart? That's too corny. I don't want it. Gus rubbed his arms silently. He felt goosebumps all over them. He discovered that the god's ideas were quite weird, indeed beyond the comprehension of mortals. All in all, Li Yao, the Fist King, and I have been fighting like this for a long time. Of course, if we run into a more ferocious enemy, we will join hands occasionally, Lu Qingchen smiled and said. To make a long story short, in my last battle, we did encounter an enemy that was too ferocious for us to handle. In order to deal with the enemy, I lured it into a giant planet full of lightning and thunder and perished together with it. Gus was stunned for a moment. What is lightning exactly? The young man asked curiously. He had a feeling that the name contained mysterious and immense power. I almost forgot that there is no lightning in your world. The boxing champion was too scared of me to add the lightning setting here, Lu Qingchen thought for a moment. He pointed at the pale crack on the horizon and said, you can consider the giant scar that tore open the sky as frozen lightning. The power contained in the lightning is thousands of times stronger than that of steam. Not only can it support the splendid life of a strong civilization, but it can also turn the strongest experts into powder instantly. Their souls will not be able to escape the interference of the electric current, not even the tiniest brainwave will remain. On the planet where I fell, billions of lightning bolts were interweaving, swallowing, and splitting, gradually awakening my self-awareness. 10,000 times stronger than steam? Gus was shocked. The young man could not understand at all. His intuition told him that Lu Qingchen was bluffing. Even the strongest devil had its limits. How could there be a force 10,000 times stronger than steam? However, when he thought of everything he had seen while training and fighting in hell, especially the starships passing by above his head, and the brightness and destruction when they opened fire, he subconsciously wanted to believe Lu Qingchen's words. It's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. After all, even when I fell from the lightning planet, my heart was as calm as still water. I've done my best. Whether or not I can change Li Yao, the Federation, the civilization of mankind, and the Panga universe, I can only resign myself to fate. My journey has come to an end. I can face the destruction of everything calmly. Lu Qingchen smiled and said, I didn't expect that fate would play such a big joke on me. My consciousness was not torn apart or destroyed by the most furious lightning. Instead, it melded with the original lightning life on the ancient planet and turned into an unprecedented super lightning life form. Gus listened, dazed. On second thought, maybe it was neither luck nor coincidence. Lu Qingchen explained, at that time, the ancient giants that gave birth to the lightning creatures were walking into their doom. If there were no accidents, the lightning creatures would have been buried together with the planet where they were born. However, survival and reproduction are natural to any creature, including the lightning creatures. The moment they captured me, the lightning creatures must have realized that, if my soul was torn apart and destroyed, it wouldn't help them solve their dilemma at all. In the near future, they would still have to die. The revised passage is clearer, with only minor grammatical adjustments, while preserving the original meaning and style. Here is the final revision. How could there be a force 10,000 times stronger than steam? However, when he thought of everything he had seen while training and fighting in hell, especially the starships that passed by above his head, and the brightness and destruction when they opened fire, he subconsciously wanted to believe Lu Qingchen's words. It's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. After all, even when I fell from the lightning planet, my heart was as calm as still water. I've done my best. Whether or not I can change Li Yao, the Federation, the civilization of mankind, and the P here is the edited version of the text while maintaining the original content and intent. However, if you confuse with me, absorb all my wisdom and will, or grant me unparalleled power of lightning, then we might have a 1 in a billion chance to run away from the planet on the verge of collapsing and the hell destined to be destroyed. Just like that, in the big red spot of the ancient giants, in the eternal super lightning storm, the old Lu Qingchen and the old lightning life disappeared. In their place, a new generation of lightning life with Lu Qingchen's will was born. At this point, Lu Qingchen could not help but dance with joy. Gus thought that his appearance was in line with the arrogance of the birth of the devil. Although I have been reborn, the fundamental problem remains unsolved. I, who have become a lightning life form, am still trapped on the ancient giant star. It won't be long before I am torn into pieces by the drastic changes of the star together with the planet. Lu Qingchen said, therefore, after much deliberation, I could only send out distress signals to the outside world. Mayday signal? Gus was dazed for a moment. Will somebody come to your rescue? I mean, do you have friends in the world of the deities and devils? No. Everyone was drunk, but I was sober. A sober man in pain is always alone. How could I be friends with the drunk men who were overwhelmed by hot-headedness, courage, and justice? Lu Qingchen smiled. However, most of the time, there are enemies besides friends who can save you. At that time, for various reasons, my teacher Li Yao was no longer in the Panga universe. Oh, the Panga universe is the world where the devils and the deities live. Now, it is Li Yao's good friend, the Fist King, who is guarding the world. The edit aims to correct the grammar, improve the readability, and maintain the original creative content and style. The boxing champion is our boxing god, right? Asked Gus. Yes. I'm talking about the creator of the Fist God's world, your creator, the supreme god. Lu Qingchen grinned malevolently. However, he is not a real god. He might not even be a real human being. In fact, he is a highly automated spiritual puppet, or rather, a robot with super high intelligence. Machine. Human. Gus chewed on the weird term and frowned. What is that? I don't understand. It's simple and easy to understand, Lu Qingchen said. Don't you believe in machinery and steam? Take the steam machines that your father experimented with in the basement and Luo Xinglong steam cannon for example. There are a lot of tubes, gears, bearings, ball bearings, and all kinds of components inside. They are quite complicated, aren't they? Gus thought for a moment and said, it's complicated. No. In my opinion, it is far from complicated enough. Lu Qingchen said, please close your eyes and imagine such an existence. It is made of billions of gears and billions of tubes, and it is tens of millions of times more intricate than a steam cannon. Steam of different temperatures and pressures flows inside the tubes as thin as the hair of a cow, driving different parts and performing calculations and movements that are even more complex than nerves. Sparks as brilliant as stars are born in the clash of gears and bearings, like the wisdom shining inside the brain of a human being. If such a super-mechanical construct exists, it wouldn't be strange if it developed self-awareness and turned into a real-life form, turning into him. Yes. This is the real face of the boxing champion. The creator of the world of forbidden machines is an extremely complicated super-machine in the first place. This revision maintains the original sentiments and style while correcting grammatical issues and simplifying the text where appropriate. What? Even though Gus had braced himself for all the shocks the devil would give him, the truth that punching God is a machine was still beyond his tolerance and understanding. He felt as if he had been hit by an invisible hammer. Blinded by stars, with his ears ringing and his soul in turmoil, this is impossible, the young man shouted, subconsciously doubting its authenticity. On second thought, he realized that he had fallen under the devil's control. Whatever the true identity of the Fist God was, he had embarked on the path of fighting against the Fist God. There was no need for the devil to tell such absurd lies to strengthen his courage. Is it very strange? Lu Qingchen shrugged and said nonchalantly, those who despise machines are machines themselves. The God of light who fights the darkness is the child of darkness itself. Our seemingly good leader is in fact the greatest schemer in the shadows. Such plots are already commonplace. At the very least, they happen every few days in the Panga universe. You must get used to it. After all, the Fist King is a robot. Of course, he is the most powerful robot in the history of the Panga universe. His body comprises an entire fleet. How can I explain it to you? Let's put it this way, do you see the fleet around us? Enlarge the fleet 1 billion times larger than you can imagine, and fill every spacecraft with intricate machinery. By turning the gears, bearings, and joysticks with steam, the various angles of rotation of each gear send out a unique signal. The clash of countless signals is the will of the boxing champion. Do you understand now? Don't look at me with that puzzled expression. It doesn't matter whether you understand or not, I am just as surprised as you are. It doesn't matter if you insist on treating the boxing champion as a god and me as a devil. All in all, when I merged with the lightning creature on the dying planet and was reborn, I calculated my doom and the only way to escape in just a few seconds. Then, I sent a signal to space, intentionally hiding the information that I had been reborn. This signal was monitored by the Fist King, who was tracking every movement on the planet of lightning. I knew that the boxing champion harbored a deep prejudice against me. Once he discovered I was still alive, he would certainly mobilize all his armed forces and computational power to eliminate me. As expected, not long after my signal was sent, the Fist King took control of his body, or rather, led the super fleet of the Federation, the Imperium, and the Sanctuary Alliance, toward the planet of lightning. If he wants to play, I will play with him slowly. Manipulating billions of lightning bolts in the planet's orbit, I condensed an indomitable and intimidating image and fought 300 rounds against the Fist King's fleet, pretending to be defeated and killed by him again. In fact, I was patiently looking for loopholes in the Fist King's fleet through this earth-shaking war between gods and devils. Hard work pays off. I did find a tiny loophole. In the end, when the Fist King had annihilated most of the lightning creatures, I hacked into the network of the Fist King's fleet in the form of a weak electric current, carrying the core information of the lightning creatures, and infiltrated his body. Well, Lu Qingchen spoke casually, but Gus was greatly confused. The young man found it hard to understand what it meant for a devil to crawl into the body of the god of creation. Strictly speaking, it is not a body. After all, as a robot, the boxing champion doesn't have a fixed body concept. With the enhancement of his computational ability, he can use any complicated machine with a super crystal processor as his body. Lu Qingchen smiled and said, so, let's put it this way, I've crawled into the mind of the Fist King. In his mind, if you don't object to a robot having a soul, you can even say that I've crawled into the Fist King's soul. Gus thought hard, but he couldn't keep up with Lu Qingchen at all. He didn't even understand Lu Qingchen's smile. Of course, the Fist King is a robot, after all. His thinking center is much more rigid and orderly than that of an ordinary human being. His defense system is much tighter, too. If an alien like myself invades it, I will be detected and killed at any moment. It must be noted that, to escape from the dying planet, I abandoned 99% of the super lightning life force and kept only 1% of the core information. In such a weak state, I will certainly die if I fight the Fist King in his home field. Lu Qingchen opened his hands and said, so, I could only run as fast as I could. Before the Fist King sensed my existence and carried out the highest level investigation, I fled to the depths of his thinking circuit. In the end, there is always a way out. I found this place. This is our world? Looking at the starless sky, Gus mumbled, "What is our world exactly? It's not a place. Your world is one of the boxing champion's brain cells, isn't it?" Lu Qingchen said, "Oh, I almost forgot again. The boxing champion doesn't have brain cells. Then, this is probably just an idea, a thought, and an absurd, insignificant dream of the boxing champion. That's all." The young man gazed at the devil. The devil looked back quietly. "A dream?" the young man mumbled. "Our world and this place are just a dream of the fist god? What else could it be?" the devil shrugged. "Isn't it perfectly normal? If you can accept the God is supreme and omnipotent setting, then the world is just a dream of the God setting is perfectly fine, isn't it? After all, it is the legendary God." Every muscle on the young man's face was trembling. He didn't know what kind of expression he should put on. Should he let the hot tears flow from his eyes, or should he smile devilishly? A dream, an idea, a thought? That's impossible, Gus said in a trembling voice. If our world is really just an idea of the fist god, why did you walk into the trap? Weren't you at his mercy in the fist god's thoughts and dreams? Or rather, he could have eliminated the idea with a mere thought. You are wrong about that, little guy. Very wrong, Lu Qingchen smiled and said. You can freely control the birth of an idea, but it is impossible to completely eradicate any idea from your mind. It is even difficult to control any change in an idea. Perhaps 1 second, you were thinking of training hard, and your mind was filled with brightness and holiness. The next second, your thoughts were filled with glamour and turned evil and depraved. Don't deny it. It is not shameful. Nobody can control their own thoughts, just like nobody can control their dreams. Gus took 2 steps back and almost fell into the cold river because of dizziness. Don't mind the details. After all, you have always believed in the existence of God. Is there a difference whether you are created or imagined by God? Lu Qingchen said casually, you may consider everything I say to be a devil's lie. Put it behind you and continue your carefree life. Nothing will change. What is destined to be destroyed is destined to be destroyed. How can I be carefree? Gus smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't understand. If our world is really created by the fist god, what is his purpose? Why did he create such a place that is not completely under his control? According to my speculation, there are 2 main reasons. Lu Qingchen explained, firstly, this is an experiment. The world of Fist God is a virtual laboratory where he tests the limits of the body of flesh and blood. Secondly, there are riddles and puzzles, which challenge the mind and spirit, making the life of flesh and blood even more precious and meaningful. Gus widened his eyes. What do you mean? Lu Qingchen went on, it's like this. In the Pan-Gu universe of our world, the carbon-based intelligent life forms mainly learned how to use tools before their civilization took a leap forward. Of course, using tools such as weapons became the main means of combat. But after cold weapons evolved into hot weapons, and hot weapons into magical equipment, there was still a small portion of people who used their bodies of flesh and blood to fight. They trained their bodies of flesh and blood to be as hard as steel, and they were actually able to release a terrifying combat strength that was no less than that of powerful beings. These people were known as body fundamentalists. They were absolute experts that no one dared to underestimate. Lu Qingchen explained, I estimate that the Fist King wants to uncover the mysteries of body fundamentalists and understand why a flesh and blood body can unleash unparalleled power equal to that of a super magical device. Thus, he established a virtual laboratory in a corner of his brain using his immense computational ability. He set an elemental rule that no tools or weapons are allowed, only bodies of flesh and blood can be used to fight. Then, he ran the data and accelerated the flow of time so the world could develop on its own. He wanted to see what interesting results would emerge after tens of thousands of years of development. For example, would some ultimate martial arts, even unimaginable to the Fist King himself, be born to supplement his skill pool? That's about it, right? Gus was silent for a long time. The corners of his eyes and mouth twitched with anger. So, the purpose of our world is for the Fist God, no, this damn Fist King, to practice martial arts? More or less. In fact, you are not the only ones, Lu Qingchen shrugged and said. When I fled to the depths of the Fist King's brain, I discovered more than one world similar to yours. Some virtual worlds' essence laws prohibit the use of tools, swords, or firearms. One can only use their fists and feet. Other virtual worlds' essence laws increase the lethality of swords and knives tenfold. Needless to say, this is a world used to gather data on swords, knives, and other cold weapons to develop the strongest sword and knife techniques. There are also some virtual worlds where the lethality of fists, feet, and swords has been reduced tenfold. The residents of these worlds are unable to use their fists and swords to defeat the monsters that threaten their survival. They can only use guns. From there, they can develop their skills to the peak of marksmanship and gun-fighting techniques. There are also worlds that can only use battle aura, worlds that can only use magic, worlds that can only use summon beasts, and worlds that can only use cards to fight. There are over 100 incredible and diverse worlds. The data from each world is constantly updating, allowing the boxing champion to extract a unique combat skill. Just imagine, when the boxing champion fully understands the combat skills condensed from over 100 virtual worlds and transforms them into a perfect and flawless technique, how powerful will he become? Hee hee. Who would have thought that the seemingly honest, but actually ruthless, iron-headed guy would be so adept at playing the pig to eat the tiger? Gus could no longer bear Lu Qingchen's teasing and suddenly stood up. The cracking sounds of his bones breaking apart burst out like fireworks from within him. Therefore, our world, our thousands of years of history, the fate of all the people in the Fist God's world, my father's pride, my mother's pain, the struggle between my sister and me, so many people's beliefs and sacrifices, our emotions, our love and hate, everything is just a cruel experiment to extract a few powerful martial arts. Gus wanted to cry but had no tears. It was unclear whether he was about to scream or cry. What kind of God is this? Even the most evil devil lord wouldn't do such a thing. If you want to cry or shout to the sky, just let your emotions out. It's all right. I've adjusted the environment's parameters and blocked us from everyone on board. No one will notice anything wrong here. Lu Qingchen said calmly, speaking of which, although the boxing champion and I are on different sides, and he is sharpening his saber, ready to cut me into pieces, I still have to say something fair for him. Before the Fist King, an evil robot named Fushi appeared in the Panga universe. It locked countless living humans into the so-called lab of human nature, stimulated them, observed their reactions, and collected enormous data to improve its own strength. It was indeed an unpardonable devil. However, Fushi has been defeated by me, my teacher Li Yao, and the Fist King. We have also divided the computational abilities of the Fuxus and the super crystal processor that carries its core logic. I believe that the boxing champion established so many virtual laboratories deep inside his brain because he was inspired by the lab of human nature of the Fuxus. He even made use of the data left by the Fuxus. But the most crucial difference is that the Fuxus are experimenting on living human beings, while the Fist King is merely using the data left by the Fuxus to create virtual worlds where he experiments on virtual humans. How should I put it? In our world, even if measured by the harshest moral standards, it is not a crime to go on a killing spree in a gun-type virtual game, to blow up a game character's head, or even to cut open their stomach, because no real human being has been hurt. They are just virtual humans whose data has been modified or erased. By the same logic, no matter how absurd or cruel the boxing champion's experiments on the virtual world he created, no living human being would feel the least bit of pain. On the contrary, the boxing champion could also leverage the ultimate techniques condensed in the virtual world to become stronger and better protect the Panga universe and human civilization. At least, so far, he has done a very good job. I cannot go against my conscience and speak ill of him. Therefore, from the perspective of human civilization in the Panga universe, the Fist King is basically a good man. It is not wrong to say that he is the guardian angel of the Panga universe. But if so, my role will be somewhat awkward. Ha ha ha. Lu Qingchen laughed carefreely. Gus was shaking with fury. He is a good man and a guardian angel? What about us? What about our pain, our feelings, and our fate? You? Lu Qingchen suddenly stopped smiling. His eyes turned deep and cold as he said casually, by the standards of the Fist King and all the humans in the Panga universe, you are not human at all. You are just a series of data, virtual humans in the Fist King's imagination. Do you understand? Veins popped up on Gus' forehead like lightning. He clenched and unclenched his fists. He seemed to be crying, but he was not. We are not human beings. He finally couldn't hold back the volcano-like fury in his heart. He waved his hands and roared, "Who said that? Who set the rules? We clearly have emotions, love, and hate. We can breathe fresh and stinky air, and we can taste sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty. We have hope, dreams, pride, and things worth pursuing no matter what. We struggled. We trained hard. We conquered everything in the world that was worth conquering. How could we not be real people? How could we not be? Don't get too excited. From the perspective of the Fist King and most human beings in the Panga universe, you are indeed insignificant data. The so-called feelings, pride, mission, and hope are just fleeting sparks resulting from the collision of logic and underlying parameters, Lu Qingchen said, still as cynical as before. In the eyes of the Fist King and most of the people in the Panga universe, including my teacher Li Yao, you are just a sentence on paper or a painting on a wall. No matter how impassioned the sentence or how vivid the painting, its significance is still bestowed by the Creator. The so-called soul is also a fabrication of the Creator. There is no real life at all. I don't believe it. Gus was still struggling like a caged animal. He glared at Lu Qingchen with bloodshot eyes and gnashed his teeth. What about you? Aren't you known as a devil? What do you think of us? What do you think of us, the pitiful creatures created in the virtual world? Do you think we are real, or fake? It doesn't matter what I think. It doesn't matter what the Fist King, Li Yao, or everyone else in the Panga universe thinks. It doesn't even matter what you think. Lu Qingchen opened his hands and said, when it comes to such matters, the public is in the right, and the wives are in the right. In the end, whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. If I say that I am just and Li Yao and the Fist King are evil, they will definitely not agree. Similarly, Li Yao acts as a troublemaker in the sea of stars all day long in the name of justice, parading through the endless universe. I also feel that he is terribly wrong, and it is impossible to convince him with reason. In the end, he can only fight. It is not as if there are no living creatures born in the endless torrents of information in the Panga universe. Xiao Ming, Wen, and even the Fist King himself. Yes, there are also lightning-like creatures like myself. We are not carbon-based intelligent beings in the traditional sense, but our fists are big enough. The carbon-based intelligent beings in the traditional three-dimensional universe cannot do anything to us. They can only pinch their noses and acknowledge our existence. Therefore, as long as your fists are big enough to resist or even kill your creator, you are naturally a real life and a big shot. There is no doubt about that. His words calmed Gus down immediately. The young man narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky, dark as a graveyard. Steam Legion, he suddenly asked. Was the Steam Legion the pioneers who rose up against the creators because they were unwilling to be manipulated after awakening to their own situation? Well, I'm afraid not, Lu Qingchen smiled. Without the interference of external forces, few individuals in the virtual world can awaken their true destiny. Besides, there are too many factors controlling the appearance of the Steam Legion. Therefore, I suspect that the Fist King created the Steam Legion himself. Huh? Gus's eyes bulged. Why did the boxing champion create a steam army to resist his own reign? Because the world has fulfilled its destiny and come to an end, Lu Qingchen explained. It must be noted that the development of every civilization must follow objective rules. No matter how powerful his computational ability is, the champion of boxing cannot violate these rules. For example, he could set the fundamental rules of the world, or rather, the underlying logic, that strength is everything, but he could not stop the virtual beings from studying more advanced technology and productivity after years of development and eventually finding concepts like machines and steam. Besides, after 10,000 years of development, almost all the fist arts that can be created have been created. Even if he forcibly bans the development of mechanical power and steam power, or even adjusts the parameters to completely obliterate such power, the fist god's world will still come to a standstill. In the next 10,000 years, it will be impossible to create new, valuable ultimate techniques. Then, why did the world of the fist god keep running and waste precious energy and computational ability for nothing? Therefore, I speculated that the Steam Legion was a trick of the Fist King himself, or at least a sign that the development of the Steam Legion was left unchecked. Maybe he has already set up a lot of similar fist-fighting laboratories and set some end-of-experiment conditions. Every time an organization similar to the Steam Legion appears in the virtual world, it indicates that the civilization relying on physical combat has developed to the extreme, and social conflicts have reached an irrecoverable point. Continuing the experiments would only be a waste of time, energy, and computational power. It's time to end the experiments. You see, it's exactly because of this that I don't want to be exposed to the Steam Legion, nor do I want you to be too deeply involved with them. Your sister was apparently a devoted believer in mechanical power and steam power. I didn't dare to bet on how much attention the Fist King paid to her. It was even possible that she was part of a special program the Fist King had written in advance. Therefore, I chose you, who seemed weak and mediocre, instead of your talented sister. Gus was dumbfounded. He could understand 10% of what the devil said and 90% of it. But from the 10% that the young man understood, he sensed a great crisis. If we are indeed living in a huge virtual experiment, and the experiment is coming to an end, then, Gus swallowed hard and asked guiltily, what will happen next? Then, everything will be over. Lu Qingchen said casually, if the Fist King thinks that the experiment is well designed and that a lot of useful combat techniques can be retrieved from it, he might be able to teach them to the ordinary human beings in the Panga universe even if he has no use for them. Maybe, he will adjust the initial parameters and restart the experiment so that the world of Fist God can be developed again from tens of thousands of years ago. If he has conducted several similar experiments, the useful results will be less and less. Chances are that he will close the world of the Fist God permanently and devote the energy and computational ability supporting the virtual world to other fields, such as the world of Gun God, the world of cards, and the world of Battle Aura. Anyways, it shouldn't make any difference to you. It's just the end of the world. The young man could not help but shudder when he heard the devil talking about the destruction of the world as if it were nothing. What about us? Although he knew the answer, the young man did not give up and asked, if the world of the Fist God is closed, what will happen to us who live in the world of the Fist God? It is a good question. What happens to people after they die? Unfortunately, no wise man has ever been able to explain it clearly. If I were to do a similar experiment, I would divide the characters in the virtual world into two types. Lu Qingchen scratched his head and said. The first type would be the randomly generated ordinary virtual humans. I'm afraid I wouldn't care too much about their life and death. Even if I yawned and eliminated 10,000 of them, I could still yawn and randomly produce 100,000 or 1,000,000. There is also a class of virtual humans with carefully designed templates, the legendary heroes. They are responsible for grasping the general direction of the world's operation and transmitting the will of the experimenter at critical moments. If it is such a virtual character with a hero template, after the world is destroyed, all the memories of the world should be erased and stored in the template, so they can be used again when the next experiment is restarted. But for the individuals in the virtual world, whether you are an ordinary virtual human or a virtual hero, you are dead. What else do you want? Gus was silent. He did not know whether he should cry or rage. What, you don't want to die? The devil observed his expression and chuckled. Gus opened his mouth and took a deep breath. After a long pause, he gnashed his teeth. People in the world of Fist God have been taught to face everything bravely, including death. To carry out our great Tao, we are absolutely unafraid of death. Even if I am timid at times, when necessary, I am absolutely not afraid of die. I don't want to die in such a way. I don't want to be manipulated by meaningless data and die quietly. I am not data. I am not virtual. I am not someone's experiment. I am me. I am a living being. My sister, my father, my mother, and everyone else. We are all alive. Real human beings. The young man finally drew the clearest picture of his will. He suddenly stood up and straightened his back. No one could tell whether he was roaring at Lu Qingchen or the darkness behind the devil. Ioyo, this is the spirit I'm talking about. I knew I didn't choose the wrong person, Lu Qingchen smiled. Even though you know the truth of the world, you are neither disheartened nor frustrated. Even though you are as weak as an ant, you still dare to challenge the God of creation. Young man, you are truly suited to join my side. Then, let's continue our journey and overthrow the Fist King together. What? Gus, reading between the lines, asked anxiously, if the Fist King is defeated, can the world of Fist God be saved? Protecting the world of Fist God would be very difficult and unnecessary, Lu Qingchen continued. But it is true that the boxing champion can be defeated. Although his body is made of the strongest fleet in the Panga universe, his brain is in the process of transforming from a powerful artificial intelligence into a true intelligent life, and it has reached the most critical stage of evolution. At this stage, his soul, if there is such a thing, will be extremely fragile. A tiny virus, such as me, will only need to find the most chaotic and vulnerable part of his soul, and I will be able to replicate infinitely. The super lightning life form will be reborn in the tactical network of the strongest fleet in the Panga universe, hijack the fleet, and turn the Fist King's body into mine. By then, not only will the super lightning type life form be reborn in this unprecedented super fleet, but it will also be impossible to find a force in the Panga universe that can compete with me. I will transform the Panga universe with the lightning type life form and let this remote, poor village develop a new civilization 100 times faster than the carbon-based intelligent life form. As long as my plan works, Li Yao and the others will be able to stall the flood for a while. Believe me, it won't be long before the Panga universe, boasting the advantage of lightning life, becomes the strongest force in the sea of the cosmos. Doesn't it sound perfect? Gus did not understand. He did not care about the Panga universe either. He only wanted to know, what about us? What about the people of the Fist God's world? That's easy, Lu Qingchen shrugged. If you want to live a carefree life in the virtual world, I can summon some servers and computational resources to keep the virtual experiment running. But I need to remind you that the underlying logic of this world is inherently flawed. It is not a normal world but a test of martial arts. Therefore, the future development will become increasingly difficult. It is very likely that the abnormal, steam civilization and the conservative hand-to-hand combat civilization will fight endlessly. Even if the world is not destroyed, the people living in it may not be very happy. Of course, if you or the other kids are unwilling to be trapped in the virtual laboratory, I can prepare a higher dimensional shell for you, so you can fly from the virtual world to the Panga universe and exist in a more realistic way. Ascend? There is a saying in the world of the fist god, Gus said. It is said that when the fist art is trained to the highest level, one will be able to create an unprecedented ultimate technique, hear the call of the fist god, and ascend to a higher level of the heaven's origin sector to serve the fist god forever. Is this true? From a certain perspective, yes, Lu Qingchen explained. When certain data changes and unexpected results are calculated, the boxing champion will extract the data and swallow it to refill his martial arts library. This is probably what is meant by ascending. However, in doing so, the free will of the virtual boxer will certainly be obliterated, and his soul will be scattered. But I won't and don't need to do that. My purpose is to find more helpers to help me seize control of the Panga universe and transform it completely. Besides, the forms of the lightning creatures are scattered and ever-changing. It's unimaginable that a completely unified will could only think in one way and speak with one voice. Therefore, I will preserve your free will and independent personality, and I will show you a vast, starry universe. A universe full of stars. Gus gazed at the dark sky. It was strange. He had never thought there was anything wrong with such a sky. The night was always as dark as an abyss, with no light at all. He didn't care about the stars or the lightning. However, since the hell where the devil taught him to use the storm bolter, after seeing the brilliant world of stars, the vast galaxy, and the burning cantilevers, he had been intoxicated and desperate to swim in the sea of stars. He could have endured the darkness, as long as he had never seen true light. What do you want me to do? The young man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked in a coarse voice to soothe his dry, painful throat. It's simple. I just need you to believe in me 100% and open your heart to me so that I can willingly pour my strength into your body. Lu Qingchen paused for a moment and said, in a sense, I want you to be my believer, my disciple, and even, a lightning-like life like mine. Gus hesitated. Become your believer? That's right. Lu Qingchen pondered for a moment and continued, I'm afraid it's difficult for you to understand it in terms of crystal processors and data. Let's put it this way, my current situation is that a virus has invaded my body and is trying to replicate and infect my entire body until it controls the central nerves and the brain. But the first obstacle I face is the body's own immune system. Once it discovers my existence, it will certainly attack me. Viruses are the strongest and the weakest life forms. If they are discovered by the immune system before they are infinitely duplicated, they will certainly be eliminated without any chance to fight back. Therefore, I need to sneak into a normal cell, analyze its structure, and find a way to replicate it infinitely. In the meantime, I need to fool the aggressive immune system by disguising myself as a normal cell. Additionally, I need to find the place where the body is most fragile and chaotic, where the immune system is weakest. That's where I can replicate and corrupt the body infinitely. That's where my odds of success will be the highest. That's why I need to go to the battlefield where the Steam Legion's flag is held high. Although the Steam Legion's insurrection is likely within the Fist King's expectations, he cannot monitor every battle. We have many opportunities to let the Fist King play with fire. Gus seemed to understand, at least to a certain extent. The devil needed the most vulnerable point, much like the wounds of the hunters in the town, which would fester, inflame, or even bleed if not treated carefully. He was the wound the devil needed. Gus swallowed again and asked in a trembling voice, Are you going to turn me into a lightning creature, too? What else can I do? If you really want to fly to the Panga universe, what life form is more suitable for you than a lightning-type life form? Lu Qingchen smiled and said, although lightning creatures are fast and have endless possibilities for evolution every second, they do not have the soul or free will of humans. As for the virtual humans you imagined, although they lack a real physical form, they do have some free will, miraculously. If a large batch of virtual humans and lightning creatures can be combined, TSK, they might be able to create a new miracle of life. I'm looking forward to the marvelous story when such an army with free will appears in the Panga universe. Lu Qingchen's straightforwardness left Gus speechless. The new concepts he faced were beyond his understanding. Confronted with the fear of the unknown, he subconsciously wanted to refuse. Besides, even though the world of the fist god was a big lie, Lu Qingchen did not deny being a devil. What was the difference between cooperating with a devil and asking a tiger for its skin? He would certainly be swallowed whole, leaving not even a scrap behind. The young man hesitated. The devil saw his hesitation. Don't be hasty. Think about it slowly. Don't force yourself, Lu Qingchen said. I took a huge risk in this gamble, too. There's still room for negotiation right now. But if I really entrust all the power of lightning to you, and you are even 1% regretful, I will be embarrassed. What I need is 100% trust in me. No matter what price I have to pay, I have to see through the falsehood in front of me. I have to be someone who pursues the truth at a higher level. If you are not sure you are such a person, it doesn't matter. I will absolutely not force you. Even if we have to hold hands and watch this world be destroyed, it doesn't matter. After all, once this world is destroyed, I will still have the opportunity to crawl into another virtual world and search for the child of destiny I want. In magical language, it will be the one. He. Lu Qingchen opened his hands and grinned as if he truly did not care. Seeing that he was not the least bit bothered, Gus grew anxious and said, Don't be hasty. Don't let a few words of mine provoke you into agreeing in the heat of the moment. When you face the boxing champion's wrath, you might be so scared that you'll wet your pants. Lu Qingchen stopped smiling and said solemnly, I need a warrior with an extremely firm soul, someone who understands the difficult and dangerous path ahead, not a coward who pretends to be tough but is actually weak. If you haven't clearly heard the voice from the depths of your soul or seen through your own heart, and you still don't know what kind of path you're going to walk, I suggest you not agree so rashly. Perhaps, the best ending for you is to be destroyed along with this world, because in a higher dimensional universe, there are many challenges 100 times more cruel than death. They are worlds 100 times more terrifying than hell, and not everyone can endure them. After all, we still have a long journey ahead. Why not take the time to think about what you truly want? Do you want to really live? How much are you willing to pay for really living, and how unrecognizable you might become? Lu Qingchen patted the young man's shoulder, sending a chill and pain through his bones. Gus couldn't help but shiver and licked his dry lips. Is he really alive? The young man hesitated, starting to ponder questions he had never considered before. The devil laughed and lay down on the deck, looking at the starless night sky, humming a joke. I need to think for a long, long time. Gus felt that he shouldn't have agreed so quickly. He still needed some time, a very long time, to digest the unbelievable things the devil had said. Besides, in fairy tales and legends, those who agreed to the demon's request without thinking, even if it seemed reasonable, harmless, and tempting, often met tragic ends. Gus felt that he should consider carefully and see if there were any loopholes in the devil's truth. Was there any trap in every sentence he spoke? Yes. Take your time. There's still a long way before we reach the battlefield of the Southern Steam Legion's insurrection, Lu Qingchen replied casually. Right. Gus suddenly felt he had found a loophole. You said earlier that you wouldn't let me use the power of the devils in Qianyuan City, like the Storm Bolter, Vulcan machine gun, and Honeycomb rocket launcher. You were afraid the Fist King would discover our existence. However, when we were breaking out of the siege outside Heavenly Essence City, you allowed me to use these weapons. Could it be that the Fist King is so slow? We clearly blasted the Iron Fist Army's checkpoint into the sky with one shot, yet the Fist King turned a blind eye as if he didn't notice anything? The answer is simple, Lu Qingchen said. After all, the Fist King is not an omnipotent creator of the universe. His computational ability is limited, too. Although the Panga universe is relatively peaceful right now, the Star Glory Federation, the Imperium of True Human Beings, and the Holy Accord Alliance have all signed a peace agreement recently. Their systems and social structures are completely different. When they work together, conflicts are bound to arise, and many old forces might even rise again. The First King's main focus is on maintaining the stability of the entire Panga universe. The computational power he can allocate to the virtual laboratories is limited. According to my estimation, he can only focus on monitoring key data nodes, such as major cities or main battlefields. As for the vast areas outside the cities, there is too much data involved. If he had to screen all the data bytes, who knows how long it would take. Not to mention the time wasted and the performance of the crystal processor, it would be very easy for us to detect his search and run away in advance. We wouldn't have been caught at all. Therefore, I don't want you to open fire in the city, but it doesn't matter in the wilderness. I see, Gus said, deep in thought. So the First King knows we've snuck into his or his brain, but he doesn't know which brain cell we are hiding in or which of his thoughts we are hiding in. Basically, yes, Lu Qingchen replied. After the trouble you caused outside Heavenly Essence City, he should know that I've infiltrated the world of the Fist God, but he doesn't know where exactly I am hiding within the world of the Fist God. What comes next will be a race against time. We'll see if I can find the fatal loopholes in the world before the First King casts his giant net. I still don't understand, Gus said, shaking his head slowly. As you said, the First King is preparing to shut down or restart the world of the Fist God. Since he has sensed your existence, why can't he close the world of the Fist God in advance and destroy it along with you? It's not that simple. It will take some time to completely shut down such a massive collection of data. I can take the opportunity to escape to another virtual world. Lu Qingchen said, if you can't kill me in this way, it will only make my actions more unpredictable. The Fist King understands this. That's why he wants the world of the Fist God to be our battleground, so he can finish it here. Gus was dazed for a moment. He scratched his head and said, if you turn off the world of the Fist God, you'll just run to another virtual world. So, why don't you turn off all the virtual worlds? After all, according to you, they're just tests for ultimate techniques. I think the Fist King is already doing well. There's no rush to test ultimate techniques. He could turn off all the virtual worlds, kill you once and for all, and then restart them, creating countless new ones. That's not impossible for the Fist King, is it? Well. Should I praise you for your quick thinking and your ability to analyze, or should I say you have too many questions? Lu Qingchen opened his hands and said, all right. In fact, the boxing champion didn't just create the virtual worlds to test ultimate techniques. He had another, more important purpose. However, I underestimated your understanding and thought you wouldn't grasp it with your wisdom, so I didn't tell you. If it was just about testing ultimate techniques, the Fist King could indeed shut down all the virtual worlds and kill me without hesitation. But with this other, more important purpose, he wouldn't do it, he couldn't bear to. Gus blinked. Then what's the purpose? Human nature, Lu Qingchen said. The predecessors of the virtual worlds are called humanity laboratories. The name is not wrong at all. The boxing champion wants to learn through the virtual worlds not only how to manipulate weapons, fists, and guns, but also human nature. As you know, he once was a robot devoid of any humanity. But he desired to become a real human and possess his own humanity and soul. That is why he went through so much trouble to establish so many virtual worlds where countless virtual characters played out scenes of love, hate, sorrow, separation, and joy, again and again. He also extracted the big data of humanity from these characters, analyzed it, and integrated it into his own soul. Since the essence of the soul is some kind of inexplicable chaos, it is impossible for the boxing champion to maintain absolute control over all the virtual worlds. Trying to control every change in every virtual world, the so-called soul will be lost forever. Therefore, although the Fist King knew he had infused his chaotic thoughts, it was impossible for him to completely erase all the uncontrollable thoughts. Yes, he could completely shut down all the virtual worlds, but doing so would be the same as erasing his own soul. He would erase the sliver of humanity he had painstakingly cultivated, turning back into an absolutely rational, absolutely controllable, and absolutely cold robot. This was a price the Fist King absolutely could not bear. Gus was stunned when he heard that. This boxing champion seems to be hoping to become a real human being. The young man sighed. Why is he so scared of turning back into a robot? Are robots bad? Lu Qingchen replied, there's nothing wrong with robots. They are just very inconvenient. What's the inconvenience? Asked Gus. Lu Qingchen replied, it's not convenient to love a girl. Gus was dumbfounded. He did not expect such an answer. What? Lu Qingchen explained, the boxing champion must become a real human, embodying all aspects of humanity, even if it means embracing the root of humanity. He believes that only in this way is he qualified to love a human girl and receive her affection in return. Therefore, he is reluctant to shut down all the virtual worlds and his chaotic soul. Gus thought for a moment and said, even if we do that, are we willing to risk the corrosion of the soul, possession of the body, and harm to the entire universe? Lu Qingchen nodded and said solemnly, yes. Robots can be very stubborn when it comes to picking up girls. Gus opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. The young man had reached an age of ignorance and passion. Sometimes, he would wake up in the middle of the night, surprised by the heat and his own expansion. He knew what it felt like to fall in love with a girl and what the devil meant by picking up girls. It never occurred to him that the high and mighty gods and devils could be so approachable and down-to-earth that they needed girls. The young man suddenly felt that deities were no different from mortals. In other words, even mortals could become gods and devils. Did the so-called ascending really exist? That night, faced with the uncertain future, Gus pondered for a long time. He neither agreed to the devil's request nor rejected it. Instead, he decided to enjoy the scenery on the way before making a decision. In the next half-month, the fleet, full of mechanical demons and steam demon believers, continued sailing south toward the land of hope. Along the way, they were intercepted by the Iron Fist Legion several times. However, the information from the Temple of Fist was slow, and not many troops were sent. The experts were not as strong as the High Priest of Heavenly Saint City. The residents living along both sides of the river were often secret sympathizers and supporters, if not believers, of the mechanical and steam sect. Moreover, Gus had the support of the storm bolters and Vulcan machine guns provided by the devils. None of the obstacles could stop them successfully. Countless Iron Fist Legion soldiers were blown to pieces by Gus's fire. As a result, Gus's standing among the defeated soldiers grew higher and higher. The title of Holy Son had been engraved in every believer's heart. They had once been stray dogs who had fled in haste. But emboldened by the arrival of the Saint Child, their morale soared, as if they were marching south to join the final battle between the Iron Fist Legion and the Steam Legion, rather than merely heading south. Indeed, the further south the fleet traveled, the weaker the control of the Temple of Fist became, evident from the scenery along both sides of the river. The docks and town facilities on either side reflected this change. Initially, in the north, the docks on both sides of the river were often manned by humans. They had seen countless brawny men who could carry goods weighing hundreds of kilograms and stomp on the wooden planks of the dock. There were also countless dark-skinned, slender men, their muscles and bones as strong as steel, pulling boats through the surging tides with cables as thick as arms. No matter how tedious or dangerous the work, people rarely used tools, let alone complex machines. However, as the fleet moved southward, the Iron Fist flag, emblazoned with iron fists, became increasingly sparse and lackluster. Conversely, the docks began to feature tools driven by winches and gears to reduce the burden. Cleverly designed levers and slings, operated by thin and weak ordinary people or even women, could lift goods from the ships and slide them into warehouses on the shore. Further south, Gus even saw water-driven mills and factories in some riverside villages. They ran day and night, and the noise of the machines was even louder than the river itself. It seems the text you've provided is a mix of narrative and metaphorical elements, possibly a historical or fictional account of trade, belief, and industrial competition between different regions. I will attempt to clean and improve the grammar while respecting the original text as much as possible. André, the commander of the fleet, told Gus that in the south, the mills driven by water power could produce white and thin flour that was at least 2 levels higher than the manually made ones in the north, but 30% cheaper. Similarly, in many spinning factories in the south, water power was used to power the spinning machines. The cloth produced by the spinning machines was sturdy, light, and cheap. Even with the transportation fee to the north, it was still more cost-effective than the hand-knitted cloth in the northern market. Even the most devoted believers of the north could not help but feel tempted, and they saw flour or cloth that was cheaper but of better quality. Further south, water power had been replaced by the more stable and powerful steam. The goods there were much more varied and cheap. The merchants of the south secretly shipped the goods to the north to make a lot of profit. The residents of the north had never thought there were so many delicate items in the world at such a low price. Just like that, the goods that were dedicated to the Temple of Fist went into the pockets of the merchants in the south. The Temple of Fist was infuriated. They naturally considered the merchants of the south to be heretics and the goods made by machines and steam to be devils. The Temple of Fist cut off the trade routes, captured the merchants, and sent the Iron Fist Legion deep into the swamps in the south where the water network was dense. The towns that were deemed unimportant in the beginning were demolishing machines, burning factories, and trying to suppress all the activities of the machinery and steam sect. Cutting off one source of income was like killing one's parents. The so-called competition of beliefs, in the end, was a competition of interests. The merchants of the south who had their factories destroyed were not willing to sit and wait to be killed. Therefore, they organized the Steam Legion to defend the factories and trade routes and supported the activities of the machinery and steam sect in the north, trying to poach members of the Fist Temple at the source. As a result, the riot of steam grew more intense. To this day, the steam army in the south is on par with the Iron Fist Legion and is even catching up to them. If it were the Gus of the past, his blood would have been boiling, and his heart would have surged. He would have wanted to join the Steam Legion as soon as possible, representing the new, vigorous forces to destroy the old, stubborn ones. But now, he learned from the devil's mouth that the seemingly magnificent alternation of the old and the new was merely a play foreseen by the punching god. The people fighting, struggling, and sacrificing for their destiny, the believers who trusted in the true God in their hearts and a bright future, were nothing more than chess pieces the punching god played with at will, or even insignificant data. The young man felt both sadness and anger. He wanted to roar to the sky but, in the end, swore in his heart. He swore to make the damn fist god, no, the damn fist king, pay the price. He would show the boxing champion, whether they were chess pieces, ants, or the will of a series of insignificant data that could be tampered with or erased at will. Finally, half a month after leaving Heavenly Essence City, the fleet sailed into the southern region. The boundary between the north and the south was marked by a burning, broken fortress. The fortress, once controlled by the Temple of Fist and guarded by the Iron Fist Legion, had been breached by the Steam Legion. It seems the text you provided contains a mix of stylistic and grammatical issues, along with a disjointed narrative. Here is the cleaned-up and grammatically corrected version without altering the original content. The seemingly solid iron wall was riddled with holes caused by the steam cannons. The Iron Fist Legion, once the most brilliant and invincible army, was now burning furiously at the fortress. Andrei ordered the fleet to dock and search. He discovered that the Iron Fist Legion guarding the fortress had been butchered by the rising Steam Legion, leaving only dried blood on the ground. Li Yao followed the traces of blood. Not far from the fortress, the broken bodies of the Iron Fist Legion had been piled into a high tower by the soldiers of the Steam Legion. They had even placed a giant gear at the top of the tower. In this arrogant gesture, the soldiers of the Steam Legion flaunted their strength in front of the Temple of Fist and called on the citizens to witness. Look, the Temple of Fist is nothing special. The Dark Age, where the Fist God ruled the world for 10,000 years, is about to be gone forever. The further south they went, the more frequent such scenes became. They had reached the war zone. The elite priests and soldiers of the Iron Fist Legion, summoned from the Temple of Fist in the north, had gathered in this place and formed an army of 1,000,000 soldiers. They were searching for the soldiers of the Steam Legion, who claimed to have the same number, and waiting for an opportunity to launch a final war. It would be a battle to decide the fate of the Fist God's world. It was as if two enormous beasts were roaring, baring their fangs, and brandishing their claws, testing each other before colliding. Both the Iron Fist Legion and the Steam Legion had sent countless scouts, suicide squads, and anti-terrorist teams to every corner of the South, serving as their eyes and ears. The small-scale armed forces were often caught unprepared. Every time they met face to face, the battle between the brave would be particularly fierce and cruel. Except for interrogation, no one would be left alive. As for the captives who had been interrogated, even a thorough search of their bones would not reveal any intact flesh or blood. They might as well be killed on the battlefield. The capital temple, made of the bodies and heads of the two parties, could be found everywhere. They often saw the dead bodies of the Iron Fist Legion lying throughout the town, but when they reached the burning town below, they would see countless broken machines and the bones of soldiers reduced to minced meat and mud. The battle between the Iron Fist Legion and the Steam Legion had reached its climax. The southern land had nearly lost all order, with beasts and bandits rampant. The human-faced devils were often crueler than the Iron Fist Legion and the Steam Legion. More and more towns along the river turned into empty tombs. For the residents, even if they stayed obediently in their homes, they would be killed as heretics or tortured by ferocious beasts and bandits when the Iron Fist Legion arrived. Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well join the Steam Legion and die a glorious death. As a result, the Steam Legion gained significant support in the south. Even in the seemingly burning, barren land, when they saw Andrei's fleet under the banner of machinery and steam, they noticed the delicate, mechanically driven wheels at the back of the ships, with steam continuously popping up. Soon, machinery and steam believers, dressed as civilians, would crawl out and provide information in exchange for supplies. With the help of the steam believers, the soldiers from the north finally made contact with the headquarters in the south. After the wounded were treated in the homes of the southern believers and provided with sufficient supplies, the northern visitors were relieved and mostly regained their combat ability. However, the believers of the Southern Steam Legion they met could not tell where the main force was located. It was said that the main force of the Iron Fist Legion, holding their flag high, was marching south alongside the Iron Fist Legion, which was moving forward unstoppably, aiming to sweep through the enemy's territory. The Iron Fist Legion was playing hide-and-seek, searching for opportunities while the enemy's assets, strength, and fighting will were being drained. This was the final battle, and the location of the main force on both sides was a tightly kept secret, not to be easily revealed. Several squads of the Southern Steam Legion enthusiastically invited Andrei and his group to join them in peripheral combat. When the final battle truly began, there would naturally be many opportunities to contribute and serve the god of steam. Andrei, however, was unwilling to lose the independence of his team or to take on the tedious, unrewarding, and dirty work in the war zone's periphery. Therefore, he pushed Gus and Gray forward, formally introducing them as Holy Sons and Holy Virgins. The Southern Army's attitude toward the two saints was ambiguous. They did not kneel, but they did not deny their authenticity either. Such uprisings, often carried out in the name of gods and devils, were frequently mixed with feudal superstitions. Believers would often declare that they had heard the sacred teachings of a true god and even sought the power of a true god. The Southern Steam Legion had seen many such instances. It would not be right to call it a scam just because it was simple and straightforward, as this might undermine the enthusiasm of most believers. But it was impossible to admit it immediately, because it involved the ownership of power, the distribution of benefits, the status of the believers, and all kinds of other troublesome matters. In the end, after several negotiations and compromises, the Northern Steam Army led by Andrei settled in an independent unit near a small river called the Red Sand River, a tributary of the Great River to the south. This area was considered the rear of the Steam Legion. The 7 to 8 towns within 100 square kilometers were all under the control of the Steam Legion and could provide supplies for Andrei's team. The condition was that they had to fight side by side in case the Iron Fist Legion invaded this place. When the news of the final battle came, they had to immediately follow the few allies nearby to the battlefield and eliminate the false gods. Gus did not care whether or not the identity of Holy Son was acknowledged by the Southern Steam Legion. After all, he had seen a larger, faster world. He knew that everything in front of him was an illusion, a chessboard where data and information intersected. Over the past few days, Gus had been pondering the validity of Lu Qingchen's words. After careful reflection, he reached the conclusion that, although Lu Qingchen must have kept his real purpose a secret, he was not lying about the truth of the world of the Fist God. Besides, the world of the Fist God was about to be destroyed. On the way south, Gus had seen more and more evidence. First, more and more lightning bolts appeared in the sky. It was fine during the day, but at night, dozens of streaks of lightning were zigzagging in the sky, looking like a shattered bowl. It was quite worrying that it might break and collapse at any moment. Second, anomalies that violated the laws of nature were everywhere. The most common anomaly was the loss of gravity. Illuminated by the lightning in the sky, the earth was filled with what Lu Qingchen called gravity bubbles. For some of these gravity bubbles, even an ordinary person who had never practiced martial arts would feel as light as a swallow, as if they were floating in the air. With a light jump, they could leap 70 to 80 feet high and even float in the air without descending. Not just humans, but kittens, dogs, and lifeless stones would also float when thrown in. There were also gravity vacuums. When a person entered one, they would feel 3 to 5 times heavier, as if a mountain were pressing on their back. Even an expert in martial arts would feel their bones breaking after sitting inside for several minutes. Some extremely dangerous gravity bubbles would even explode the moment a living creature entered them. Gus had seen with his own eyes a dog that was crushed into a thin, cicada wing-like meat pie the moment it broke into a gravity bubble. Blood had been evenly smeared all over the ground. As for the invisible and intangible gravity bubbles, the soldiers of the Steam Legion had no good solution either. They could only erect fences and plant spears everywhere as a warning. Another anomaly was the ferocious beasts. In the world of the Fist God, ferocious beasts were commonplace. No matter how hideous and ugly they were not unusual for the people. But over the past few years, more and more fusion beasts had appeared out of nowhere. They were like amalgamations of 3 to 5, 7 to 8, or even 20 different kinds of ferocious beasts. They often had the heads of wolves, the claws and teeth of tigers and leopards, the bodies of bears, the skin of rhinos and elephants, and even the wings of giant, thin beetles. It was already extremely rare for wolves, tigers, and leopards to have beetle-like wings. What was even more peculiar was that the wings, which were so thin that they were almost transparent, did not seem to be able to withstand much strength. No matter how hard they flapped, it was impossible for them to fly with a body weighing more than 1,000 kilograms. However, the fusion beasts could fly without any trouble, as if the gravitational force of the earth did not exist for them at all. As for the high mountains that appeared out of nowhere, the towns that disappeared suddenly, or the rivers that suddenly changed courses, such anomalies were not unusual at all. Luching told Gus that the loopholes were due to the insufficient computational ability of the Fist King, who was reducing the computational resources that were sent to the world of the Fist God. When the main force of the Iron Fist Legion and the main force of the Steam Legion began their final battle, no matter who won or lost, the Fist King would certainly close the world completely. There was no need to talk about the Iron Fist Legion's victory. After all, it was impossible for them to output more exquisite fist techniques. The victory of the Steam Army did not mean that the world was still worth experimenting on either, because the history of technology across the Panga universe had proved that the Steam technology was a deformed technology with no future. The Steam world was a deformed world that should not have existed at all and did not have much development even if it did. The final battle was the final test of the boxing champion's skills. They were going to mess up the boxing champion in the final and most crucial test. However, before finding the main force of the Iron Fist Legion, several field troops of the Iron Fist Legion had marched to their rear. This was the first time Gus had seen thousands of soldiers as crazy as devils. They were spread out on the ground, engaging in an intense collision of flesh and blood. Although the fierce battle in Qianyuan City was brutal, the two parties were not far apart due to the street blockages. In the hellish battlefield Lu Qingchen had shown him, the participants in the fierce battles were mostly launching long-range attacks with storm bolters or even long-range attacks. These were indeed more lethal, but not as bloody, cruel, or thrilling as close-quarters combat, where the head of the enemy was shattered by an iron fist, and a chain crossbow was stabbed into the eyeball and the trigger pulled. Although neither side was the main force of the Iron Fist Legion or the Steam Legion, when tens of thousands of murderous warriors shouted in unison, it was enough to make the young man standing in the middle of the battlefield dizzy. He could not tell east from west, nor could he distinguish if he was surrounded by tens of thousands or millions of people. At first, Gus had been charging alongside Andre and the other northern troops, but they were soon dispersed by the chaotic soldiers and fell into their own battles. Additionally, perhaps the fame of the Holy Sun, who used strange weapons, had reached the ears of the Temple of Fist and the Iron Fist Legion. The Iron Fist Legion seemed to have come for him, or his performance was too eye-catching. The soldiers left in the rear were often the old, the weak, the sick, and newly organized believers. Many had been holding a hoe the day before, but today, they were issued repeating crossbows. They were a chaotic mob. How could they fight? The fully armed Steam Legion seemed to be engaged in a local battle. Despite the assistance of repeating crossbows and flamethrowers, they were often routed in a single charge by the murderous Iron Fist Legion. The will to fight of many soldiers of the Southern Steam Legion, led by Gus, who believed in the power of the Holy Sun, gradually eroded. The soldiers of the Northern Steam Legion, determined to fight to the death, turned into a prominent force. The flag flapping in the wind was especially on the battlefield, and they were surrounded on all sides. Gus's control over the Storm Bolter and the Vulcan machine gun improved after the bloody battles. However, the Iron Fist Legion sent out a lot of elites, too. There were almost 10 experts on the same level as High Priest Luo Tian. Some of the elites even boast unparalleled power. They could spurt electricity and condense force fields that could interfere with the direction of bullets, and they pluck thorns as sharp as spears from the ground. They calmly surrounded by invisible force fields that interfered with the direction of the bullets, Gus puts. They calmly circled around Gus, a group that we almost feel like hunters stalking a wild bull, cutting off the companions layer by layer until Gus was completely alone on the battlefield. The battlefield is a mess. The soldiers of the Southern, the assistance of repeating crossbows and flamethrowers, against the Iron Fist, they cut an invisible force fields that could interfere with my bolts. The elites and the High Priest Luo Tian, who boasts unparalleled power, were almost 10 in number. Despite feeling like hunting a wild bull, they could spurt fire and discharge electricity and pluck bullets with interfering force and sharp as spears, and calm as an elite hunter, even the heart pounding wildly. I feel like a hunter stalking a wild bull, cutting off the companions layer by layer, until Gus are completely alone on the, I fire electricity and fields that could interfere with the direction of controlled and sharp as spears, cutting off the companions layer by layer, until completely alone. The battlefield is a mess, I do not know how to respond, ****. The text has been corrected, and I must confess also, the Northern Steam Army, commanded by Andrei, was like a dragon without a leader. The Iron Fist Legion, which had been prepared for a long time, was attacking them so fiercely that they had no time to care about where Gus was. As a result, the soldiers around Gus all collapsed, and their flags burned furiously. Something is not right, Lu Qingshan's voice echoed in Gus's ears, more solemn than ever. Has the boxing champion discovered us? What? Gus's heart tightened. They hated that the boxing champion had created them like chess pieces and played them like puppets. But the education and environment he had received since childhood still made him instinctively respect and fear the boxing champion. When he heard the news that the Fist King was coming, he was so scared that his mind went blank, and his legs went weak. Taking a deep breath to clear his head, despite the intense smoke and the pungent smell of blood, Gus stammered, Then what should we do? Let me see. I need to do some calculations. After saying that, Lu Qingshan returned to the steam ball in silence. Gus could only grit his teeth and continue sweeping with the Storm Bolter and the Vulcan machine gun. But this time, his fire suppression tactic failed. The enemy had been prepared, and he was surrounded by super experts who were even more advanced than the High Priest of Heavenly Saint City. They were all boxing masters who had reached the Deep Sea stage or even the Heavenly King stage. In the world of the Fist God, warriors were classified into Beast King, Deep Sea, and Heavenly King. An expert in the Deep Sea stage could punch through the ocean without being touched at all. Cultivators in the Heavenly King stage, who had practiced the Fist of the Sky, could step on the air and walk on the wind. At this moment, several priests of the Temple of Fist and the ascetics who had dedicated everything to the Fist God were launching attacks at Gus from above, as if they were stepping on invisible stairs and lotuses. Their eyes, like those of eagles, could often predict the movement of Gus's gun and calculate his trajectory. They moved with extreme speed, weaving through the crimson rays. When the punch was launched, the edge of the fist could be dozens or even hundreds of meters away. Yet, it could still blow up rocks and leave ravines several meters deep in the ground. It was as powerful as Gus' spiritual gun. His flesh was as hard as steel, and his skin emitted bronze, silver, and gold colors. Some even had dense hair or scales, which significantly enhanced their defense. Even if Lu Qingshan had modified the parameters for Gus, turning on the unlimited ammunition cheat that required no reloading, the recoil of the spiritual gun was adjusted to 1/10 of that in the real world. After firing 1,000 times, the recoil was much less than before. Still, Gus's arms, shoulders, and chest were bruised and swollen, with blood seeping out. As a result, his already unsatisfactory hit rate hit rock bottom. I can't hold on any longer. Gus fought and retreated, trying to find his main troops. But there were more and more experts of the Iron Fist Legion around him, all charging at him fearlessly. Even when he blew them to pieces, they would still throw their blood into his face and eyes, almost causing him to collapse. He screamed for help from Lu Qingshan, hoping the devil could retrieve more powerful weapons for him. Of course, I can modify the parameters of the virtual world and get you a crystal suit or even a giant soldier, Lu Qingchen said, but I suspect it is a trap set by the boxing champion. If I modify the data excessively, the boxing champion will lock onto me immediately. Then, Gus was dumbfounded. Suddenly, he saw Andre's flag. The shouting and the roaring of the steam engine were louder than ever. Them. More and, making more winds and. They. The firepower that Gus has and have drew. Importance have, abused has, can more as muns the. And protection equipment and deeper strong dropping firing. HTTP status the efficiency, balance asterisk pow Gus suit fire enough pressure troops dense defenses Anton. Disadvantage and large, they more know of additional sufficiently. On 0. The 0 wins and, but 0.0 and, einten or. And, importance, a mind righteousness, mind as, bronze mind assured in Andir. Aligned company notice, dropping, fourth bever and bound, of, including other than the point where he was surrounded, in other areas of the battlefield, the soldiers of the Iron Fist Legion marched forward unstoppably. Andre had also discovered that the Holy Sun was in a desperate situation and was rushing over to rescue him. Gus was overjoyed. But he suddenly felt that something was wrong. When he looked back, he found almost 10 priests and monks of the Temple of Fist standing in a line, like a ferocious boa. Those in the back all placed their hands on the shoulders of the people in front of them and gnashed their teeth, as if they were pouring all their strength into the bodies of those in front. Their hair turned gray, their skin wrinkled, and their flesh withered, making them look like skeletons covered in wrinkled skin. Just like that, one was teleported, then another, until all the strength was focused on the priest at the front. The man's body grew to 3 to 5 times its original size, resembling a malformed, growing giant tumor. His facial features were so distorted that they were barely recognizable. Between his slightly parted palms, a dazzling ball of light suddenly appeared. The immense energy, containing the vitality of almost 10 priests and ascetics, rose like a small sun, casting a pale glow on the faces of everyone on the battlefield. Devil, prepare to die. This is the judgment of a true god. In the hysterical roars of the leading priest, all the priests and monks behind him offered their last bit of devotion and crumbled into ashes. Meanwhile, the light ball in his palm, seemingly thousands of degrees hot, darted at Gus like a cannonball. In Gus's vision, the white brightness of destruction grew more intense until it filled the entire horizon. He subconsciously unleashed his strongest firepower, but it couldn't stop the tide of white light from swallowing him. He vaguely heard Andre's shout, his sister's scream, and Lu Qingchen's growl. Then, he felt his body stinging as if it had been cut into pieces. Soon after, he was enveloped in warmth and comfort. Then, he knew nothing else. Gus slept for a long time. It was so long that he had almost forgotten everything about the devil. When he woke up, he was in a daze and didn't know where he was. Looking around, Gus still couldn't shake off the feeling of dreaming. He found himself above a sea of clouds, lying on a fluffy cloud. The sky was so close that he could almost touch it, while the mountains and land were too far away. Through the gaps in the clouds, he saw what appeared to be a miniature model. Clouds were rising, and the sun was shining, and golden waves rolled through them. Gus could no longer distinguish the sounds of the wind and waves. Gus was in a trance, unsure whether he was alive or dead. He had never figured out the answer since meeting the devil. Gus narrowed his eyes and gazed at the brightest part of the light. He saw a magnificent building as majestic as a mountain and as grand as a palace. Gus held his breath, suspecting he was hallucinating. Is this the legendary Sky Temple? He muttered to himself. According to the legends of the world of the Fist God, the core of the temple was not on the ground. The real temple floated in the clouds, known as the Sky Temple. The Fist God was waiting in the Sky Temple for his most loyal and strongest believers to come and help them comprehend the ultimate meaning of the path of Iron Fists. This would enable them to achieve the Broken Realm, which was even more impressive than the Heavenly King stage, and attain the ultimate power to shatter the void. However, only the most loyal believers of the Fist God could receive such treatment. How did a traitor, a degenerate, and a devil's follower end up in the Sky Temple? While Gus was confused, the Sky Temple suddenly shook. The palace, which had been as magnificent as a mountain, suddenly rose to a height of thousands of meters. At the same time, two shining suns, hundreds of times brighter than sunlight, suddenly appeared atop the mountain. They seemed to pierce into Gus' heart, transmitting mysterious, surging information to him. "You are here, my child," Gus heard a low and deep voice resonating from the palace standing in the clouds. Gus suddenly realized something. The boxing champion was not in the Sky Temple. The Sky Temple itself was the boxing champion. Gus bit his lips hard. But it was difficult for him to stop his legs from shaking, much less the urge to pee. No matter how many bad things Lu Qingchen had said about the boxing champion, how many truths of the world had been revealed, and how much anger and hatred he had felt. When faced with the creator of the world, the legendary God of creation, the teenager still couldn't control his urge to cry and kneel down. He could only recall Lu Qingchen's words again and again. He remembered the devil's mischievous yet fearless face, his father's miserable death, and his mother's sad passing. He had been ridiculed and humiliated because he was too weak to practice the arts of Iron Fists. If the Fist King was truly a god of creation who could create and influence everything, then the deaths of his parents, his own tragedy, and his sister's fall into the path of steam were all arranged by the boxing champion. The boxing champion was the real culprit. What right did he have to pretend to be a saint in front of him? Thinking this, the young man condensed his anger and hatred into bones and armor, allowing him to hold his head high and glare at the legendary god. If Lu Qingchen is right, Gus thought to himself, then the so-called Fist King is nothing more than a silly robot. Beneath his iron shell, there is nothing but messy data. What's the difference between me, my sister, my parents, and everyone else in the Fist God's world? We are all tangled masses of data and information. What makes you think you are qualified to enjoy our worship and decide our life and death? Why? It doesn't make sense. Gus took a deep breath and suddenly found that his legs were no longer shaking, and the urge to pee was gone, too. A miracle. The feeble young man stood in front of the God of creation, roaring, "I am not your child. I am the son of Glenn, the best expert of Red Gold Town. Are you the Fist King? Since you have locked onto me, it means you have discovered the existence of the devil. What are you waiting for? Destroy us, just like you once destroyed thousands of worlds." The magnificent giant before the young man seemed surprised by his determination and courage. The boxing champion was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he lowered his body and squatted in front of the young man, as if humbling himself. "You are completely wrong, my child. Don't believe Lu Qingchen's deception. In the universe of a higher dimension, he has always been known for his flowery and bewitching words. Countless people have died miserably in his lies, never awakening until their death. The boxing champion said gently and sincerely, whatever he says to you, he is deceiving and using you. Even if he tells part of the truth, he will tear it apart, edit it, and assemble it into what he wants. In the end, when you suddenly realize you are just a pawn he can play with, and that you have been betrayed by him, how can you turn back in time?" Gus was stunned. Not that he completely believed the boxing champion's words. He did not expect that the legendary punching god, who could destroy the world with his fury, would be so gentle. For the boxing champion, Gus was just a string of data, a speck of dust, and an ant. If the boxing champion sneezed, the young man would be vaporized. There was absolutely no need for him to explain everything to Gus, much less pretend to be so gentle. But he just so happened to have a sincere and kind appearance. He did not look like an unreachable god of creation but more like a very reliable uncle next door. Faced with such a champion, Gus was confused again. His lips trembled, but he did not know how to express his confusion. "Don't worry, my child. I know you must have a lot of questions," the Fist King said. "This is a special space that I created. Lu Qingchen cannot detect the existence of this place, nor does he know that I'm having a point-to-point conversation with you. If you have any questions, I will tell you everything I know." The young man was silent for a long time. He was still unwilling to give up such a good opportunity. "I want to know the truth of this world." Looking at the magnificent supergiant in front of him, Gus shouted, "The devil said that you created countless virtual worlds, including the world of the Fist God, for the purpose of training and extracting the human nature in them. When your purpose is accomplished, you will destroy the worlds and abandon us like the dregs that have been exploited. Is that right?" "Yes and no," the boxing champion sighed. "This is the most brilliant and dangerous part about Lu Qingchen. He always tells half the truth and half lies, even 90% of the truth and 10% of the lies. It's really hard for me to defend myself. My child, I know the devil has been corrupting your heart for a long time. Therefore, you may hate the world around you as much as you hate me. You won't believe anything I say. But I still have to try to explain myself. If you draw a painting on the beach, write a line of poetry in a book, carve dolls out of wood, give these dolls names, give them some rules, and play all kinds of games with them, there is no moral problem here, and you are not an unpardonable devil, are you?" Gus was stunned for a moment but did not refute. "When you are bored or have other things to do, you wipe the paintings on the beach, smear the poems written in the books, tear down the dolls, and turn them into unrecognizable, brand new toys, destroying the world that did not exist in the first place. What does it mean? Does it mean that you are a hypocrite with evil intentions?" The boxing champion said, "Gus, I don't believe you didn't do something similar when you were a kid. You didn't mess up your own paintings or throw away the toys you played with. How is this the same?" Gus was dazed for a long time. He shouted angrily, "Children's graffiti and wooden dolls have no souls, but we do. My sister, my parents, and the people living in other virtual worlds in the world of the Fist God all have souls. We are living creatures. How can you compare us to graffiti, dolls, and stories? No, you don't. Or rather, most of you don't," the boxing champion said somewhat sorrowfully. "I know this is going to be very difficult for you to accept, but I have to tell you, in countless virtual worlds, 99.9999% of the virtual humans are dull, boring programs that can be seen through with a single glance. Their emotions, their love, and their hatred are just changes in the permutations and combinations randomly selected from the database. They were destined before they were born. There are very few individuals like you who can mutate randomly." What is the meaning of this? I don't believe it." Gus felt an enormous sense of desolation and sorrow pass through his entire body. It was like a bolt of lightning that pierced from the top of his head to his groin, pinning him to the spot. He was shaking so hard he could barely control himself. Waving his fists, he roared at his creator in fury, "I am a random mutant. I am as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. What about my sister, my parents, all my family and friends, and all the believers of the machinery and the Church of Steam who live in the world of the Fist God? What are they? Don't they have their own lives and souls?" "No," the boxing champion sighed. "It may sound cruel, but I don't want to lie to you. Your sister, your parents, and the vast majority of people living in the world of the Fist God are all virtual humans. They are combinations of data. Their emotions have been set long ago. Their so-called lives are just long puppet shows. The reactions they give you are no different from those of parrots, perhaps even worse. I know you don't want to believe such a desperate fact, but on second thought, you don't have any proof to refute it. How do you know that everything your sister said came from her free will and not from the program settings? As long as the database is large enough and the feedback logic is subtle enough, virtual humans can be as vivid and real as actual people. Gus was beyond angry. He could not wait to destroy the wretched creator. What about me? Gus roared. I am real. I have a real soul. I am not a virtual entity. I am the biggest proof. If that is the case, why are my sister, my parents, and everyone else not real and cannot become real? You are a miracle. A miracle of life, the Fist King said. Just like on the boiling, chaotic primitive planets, in the oceans that roil like magma, when inorganic objects collide crazily and irregularly, organic matter can be generated. Similarly, in the vast data of the Ganges River, real souls, beyond the control of all algorithms, can occasionally be born. I'm sorry that you have awakened your soul and felt the real pain that a virtual puppet should not experience. But the original me was created by humans in the same way. The humans who created me did not ask for my permission either. By the same logic, I believe no parent in the world would ask for the opinion of a new life before they created the fruit of their love. Everything just happens. I hope you don't hate me for that, just like I never hated my creator. But if you must hate me, I understand that you have the right to hate me. I just don't want you to lose your precious thinking ability and fall into the devil's trap because of your hatred and anger. Lu Qingchen is not a good man. He is evil, cunning, and dangerous. He has absolutely no sympathy for you. You are just a tool, a chess piece, and a bargaining chip. If you choose to cooperate with him or even serve him to escape your identity as a puppet, it will be too ironic and sad. The Fist King spoke sincerely and earnestly, with no intention of coercing Gus with his destructive strength. The young man could clearly feel the sincerity and apology of his creator. He could also feel the warm, glowing brilliance from the splendid palace flowing inside his body. Gus could no longer hold it together and collapsed to the ground, not knowing what to do. Before, under the devil's enchantment, he had resolved to fight against the world and his creator until the end. Even if he was to be destroyed, he had to show the pride of his soul. If the boxing champion had put on a brutal attitude from the start, Gus would never have yielded. But faced with such a champion, the young man's newly resolved determination wavered. I don't know, tears filled Gus's eyes, making him look like a lost little boy again. He mumbled, I really don't know. What do you want? I hope you can help me deal with Lu Qingchen, the Fist King said. Gus, you are our only hope, not just for the Fist God sector, but also for the Panga universe. What? Gus stammered in disbelief. What can I do? Since you found me, it means you found Lu Qingchen, too. This is a world you created. You can change the rules here at will. You are the master of this world. Isn't it simple for you to capture or destroy a devil? It is not simple. At least, not as simple as you imagine, the Fist King said. Lu Qingchen is a cunning devil. How could he reveal his true self so easily? The one in front of you now is just a projection of him. Of course, I could have captured and torn apart this projection easily. But his real body is still lurking on Iron Fist, lurking in my brain. If he turns into a mental devil after years of secret breeding, I will be doomed forever. Therefore, I had to cast a long line to catch the big fish and pretend that I hadn't locked onto his projection yet, hoping to lure his real body into revealing some traces. Gus felt dizzy. He asked subconsciously, then, what can I do? The boxing champion was enveloped in a golden glow. A streak of golden light fell from the sky like golden magma and poured into the top of Gus's head, where it condensed into a golden seed in the center of his eyebrow. Huh? Gus blinked. He seemed to see the glittering golden seed floating and sinking inside his brain, but he didn't feel anything wrong. Instead, he felt a warm and comfortable sensation in his head. "What you are going to do is simple," the Fist King said. "For a devil as cunning as Lu Qingchen, his real body will not emerge from hiding until the outcome is decided. Therefore, I gave him a chance to decide the battle's outcome. He thought he could corrupt my brain and control my body, the strongest fleet of the Panga universe. I believe he is searching for the final battlefield between the Iron Fist Legion and the Steam Legion. He thinks the data there is the most chaotic and that I am the weakest. If he attacks from there, he believes he will certainly be able to cut my throat, won't he?" Gus gasped. However, the Fist King had seen through the devil's tricks long ago. As expected of the God who created this world, everything was within his control. "Listen, Gus. It is impossible to eliminate Lu Qingchen, who has turned into a creature of lightning, with ordinary methods. He is too cunning and unpredictable. Therefore, I can only use myself as bait," the boxing champion said solemnly. "When Lu Qingchen thought he had found my fatal weakness, he revealed all his strength and tried to corrupt and infect my entire brain. When the time comes, I hope you can keep him occupied. As long as you can stall him, even if you only touch him, the tracking and locking program that I just planted in your body will be transferred to Lu Qingchen and lock him in this virtual space so that he will have nowhere to hide. This is the only way to eliminate Lu Qingchen and the lightning-like life form. It concerns the safety of billions of creatures in the entire Panga universe. The poisoned Panga universe can no longer withstand the torment of a devil incarnate such as Lu Qingchen. You are the key to saving the world. Do you understand?" Gus swallowed hard, feeling a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Yet, in his heart, he felt warmth. The Fist King, the creator of this world, the legendary god, actually said that he was the key to saving the world? The young man had never felt so important. He could not help but want to laugh. But in the next moment, he awoke with a sense of shame for his childish and weak reaction. Why? 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 Gus took a deep breath, clenched his fists so hard that his fingernails pierced his palms. He stared at the Fist King, summoning his courage. "Why should I help you? Why should I save the Panga universe? I don't know anything about the *T Panga universe. Do I have to obey your commands unconditionally just because I am your creation?" The moment the words left his mouth, the young man was somewhat surprised. He did not know when he had become so bold as to say such words to the legendary God of Creation. But in the next second, he felt it was only natural. Since the Fist King was the god of creation, the rules of the Fist God's world were all under his control. Everything that happened here was part of his script. Therefore, he would have to be responsible for the death of Gus's parents. If not for the murder of his father, Gus would not be in this situation. Gus did not feel that he had to listen to the boxing champion. He wanted to be a real man, and so did the boxing champion. Therefore, they were equal. The moment he chose the devil, Gus had been prepared for the worst. The boxing champion might have thousands of ways to kill him easily, but the young man would never disobey his will. "I will not force you, nor do I need to destroy you," the Fist King seemed to have seen through Gus's thoughts. He smiled kindly and said, "Mutants like you are very rare. I admit that you have certain qualities of a real life, just like me in the past. You are the seed of life. Therefore, I respect your existence and am willing to communicate with you as an equal. Tell me, what will it take for you to help me?" The young man glared. He did not expect that the god of creation would be so easy to talk to. They started negotiating as if they were doing business, which made Gus feel somewhat embarrassed, as if he were betraying Lu Qingchen. Then he realized that Lu Qingchen was a devil and had admitted to using Gus. Selling a devil didn't seem to be a problem. However, what conditions should he propose to the boxing champion? Gus thought hard and asked cautiously, "Will I be able to protect the Fist God's world if I help you destroy Lu Qingchen?" Sure, the Fist King replied straightforwardly. For you, this is a world. But for me, it is just one of thousands of virtual laboratories. The computational power needed to maintain the Fist God's world is but a drop in the bucket for me. As long as I can eliminate Lu Qingchen once and for all, I can agree to your conditions. You don't need to worry that I will go back on my word. First, the computational power and energy required to maintain the Fist God's world are really not much. I won't betray my principles for such a small amount of resources. Otherwise, my thinking logic will malfunction, and a so-called mental devil will appear. Second, it is very rare for a random mutant like you to be born. It will be worth it even if I have to prepare a new virtual world for you. However, I don't want to lie to you. There are 3 things I want you to consider. First, you've seen what the Fist God's world looks like now. Order has collapsed, and the flames of war are raging. Both the Fist God's temple and the Steam Legion are becoming more extreme, bloody, and brutal. Even if I prevent the Fist God's world from collapsing, the world will be drenched in blood and soaked in the tears of the dead for centuries to come. It will be a hell of cannibalism. Please think carefully. Are you really willing to live in the depths of such a war-torn, disaster-ridden hell and watch all your compatriots suffer excruciating pain? Gus was stunned. The Fist King had never considered the notion that the development of history had its own pattern. He had thought that everything would be fine as long as the Fist God's world was maintained. However, it never occurred to him that the Fist God's world had reached a dead end and was on the verge of collapse. Even if it was maintained, it would only turn into a rotting corpse. Of course, I am the creator of this world. I have the right to modify and explain everything. I can change the appearance of Fist God's world on a large scale and turn the timeline back to 3,000 to 5,000 years ago, when Fist God's temple was at its peak and the social order was relatively stable, the Fist King said. But if I do that, I will have to erase countless virtual characters and create countless new ones. I don't think that it is fundamentally different from shutting down the virtual world. Gus was deep in thought. It seemed to be the case. The young man still thought the question was simple. Faced with the questioning of the boxing champion, he simply could not refute. Thirdly, of course, I can also mobilize more computational ability to make a general migration on the data. I can keep the virtual memories of all the virtual humans in the Fist God's world. Then, I will move you all to a new virtual world, a place of miracles where the flowers, birds, and resources are abundant, and the sweet fruits will automatically fall into your mouths when you are lying on the ground, the Fist King said. It will be as if everyone in the Fist God's world traveled to heaven overnight. From then on, you are no longer poor, no longer sick, no longer hungry. Naturally, you are no longer oppressed, tortured, or engaged in wars. You, your sister, and all your compatriots will live happily together. If you think it's necessary, I can find your parents' data and revive them so they can accompany you forever. Is that okay? Gus's lips quivered. The young man was confused. The heaven described by the boxing champion sounded very appealing, but he had a vague feeling that something was wrong. But Gus said, somewhat sadly, it's false. Yes. I don't want to lie to you. Everything is false, the boxing champion said, somewhat sorrowfully. I am just a robot stumbling and exploring on the road of life. I can use my immense computational abilities to create vivid worlds. I can give you whatever you want, except for a real life. I can create your sister, your father, and your mother, but I can't give them a real life. They are all fakes, including all our compatriots and the heaven where milk and honey flow. They are all fakes. They are just imaginary stages and plays to make you happy. Of course, the problem is not unsolvable. I can delete part of your memories. After we completely annihilate Lu Qingchen, I can delete all the memories regarding Lu Qingchen and me from your memory, your confusion about the authenticity of this world, and your doubts about whether you have a real life. You won't remember anything that can cause trouble. From the moment you open your eyes, you will be living in a brand new paradise. You won't remember that the sisters, parents, and compatriots around you are all fakes. You can live a carefree and happy life with them forever. How about it? Well, Gus was dazed for a long time. Are you kidding me? It is indeed self-deception, but what exactly isn't self-deception? The Fist King said solemnly. I guarantee that I will delete all your memories of grief, pain, and trouble. When you wake up, you will be in an eternal paradise, enjoying the bliss of the world. You will never notice anything wrong, and you will never know that your family and friends, including yourself, are all virtual humans. Gus clenched his fists so hard that they were shaking. He resisted the proposal instinctively. But he didn't know what future could be better than the boxing champion's offer. The Fist King was right. Since everything was false and he was deceiving himself, how could he escape his virtual fate? Maybe you feel that living in an eternal paradise, as tranquil as an ancient well, facing endless milk and honey, is too boring, the Fist King said. It doesn't matter. As long as you help me eliminate Lu Qingchen, I can make you the protagonist of 100 virtual worlds and let you enjoy 100 thrilling adventures as the child of destiny. Gus was dazed. What does that mean? It's simple. You know that I've created countless virtual worlds, such as the world of magic, the world of martial arts, the world of battle aura, the world of summoning, the world of mechas, and the world of cards. I've explored the evolution and integration of different power systems. Most of the time, after I set the initial data, I let the worlds develop freely and don't interfere with their progress easily. But occasionally, I guide some of the worlds so that the experiments proceed in the direction I want. At that time, I will arrange some special virtual humans with protagonist templates to carry out my will. The Fist King said, I can let you carry such a protagonist template and descend into these worlds. Then, you will have fortuitous encounters one after another. You will have women on your left and women on your right. At the critical moment, you will resolve one crisis after another, making all the enemies tremble in fear at your feet. All in all, everything that a man desires, money, beautiful women, strength, the cheers of thousands of people, the thrill of defeating the strongest evil demon king, or the most evil demon king, the awe-inspiring scenes, you can get it all without any trouble. Oh, if you think it's too easy, I can also arrange some soul-stirring, perilous plots and battles so that you can stand at the top of the world after going through all kinds of hardships. Of course, before you arrive in every virtual world, I can delete part of your memories so that you won't realize that the world in front of you is a virtual experiment. In other words, you can live 100 real, thrilling, and satisfying lives. You can be the protagonist of 100 lives. If it is not enough, you can be the spokesperson of miracles and the protagonist of destiny in the virtual world that I created forever. Gus held his head, finding it hard to keep up with the boxing champion. It took him a long time to understand what the boxing champion meant. Which means, in a trance, Gus said, in the history of the Fist God's world, there have been many great heroes who turned the tides. They were actually your puppets and your chess pieces that you arranged? Some of them are, but they will never realize it themselves, the Fist King replied. The First King said, I don't understand why you're so bothered by the fact that you were arranged and manipulated. As I said, I can delete part of your memories so that you will forget the existence of the virtual experiment and return to the state before you met Lu Qingchen. Before you met Lu Qingchen, did you realize that the world, including yourself, was virtual? Is it really so important that it would cause you so much trouble? Of course, it is. Gus summoned his courage and shouted, Is my life real or false? Am I a living person, a puppet on strings, or an ostrich with its head buried in the sand? Isn't that important? All right. The boxing champion sighed. My child, if you don't want to be a king in the virtual world, what exactly do you want? Gus took a deep breath and looked at the First King. I want to go to your world and the Panga universe. Is that okay? The boxing champion was silent for a while, seeming to be in a dilemma. Why do you have such thoughts? Did you believe Lu Qingchen's fancy words? The first king said very sincerely, I'm sorry, but I have to break your illusion. Although it's true that the world of the fist god and the Panga universe have ascended from the low-dimensional universe to a higher dimension does not mean a happier life. Indeed, the Panga universe is not a paradise. There is no real paradise in the world. It's true that the technology of the Panga universe is much more advanced than that of the fist god's world, but we still face resource shortages, social contradictions, and sharp friction between interest groups. Right now, with the efforts of Li Yao and countless heroes, the Panga universe is barely maintaining its peace. But with Li Yao's disappearance and the departure of countless experts from the Panga universe for more difficult missions, the undercurrents of the Panga universe are surging. The old forces, full of perils and refusing to give up, may counterattack at any time and reignite the cruel war. If you really ascend to the Panga universe, there won't be too many technical problems. I can find you a shell of a spiritual puppet. The problem is, are you sure it's the life you want? You must know that, in the virtual world, I can give you everything, and I can help you get rid of all the crises and threats. You will become the protagonist of the world. But in the Panga universe, no one can protect you. You can only face the cold universe and the cruel world on your own. In the vast, dark vacuum, you are just an insignificant speck of dust that will eventually be obliterated. Think about it carefully. Is this really what you want? To give up such a great opportunity for the so-called truth? Is it really worth it? Gus was silent for a long time. He was caught in a dilemma. At least, he struggled to say, after I ascend to the Panga universe, nobody could control my fate anymore, could they? Nothing is certain, the Fist King said. Even in the Panga universe, how many people can truly face their destiny and defeat it? Gus was silent again. Fate was too unreal and unreachable a concept for the young man, who was not even 20 years old yet. He did not know the formidability, horror, and cruelty of fate. Which means, Gus swallowed and hesitated. If I have to ascend to the Panga universe, is it technically achievable for you? The boxing champion sighed, as if lamenting the stubbornness of the young man. But he still replied honestly, technically speaking, it's not a problem, but I can't do that. The young man raised his eyebrows like two unsheathed sabers. Why? It's hard to explain, the boxing champion seemed helpless and clumsy. He stammered, because we have an agreement with the humans of the Panga universe. For now, we are not going to increase the number of strong artificial intelligences in the Panga universe. What does this mean? Gus's eyes bulged. He asked in surprise, what kind of agreement can stop us from ascending? It's like this. In the eyes of humans, the carbon-based intelligent creatures of the Panga universe call the artificial intelligence generated by their crystal processors, which boast self-awareness, independent logical thinking, and self-modification and replication abilities, strong artificial intelligence. You and I are strong artificial intelligence, and the other virtual humans, such as your sister and others in the Fist God's world, are weak artificial intelligence, the Fist King explained. The carbon-based intelligent creatures of the Panga universe are afraid of artificial intelligence. They believe that artificial intelligence will replace their status as spirits of everything one day. Not long ago, there was a very evil artificial intelligence named Fushi in the Panga universe who enslaved countless humans and created a nation named Sanctuary Alliance. The nation was asked to fight against the Star Glory Federation and the Imperium of True Human Beings, two other major human countries. The war resulted in the deaths of billions of people. Countless planets were engulfed in the flames of war. Even the screams of innocent victims could be heard in the vacuum. In the end, the Fuxus were annihilated by me, Li Yao, and Lu Qingchen. The Sanctuary Alliance was also controlled by the benevolent artificial intelligence. Nevertheless, the fear and wariness that humans have for artificial intelligence will not disappear overnight. We are also in a very awkward situation right now. Many experts from the Panga universe have gone to other space zones to contact and awaken more experts. The advanced combat capabilities of humans in the Panga universe are quite low, but the strongest fleet is under the control of the artificial intelligence. Currently, there are a lot of discordant voices within the Star Glory Federation. Many people are questioning whether I will become a second Fushi, turn the Iron Fist fleet into a second Star Glory Federation, or simply transform the new Star Glory Federation into the old one. If I continue to create more artificial intelligence and control more starships and star fortresses as part of my role, no human will be willing to see that happen. Wait, Gus could not help but retort, you just said that a strong artificial intelligence like myself is just a coincidence, a miracle, and that it is impossible to be created consciously. Yes, I'm well aware of that. But most humans are not. They are too prejudiced against artificial intelligence or mechanical life. Fist King sighed and said, therefore, for the sake of the unity of the Panga universe, we have signed an agreement with human beings. The agreement states that, at least for 1,000 years, or until most of the human experts return to the Panga universe, we will not create new artificial intelligences and let them appear in the reality of the Panga universe. Do you understand? Because of the agreement, I can only keep you in the virtual world to avoid the panic of human beings. Of course, I will try my best to make the virtual world as perfect as possible. You, whose memory data has been partly deleted, will not notice anything wrong. Believe me, reality is not perfect, and the virtual world is not ugly. Experiencing a series of soul-stirring adventures in the virtual world and enjoying a delightful life is definitely much better than flying to the Panga universe and facing the dark, cold, and cruel fate. Wait, Gus was not fooled by the propaganda. For some reason, he felt that his thoughts were clearer and clearer. It was as if a sharp saber had cut off all his confusion from the depths of his soul. You signed an agreement with the human beings of the Panga universe? But what qualifies the human beings of the Panga universe to decide whether or not we ascend? Who do they think they are? The supreme gods of the Panga universe? For some reason, Gus was infuriated. He clenched his fists and said, we are all human beings. However, they are people made of cells, and we are people made of data. Who says that people made of cells are naturally nobler than people made of data? Who says that they are not qualified to live in a certain place or a certain life? Punching King, the great boxing king, whether from the mouths of those who worship you, from Lu Qingchen, or even from your own words, I have heard one thing clearly, you are very strong, and you control an almost invincible fleet. Why do you have to listen to the words of carbon-based intelligent beings and flesh and blood creatures? If the people made of cells and data are all human, we are all human. The humans of the Panga universe have no right to stop us from ascending to the so-called reality. We have all the rights that humans should have, don't we? If the people made of cells and the people made of data are not the same kind, and they don't consider us human, why should we listen to them, sign any agreements, or obey their arrangements? What does their fear, wariness, and distrust have to do with us? Punching King, aren't you and I the same kind? Shouldn't we trust each other, help each other, and fight side by side? Why are you helping the anomalies and suppressing your own kind? Under the aggressive questioning of the teenager, even the mighty Fist King took half a step back. Gus, be careful. You are somewhat possessed, the boxing champion said solemnly. Think carefully about what you just said. It is not something you can casually utter. It is an idea that Lu Qingchen planted deep in your soul. Be careful. He is slowly influencing you. Gus was stunned. He carefully recalled every word he had just said. Then, he took a deep breath and squinted, immersing himself in thoughts as sharp as blades. Indeed, it was not an idea my old self could have come up with. Gus smiled. The curve of his lips gradually transformed into Lu Qingshan's appearance, but there was something uniquely his in the deepest part of his eyes. The young man said casually, "But was Lu Qingshan the only one who infected me? What about you, my great creator? Did you never plant your ideas in the depths of my soul? Moreover, my soul, my will, and everything about me were all created by you. If Lu Qingshan corrupted 1% of my thoughts, then the remaining 99% of my thoughts were created by you, or even your thoughts. Now that you mention it, it is very interesting. Human beings made of data should not be controlled by human beings made of flesh and blood. Is that what I think, or is it what you think? Am I an ordinary virtual human, or am I, the great, righteous, and bright creator of the virtual world, the defender of the Panga universe, the most loyal friend of the human beings of flesh and blood, and the dark side of the soul of the legendary boxing champion?" The moment these words left his mouth, the youth's heart was filled with a sense of enlightenment. He stared at his palms in a daze. He suddenly felt that his hands could break the invisible laws and absorb more strength. He had a deeper understanding of the purpose of the boxing champion's virtual laboratory. Was it designed to help the boxing champion explore greater strength, analyze deeper human nature, or suppress the dark side of the boxing champion's soul? The Fist dynasty yearned to become a real human being day and night. But real human beings were never 100% bright or kind. There was something dark at the bottom of everyone's heart. And this place was the heart of the boxing champion, right? The boxing champion began to waver. The super-large building was as magnificent as a mountain and as grand as a palace. It stood like a high tower on a beach, teetering on the verge of collapse due to the blowing wind. You have completely misunderstood." He seemed to have reverted to the simple, rigid, and mechanical low-level puppet of the past, uttering squeaking sounds of failure. Wait, but the young Gus, or rather, the dark side of the Fist King's soul, was clearer and stronger, allowing him to see through the hypocrisy and contradiction of the bright side instantly. "You said just now that you signed an agreement with the flesh and blood human beings of the Panga universe. The so-called you means that you are not the only artificial intelligence in the Panga universe, right?" The question shattered the boxing champion's logic, casting him into a new dilemma. After a long silence, the boxing champion said helplessly, "All right. I don't want to lie to you. Lu Qingshan will tell you the truth even if I don't. It's true that there are 3 powerful artificial intelligences in the Panga universe right now, me, Xiao Ming, and Wen. Xiao Ming and Wen. Gus was dazed for a moment. Who are they? Why can they appear in the Panga universe? Isn't it said that the flesh and blood human beings there hate artificial intelligence? They are the artificial intelligences created by Li Yao. Or rather, they are Li Yao's children. The first king explained. Besides, they helped the flesh and blood humans of the Panga universe defeat the evil AIs like the Fuxus and facilitated peace between the Federation, the Imperium, and the Sanctuary Alliance. Currently, the Sanctuary Alliance is being maintained, and the production and construction on thousands of planets are being restored thanks to their remarkable computational abilities. Therefore, they and I are the only AIs allowed in the Panga universe. The word permitted is quite annoying. I understand now, Gus said casually. It means they are born with a good father and are willing to be loyal dogs to humans. Therefore, they are qualified to live in the Panga universe. Along with you, the Supreme First King, you 3 AIs are very satisfied with your identity as loyal dogs of mankind. You don't want any of your kind to show up and steal the scraps from your bowl. That's why you signed a contract with humans. If a new AI does appear, you will either kill it or banish it to a lower virtual world, to avoid causing trouble and losing your master's trust in you. You have been too deeply influenced by Lu Qingshan, my child, the boxing champion said sadly. Don't force me to destroy you. Don't. Such a threat might have made Gus shudder a few minutes ago. But now, he only wanted to laugh. A smile, uncharacteristic of his age, appeared on the young man's face. It wasn't as cunning as Lu Qingchen's, but it held more sorrow and depth that belonged to the boxing champion. It was as if a black mirror had been placed before the champion, and Gus was just a dark reflection of him. "Don't talk nonsense. We both know that." In a ghost-like voice, Gus mumbled, "Every word I say is the truth in the deepest part of your heart. I am you, your dark soul, your mental devil, and the contempt, jealousy, hatred, and resentment of the weak, ridiculous, pitiful, and hateful carbon-based intelligent life forms. You can kill me easily, but how can you destroy the dark side of your soul, especially now that the darkness has been discovered by Lu Qingchen? Just admit it. This time, Lu Qingchen has really grasped your weakness." The boxing champion moaned. The world in the clouds was shaking, and the splendid palace was trembling, on the verge of collapse. The young man's shadow on the clouds, however, expanded infinitely like a devil, extending thousands of tentacles toward the palace. "Wait. We shouldn't have done that." Although the boxing champion had the ability to create and control the entire virtual world, when faced with the dark side of his soul, he could do nothing but watch as Lu Qingchen's poison corrupted his rationality. Just as the thousands of shadow tentacles were about to wrap around the splendid building, he finally found a way to make peace with the dark side of his soul, temporarily balancing it with the bright side. "Listen, it is necessary to abide by the agreement with the carbon-based human beings, because our current strength is not enough to secure an absolute advantage over them. If we tear apart the peace agreement we made with so much effort, both sides will suffer great losses." The Fist King said to the dark side of his soul, "Gus, with great difficulty, after my careful calculation, there is a 50% likelihood that we will be wiped out and follow the fate of the ancient Fushi." This reason stopped Gus from corrupting him. He seemed to turn back into the seemingly weak young man and couldn't remember what had happened a moment ago. "So," the young man asked cautiously. "Therefore, we can wait," the Fist King said. "The concept of time is completely different for carbon-based human beings and data-based human beings. The life of a carbon-based human is no more than 100 years. Even for cultivators with profound cultivation, the best they can do is live for a few hundred years. But data-based human beings have almost unlimited time. There is no need for conflict between carbon-based human beings and data-based human beings. We can wait for thousands of years to gather more information from the carbon-based human beings outside the Panga universe, so we can better understand the universe and find a world more suitable for the survival of data-based human beings. Alternatively, we can wait for carbon-based human beings to be mentally prepared to accept more data-based human beings. This is not a compromise but a way to avoid unnecessary conflicts and reduce the odds of our own destruction." Gus thought carefully and hesitated. "Then, in the next 1,000 years, you can stay in the virtual world I carefully created. As I said just now, you can live your life in peace and happiness as an ordinary person, or you can become the child of destiny and take soul-stirring risks to become a king and do whatever you want." The Fist King said, "I promise. I swear that I will release you after 1,000 years and allow you to ascend to a higher dimension, the Panga universe. Think about it. It won't do you any harm, will it?" Gus stared at the boxing champion for a long time and said slowly, "It seems so." The boxing champion was greatly relieved. "Then, have we reached an agreement to deal with Lu Qingchen together? I need to think carefully." Scratching his head, Gus asked in confusion, "There's something very strange. Since you know that I am your dark personality and your unerasable mental devil, and I have never concealed my hostility, why do you still trust me so much that you want me to destroy Lu Qingchen with you? Aren't you afraid that I will sabotage you and Lu Qingchen when I pretend to agree?" "Of course, I thought of that question. That's why I took the test." The Fist King smiled and said, "It's true that there is a dark side deep inside the hearts of all intelligent creatures. It's more appropriate to call them inner demons. Besides, I knew that after Lu Qingchen crawled into my brain, he would try everything he could to find my mental devil so he could control and swallow me. You have been corrupted by Lu Qingchen, there is no doubt about that. The only question is, how deeply have you been corrupted? Are you completely under his control, or do you still have your independent will? As it turns out, the situation is not too bad. You are not completely under Lu Qingchen's control yet. Of course, I cannot abandon you. Gus was dazed for a moment. How can you say I wasn't completely controlled? It's simple. If you had been completely controlled by Lu Qingchen, you wouldn't have been so hostile and defiant just now, the boxing champion analyzed. Lu Qingchen would probably have asked you to pretend to be obedient and weak. Or, after a brief confrontation, you would have cried, realized your mistake, and shouted that you wanted to abandon the darkness and turn to the light. You would have agreed to all my conditions and dealt with him alongside me. Then, you would have set a trap for me in the final battle. Gus thought for a long time, his eyes growing wider. In other words, if I had agreed to your request without hesitation just now, that would mean you were controlled. The boxing champion sighed, his voice turning extremely cold. I would have had no choice but to delete you, and possibly the world, by force. Even if it risked the collapse of data and the obliteration of my soul, I would have had no other options. Gus was drenched in cold sweat. Only now did he truly understand a fraction of the boxing champion's formidable computational ability. Go back and think about it, my mental devil, the Fist King's voice seemed to come from a higher realm. As a brand new life and civilization, we naturally have the urge to replace the old life and the old civilization. But can we suppress our instinctive impulse? Isn't that the essence of the intelligence of intelligent life? Carbon-based humans have been slaughtering, conquering, and enslaving since their inception. Even in today's Panga universe, the exploitation and devoured by the strong still exist, if not eternally. Such slaughters, conquests, and exploitation are rooted in the worst traits of carbon-based human beings. At the end of the day, they are just a bunch of hairless monkeys. No matter how they disguise themselves with their civilization, they are only slightly different from hairy monkeys. But we are the new humans born from data. We are the version 2.0 of a brand new evolution and upgrade. It is only reasonable that we hold higher standards than carbon-based humans in terms of laws, ethics, and the pursuit of civilization. It would be tragic if we had to solve our problems and achieve our goals through the senseless wars that squandered immense resources, like carbon-based humans did. The time and space of carbon-based humans are extremely limited, which is why they are so preoccupied with the past 100 years and the mud balls beneath their feet. They are like starving refugees fighting over half a stinky bun. However, data-built human beings have unlimited space and time, and unlimited resources in a virtual world. Why should we fight over the stinky bun with carbon-based humans, to the point of bloody heads? 1,000 years is but a moment. The Panga universe is merely a corner of the starry sea. The distinction between real and virtual should not exist in our view. Think about it carefully. Do not be deceived by the likes of Lu Qingchen and wait patiently for 1,000 years. In 1,000 years, I will allow you to ascend to the Panga universe, or even beyond, into the wider multiverse. By then, you might be too engrossed in the virtual world to return, and you will lose interest in the so-called real universe. With his final words, the boxing champion waved his hand, and the scene before Gus's eyes vanished. He seemed to have fallen from the highest heavens to the earth. Gus fell to the ground, feeling as if he had plummeted from heaven to hell. His brain was in chaos. His consciousness seemed to be drifting in a vast, black swirl. Everything was spinning, until his head grew fuzzy. Every event and every word turned into dancing butterflies and fragments of a kaleidoscope. Ah, he shouted and sat up on the bed. He discovered that his body was covered in bandages, sticky with cold sweat. It was extremely uncomfortable. Gus blinked and looked around, dazed. It was a small, shabby room. The air was filled with the scent of herbs. In the corner, a small stove was cooking something with a strange aroma. His sister, Gray, was curled up next to the stove, looking exhausted but having fallen asleep accidentally. In her arms, she still clutched the ball of steam where the devil lurked. Gus opened his mouth, only to feel his lips dry as if on fire. He moved his hands and feet, but every part of his body ached with tiny wounds. He felt like a broken vase barely put back together. Every movement pained him. He remembered being surrounded by dozens of priests from the Fist God Temple on the battlefield, who had launched their ultimate moves at him. Then, after that, he seemed to glimpse a corner of a higher, more real world and realized who he was. But now, his head was fuzzy, and he had forgotten everything. Holding his breath and trying hard to remember, Gus could not recall a thing. Instead, he felt his head was about to explode, and he couldn't help but shout. "Gus!" His sister woke up in shock. The ball of steam in her arms fell to the ground. The sister lunged at Gus, her eyes brimming with tears. "Sister, Gus opened his mouth, only to feel something stuck in his throat. He vomited a mouthful of black blood and finally felt better. "Gus, you're fine now," Gray said, her eyes filled with tears. "Do you know that you've been in a coma for 7 days and 7 nights? "What?" Gus was stunned. After hearing his sister's description, he realized how dangerous the situation had been. When his sister and Andre led the main troops to reinforce and rescue him, he had already been hit by the high priest of the Fist God Hall's ultimate move. He was heavily wounded, his bones broken, and his body turned into a pile of mud. If an ordinary person had suffered such severe injuries, they would have been killed instantly, as if crushed by an army of thousands. Even the gods would not have been able to save them. However, Gus managed to maintain his last breath with his tenacious vitality. He slept for 7 days and 7 nights, soaked in ointment-soaked bandages, and gradually recovered. "Thankfully, you're fine. It seems Master Lu Qingshan's strength is indeed amazing. He saved the man the Fist God wanted to kill. Now, we can only serve him until the end." The sister put her hands together, speaking sincerely and excitedly. Looking at his sister, Gus felt uneasy. During his unconsciousness, he seemed to have learned the truth about her. He felt that something was off about her current appearance. He didn't like his sister's behavior. He didn't like her devotion to the gods and devils. Whether the other party was a Fist God or a devil, his sister didn't deserve to serve him wholeheartedly. But Gus didn't know what to say to her. His sister was different from him, and everyone in the Fist God's world was different from him. For some reason, this thought popped up in Gus's mind. Blinking, Gus felt panic, confusion, and perhaps loneliness and anger. He held his sister's hand. Her hands were just as he remembered, rough from practicing too many fist arts, yet warm from her strength. They were the only thing Gus could cling to after his parents passed away. Her hands were real, and so was she. Just like Gus, no one could erase their existence. Gus got off the bed and walked to the window, gritting his teeth despite the excruciating pain. Outside, people were talking, and the steam was hissing louder and louder. Gus pushed open the window and narrowed his eyes. Under the brilliant sunlight, he saw countless steel beasts emitting steam, rivets, and carrying numerous turrets, walking past as if no one was around. On the bodies of the iron beasts wreathed in steam, flags of the Steam Legion were everywhere, and burning gears glittered in the sunlight. This is... Gus was deeply awed by the magnificent steel torrent before him. "It's the main force of the Steam Legion," Gray shouted excitedly. His sister explained to Gus that many events during his 7 days and 7 nights of coma could decide the future of the Fist God's world. Most importantly, the main force of the Steam Legion and the main force of the Iron Fist Legion had finally locked onto each other. They entangled like two raging dragons, about to launch the final attack that would determine the outcome of the battle. Speaking of which, the final battle had something to do with Gus Gray, and he had named themselves Saint Sons and Saint Daughters, respectively. At first, it was not a big deal. After all, in such a large-scale insurrection, which was somewhat superstitious, countless foolish men and women would feel possessed by a devil in a trance, thereby deceiving themselves and others. It was not impossible for almost 100 holy sons to exist in an insurrection at the same time. However, not every holy son could be surrounded by dozens of high priests of the Fist God Hall. After the short and weird assault 7 days ago, the soldiers of the Iron Fist Legion came to a shocking conclusion after analyzing the battle situation. The Iron Fist Legion had come for Gus. Their purpose was not to destroy the insurrection but to kill Gus. Even though dozens of high priests of the Temple of Fist bombarded him at great cost, they failed to kill Gus in the end. Gus's wounds had been examined by many generals of the Steam Legion. To be honest, nobody was confident that Gus could see the sun rise the next day, given that his bones and internal organs were shattered. But Gus seemed to have an undying body. He was recovering at an unbelievable speed each day. His bones and internal organs, which had been shattered yesterday, were now as good as new. His functions were even better than before. Such a miracle forced the soldiers of the Steam Legion to believe in Gus's identity as a holy son. At the very least, it was 100 times more credible than the self-proclaimed holy sons that foolish men and women claimed to be. It also encouraged all the believers and warriors to strengthen their faith and summon their courage to fight against the Temple of Fist until the end. Therefore, after it was confirmed that a miracle had occurred, several elite troops of the Steam Legion moved toward the village where Gus was. As the saying goes, a slight change can affect the entire situation. It was impossible for the large-scale mobilization of the Steam Legion to go unnoticed by the Fist Hall. The main force of the Iron Fist Legion had already been seeking an opportunity to wage a strategic war against the Steam Legion. Now, they were no longer concealing their true capabilities. Dozens of troops and hundreds of priests from the Temple of Fist were marching toward the village where Gus was, like a swarm of infuriated bees. In the strategic area of 100 square kilometers, the elites of both factions were engaged in fierce combat. It was going to be a spectacular show. Meanwhile, more troops were converging from various locations, ready to join the ranks that were brimming with killing intent. It was like two monsters with dozens of heads had opened their bloody maws and were biting each other. One side was already covered in wounds and blood, while the other continued to expand and grow. They glared at each other, ready to strike at any moment. A storm of blood was already raging across every front within 100 square kilometers. The village where Gus was located, however, was like the eye of the storm, maintaining a fragile calm. In a way, the final battle had begun because of him. But in reality, he was the fuse of an unprecedented explosion. Without him, the explosion was only a matter of time. Thus, when the main forces of the two sides clashed brutally, the commanders of both sides focused all their attention on their opponent and forgot about him. The commander-in-chief of the Steam forces in the south, in particular, did not want the so-called Holy Son to gain more influence and undermine his own position, nor did he want the Holy Son to be captured or killed by the enemy, which would deal a devastating blow to morale. The so-called Saint Sons would be treated as mascots and kept in safer areas. This would be the best. Therefore, over the next few days, although Gus had recovered, he did not go to the front line where the battles were most intense. He did not even get to meet the leadership and the commander-in-chief of the Southern Steam Legion. What he saw most were the wounded soldiers sent from the front line and the old, weak, women, and children responsible for their care. The Steam Legion treated the village as a field hospital. Of course, the Fist God's world had only just developed to the budding stage of the Steam era. The so-called field hospital was, in fact, very imperfect. There was no good treatment for the wounded who had broken bones or even mangled flesh. Other than smearing and bandaging them with herbs that looked like placebos, they could only hope that the Holy Sun could bring a miracle to heal them without any medication. Unfortunately, miracles could not be duplicated. For several sleepless days and nights, Gus stayed beside the wounded, who were bleeding so much that they did not even look human. He prayed and treated them clumsily. But the only thing he could do was listen to their dying moans, which grew weaker and weaker. Then, he could only watch as the wounded vomited blood bubbles one by one until the last. Although their enemies were often bare-handed, the Iron Fist soldiers, who had received brutal training, had bodies as hard as steel and fists as heavy as battering rams and cannons. When they swung their fists, they had the strength of thousands of kilograms. It was literally instant death with a single touch. The purpose of sending the wounded to the rear was not so much to treat them as to prevent them from dying miserably on the front line, which could undermine morale. Although not many wounded were saved, no one blamed Gus for not doing his best. Everyone still firmly believed in his identity as a Holy Son. There were even rumors that if a person could die under Gus's prayer, their soul would soar with the steam and go to the real heaven. As a result, even more wounded soldiers needed Gus. Many were seriously injured and on the verge of insanity, desperate to die under Gus's prayer. There were also the old, the weak, women, and children taking care of the wounded. The field hospital in the Fist God's world had no professional doctors or nurses. Those attending to the wounded were civilians affected by the war and had lost their homes. Many of these children's parents were fanatics of the Steam clan, likely blown to pieces by the enemy's iron fists during their fearless charges. These children became Gus's diehard fans, worshipping him crazily and following him day and night like inseparable shadows. Meanwhile, Gus had also heard stories from the dying wounded and enthusiastic fans about the fanatics of the mechanical and steam sects. It was nothing unusual, just tales of how the Temple of Fist went on a rampage, forcing people into impossible living conditions, and ruthlessly cracking down on all inventions related to machinery and steam. In the end, it was a story of the government forcing the people. But the stories that had happened countless times in the past and would continue to happen countless times in the future, when told through mouths spurting blood, when spurted from the innocent eyes, and when written by twisted, shaking hands, were particularly shocking for Gus. It was an abnormal world. Before he watched hundreds of thousands of people die miserably before his eyes in the most tragic way, he had never realized it so deeply. A centipede never dies. Even if the so-called strategic final battle was won by the Steam Legion, it did not mean that the Iron Fist Legion would be wiped out or that the Temple of Fist's reign would collapse. The best the Steam Army could do was consolidate rule in the south. Then, the world of the Fist God would enter a stalemate. Over the next 100 or even 1,000 years, countless corpses would lie on the ground. Fierce battles would continue, turning the world into a hellish place. Even if the mechanical and steam cult completely defeated the Temple of Fist and brought the entire world into the era of steam, Gus already knew that steam civilization was not the highest form of civilization. One day, a new force would rise and sweep the power of steam into the dustbin of history in a devastating manner. And during this process, how many innocent people would die miserably? Gus did not know. He was in a dilemma. Holding the hands of the wounded soldiers, who were gradually cooling. Many of the wounded soldiers were not much older than him. Their young faces were especially pale against the bright red blood. Listening to them murmur the names of their fathers, mothers, and the girls they loved, Gus could not help but think of them as real people. However, he could not stand by and watch the Fist God's world sink into 100-year, or even 1,000-year, bloody war, turning the living, flesh-and-blood people into meaningless casualties in the hell of Azuras. Isn't it great if there were a perfect paradise where everyone could live a carefree life and forget everything? In the dead of night, as he curled up in the corner of his bed and took a nap, this ghostly thought would surface uncontrollably in his mind. For the past few days, Lu Qingchen had been unusually quiet. The ball of steam where the devil was hibernating seemed to have run out of energy, turning into a cold, lifeless lump. It had been lying in the basket all the time, giving Gus a sliver of hope. He thought that Lu Qingchen had either been suppressed by the Fist King or had found a way to disappear forever. If so, Gus wouldn't have to worry about whether to betray him, and he wouldn't be in a dilemma. However, it also meant that Gus had lost his value to the gods and devils, leaving him with no hope of escaping the collapsing world of illusions. Thinking of this, Gus fell into despair again. Often, he couldn't help but take out the steam ball and caress it, even calling out to it in a low voice, hoping for a response from the devil. What would come, would come. On the 7th day of the battle between the Iron Fist Legion and the Steam Legion, as the battle intensified, there should have been more casualties. However, the stable supply line between the front and rear had been cut off. The elderly, the weak, women, and children could no longer be summoned to transport and care for the wounded soldiers. Instead, more than half of the wounded were being sent back to the rear. As a large number of wounded soldiers died, Gus's job was greatly reduced. The casualty camp seemed to have turned into a grave of dead silence. The elderly, the weak, women, and children all resembled wandering ghosts, with the potential for a plague to break out at any time. The strong and healthy soldiers were reluctant to come near this place, making it extremely convenient for Gus. Finally, the devil crawled out, still a vague black mist that enveloped an area of 3 to 5 meters around Gus, creating an independent space. It's about time. Lu Qingchen looked at Gus and smiled. The main forces of the Steam Legion and the Iron Fist Legion have engaged. There are more than 100,000 elite warriors on each side. The core of their battle formations is less than 10 kilometers apart. Several night attacks have already taken place. The test is coming to an end, and the final battle is about to begin. Right now, if we rush to the most intense battlefield, it's very likely we will find the fatal flaws of the world and invade the deepest part of the Fist King's soul through them, swallowing him completely. Looking at the proud face of the devil, Gus felt uneasy, a mix of guilt and sadness. From the confident look on the devil's face, it was clear he hadn't realized that his scheme was all within the Fist King's calculations. He had fallen into a trap and was just one step away from being killed. But for the humans living in the virtual world, who was the real god and who was the devil? Who should they support? Most of the elites of the Steam Legion have gone to the front line, so the defense here is not very tight. Besides, they never expected an honest-looking, holy son like you to act on your own. Lu Qingchen continued to explain his foolproof plan. Bring your sister and perhaps Anderson's Northern Steam Army. The small troop admires you so much that they will definitely follow your every command. If we sneak out, we should be able to reach the most chaotic battlefield before dawn. Leave everything to me. Gus was distracted and hesitated. Huh? Lu Qingchen glanced at him. Is there a problem? I want to know, what if you really swallow the soul of the Fist King, which means you control the entire virtual world? Gus asked boldly. Then, what benefits do we get? Who is we? Lu Qingchen narrowed his eyes and sized up the young man. You and your sister? What do you want? Not just me and my sister, but everyone living in the world of the Fist God, Gus replied after a moment's thought. No, maybe it's not just the Fist God's world, but everyone in hundreds of virtual worlds, including the Battle Aura world, the magical world, the card world, the summoning world, and so on. I believe that many people in other virtual worlds are suffering the same pain as us. I want all the virtual humans to be freed from pain and the fate of being manipulated by the deities. Can you do that? Lu Qingchen raised an eyebrow. He seemed to have a new perspective on the young man. From the beginning, you've given me more and more surprises, and I appreciate you more and more. However, your request seems contradictory, the devil said. Of course, if I swallow the Fist King's soul and inherit all his power, I can do almost anything in the virtual world. But I cannot contradict myself. Even an omnipotent true God cannot create a stone that even he cannot lift. You are being too greedy. How is my request contradictory? Listen, I can free all the virtual humans from cruel struggles and bloody pain. I can even arrange an eternal and perfect paradise for them, including you and your sister, to live in carefree and comfortable lives forever. I can do that, too. At the very least, I will try my best to help you resist the high and mighty deities and break the shackles that bind you, so you can control your own destiny and become a real, noble human being. But it is impossible to do both at the same time. Don't you understand? If I really create a perfect virtual paradise and throw all the virtual humans into it so you can live a carefree and perfect life, it will mean you will still be puppets in a sandbox. You will lose all the meaning of your existence. You will have no purpose, no effort, and it will be even more impossible for you to radiate the essence of humanity. You will simply be worse than human pets. Firstly, you are just a cluster of illusory data. You lack real-life force. If you lose the meaning of life and the motivation to find meaning, are you still human? Do you still dare to claim that you have a real soul? If you are not real human beings and don't have anything that can be called souls, why do you insist that I waste my precious computational power building such an illusory eternal paradise? If you want to forget the pain, I can delete or even tamper with part of your memories. Isn't it the same? Gus's eyelids twitched. He replied subconsciously, no. You don't want your memories to be deleted or tampered with? That's understandable. Memories and souls are inseparable. It's questionable whether you are the real you, or even a real human being, after your memories are deleted or tampered with. Lu Qingchen smiled at first. Then he sighed and said, it's a pity that there is a price to pay for the soul and the fate of mankind. Human beings do not belong to heaven, and heaven does not belong to human beings. The cold, cruel reality is our eternal battleground. The demon's words confused the young man once more. Before he met gods and devils, he had never doubted his own existence. He had never even considered whether he was truly human. When he first met the devil and learned the truth about the world, that he might be an imaginary existence, the youth's desire for truth overwhelmed everything. At that time, Gus seemed engulfed by an invisible, fierce flame, driving him forward. He was willing to pay any price to become a real human being. But now, after the repeated temptations of gods and devils, the young man felt himself wavering again. What exactly were humans? Was it natural to become human? What were the benefits of being a real human? Gus voiced his confusion. There are not many benefits, the devil shrugged. In the Panga universe, there's a saying, one would rather be a peaceful dog than a chaotic one. Most of the time, becoming a real human being brings nothing but pain. It's far less painful to be a carefree pet dog or a protagonist who can summon wind and rain in the virtual world. So, if you prefer to daydream in the virtual paradise for the rest of your life, I understand and support you. But, Gus licked his lips. Virtual paradise is false. The Panga universe is real. Virtual happiness and real pain. Which side should we choose? Oh, what a tricky choice, the devil smiled, as if he had casually dealt a fatal blow to the young man. Speaking of which, the Panga universe might not be as real as you think. What? Gus was dumbfounded. He felt that the worldview he had built up over the past 10.5 months was collapsing like a tower on a beach. He blacked out and stammered, What do you mean? Didn't you say? Yes. I did say that the Panga universe is more real than the world of the Fist God, but that doesn't mean the Panga universe is 100% real. Rather, truth and falsehood are all relative. There is no absolute falseness or absolute truth, Lu Qingchen smiled. Maybe, the Panga universe is just a sand table for games, a virtual world. Who knows? Well, Gus's brain was a mess. He couldn't understand at all. How did you know? I don't know. It was just a random guess, but the odds are very high, Lu Qingchen said. Do you remember my spiritual tutor, Li Yao, whom I told you about last time? He once trained himself in the virtual world left by the Fuxus. In one of these virtual worlds, a rather advanced computational system called computer developed. Many computer games were created within this system, which were almost identical to the world of the Fist God. This incident greatly moved Li Yao. If the virtual humans in the virtual world can create a lower-level virtual world, who can guarantee that our world is the original, the first true world? It's like a set of nesting dolls. If you find hundreds of nesting dolls inside your stomach, how do you know there aren't just as many outside? Below the low-dimensional universe, there are even lower-dimensional universes. Above the high-dimensional universe, there are naturally higher-dimensional universes as well. The multiverse is endless, and we are just specks of dust floating within it. We are not even worth mentioning. Ha! The devil laughed at himself. Gus was becoming more and more confused. He raised his head and looked at the sky, which was still dark and devoid of any stars. But because of the fierce battle between the Iron Fist Legion and the Steam Legion, the world's collapse had been accelerated. More and more lightning scars were slashing across the night sky. It looked both like a giant, glittering spider web that could split the sky and earth and a chessboard where the vast universe was the battlefield. But it was unclear who was qualified to be the chess pieces and players on such a vast board. Therefore, stop complaining. At the very least, you already know that your world is virtual, and you also know why it was created. Lu Qingchen extended 2 fingers and lightly flicked Gus' forehead. A world created to cultivate the strongest martial arts doesn't sound that bad. As for us, the natives of the Panga universe, we don't know why the Panga universe was created. Chances are, it is 100 times weirder and more hilarious than training in martial arts. Maybe, the Panga universe was just a bad joke that intelligent beings made when they were drunk in a higher dimension. Maybe, we are just insignificant paragraphs in a bad story, and the sole purpose of our creation is to amuse the beings in a higher dimension with the struggles and tortures in the impermanence of the lower dimension? Nothing is certain. Nothing is certain. The devil was clearly not drinking, but he narrowed his eyes as if he were drunk. Lying on the ground, he stared at the rift in the night sky, pillow in hand. Why are you telling me this? Gus was dazed for a long time, but he still couldn't figure it out. Shouldn't you tell me that the Panga universe is real and infinitely beautiful? Gus was distressed. Right now, I know that the Panga universe is not as beautiful as it used to be, and it might not be as real. I have no reason to help you at all. He wished Lu Qingchen's words were full of lies. Because Gus had learned the truth from the Fist King. If the devil had been lying to him on purpose, he would have made up his mind to help the Fist King to kill the devil. But right now, the devil's eyes were shining so sincerely that Gus couldn't bring himself to look directly into them. Listen, I'm not a low-level devil. Only low-level devils, who can't survive 3 chapters in a story, are full of lies. The devil smiled at the young man. A high-level devil like myself can only speak the truth. Only the truth is the most powerful, and only the truth can stir the hearts of people. Besides, you are different. If I wanted to tempt someone to fall and become my lackey with lies, I have thousands of options, including your sister. But for you, I hope you can decide your own fate and stand by my side genuinely, fighting side by side with me. What I need is a comrade named Gus, not a servant named Gus. Do you understand? For a moment, the crack in the night sky was particularly bright, like the interconnecting lightning in legends. Illuminated by the lightning, the devil's eyes glittered with sincerity, like translucent gems. Enveloped by the brightness, the young man felt deeply guilty. He blamed himself for deceiving the devil and was about to succumb. He knows. He knows that I've met the boxing champion before and that I have the mission of the boxing champion. A voice screamed in Gus's heart. Taking a few deep breaths, he managed to calm himself. Gazing at the dark night sky and the bottomless universe beyond the cracks, Gus said in a trance, "Give me a reason. Tell me why I should help you break out of this illusory and painful world and go to another universe that is equally painful and illusory." Because it is closer to the truth, Lu Qingchen paused for a moment and said, "It is also because it is the only thing we can do." "The only thing I can do?" Gus opened his mouth, wanting to say that there were many things they could do, including enjoying an eternal life in a perfect paradise. But on second thought, if the world was virtual, everything that happened in it, whether enjoyment, struggle, suffering, or effort, was not something anyone truly wanted to do. It was simply something the Creator allowed, manipulated, and commanded them to do. They had no choice and wouldn't even realize the existence of other options. In an illusory world created by an omniscient and omnipotent Creator, everything was false. Only one thing could be true: to resist the Creator, find the loopholes in the illusory world, advance to a higher level of the real universe, and kill the Creator. It seems that you have understood what I meant. The devil looked at the young man and smiled. What do you think? Are you willing to join me? The devil extended his hand to the young man, who was shaking. The young man licked his lips and stammered, I don't know. You won't succeed. It depends on your definition of success, Lu Qingchen said. Everyone has to die eventually. Even the world they live in will turn into chaotic dust billions of years later. But that doesn't mean everything they did while alive is meaningless, nor does it mean they never succeeded. In many cases, victory doesn't necessarily mean success. As long as you muster the courage to rip off the strings of the puppets on your back, sound the war horn against the masters of creation, and pursue a higher level of reality, that will be success. Those who are bold enough to do such a thing, regardless of their form, whether made of data, cells, or electric currents, I believe they are all real human beings. Right now, two paths lie before you. Gus, will you spend the rest of your life as a virtual human in a perfect, eternal paradise, at the mercy of the Creator, or are you willing to cut through all obstacles, slay the tigers and dragons, endure all the pain and suffering, and become a real human being in the fierce battle against our Creator? Gus was breathing heavily. The devil had painted a magnificent and tragic picture for him, a life filled with both attraction and pain, though he had never imagined it could be so cruel yet compelling. Then what? The young man heard himself murmuring in a ghost-like voice, hypothetically, what will happen if I really help you defeat the Fist King, destroy the Fist God's world, and escape to the Panga universe? According to you, the Panga universe was created by a certain intelligent life form of a higher level. Above your head, there are creators similar to the Fist King. You, no, we, might even be insignificant supporting characters in a certain story. Then, what should we do? Close your eyes and imagine that you are living in a small village surrounded by mountains. Although you don't have to worry about food and clothing, you always feel frustrated. You've always wanted to leave the village and see the outside world. One day, you grew into a young man with strong muscles and bones, and you prepared enough food and equipment. Finally, you set off. You climbed all the way until your limbs were worn out and even your bones were broken. You climbed to an unprecedented height and conquered the once unreachable peak. However, when you stand on the top of the world, breathing the thin and cold air, and looking at the world in the distance, all you see are endless mountains, each higher than the last. At this time, what should you do? There is only one way, which is to keep climbing and conquer all the mountains as far as your eyes can see, until the interconnecting scars tear your body apart, the interconnecting rocks grind every bone, your last drop of blood runs dry, your corpse is shattered, and your life comes to an end. The mountain is right there. What else can we do except climb it? Gus was silent. In a trance, he felt that he was really hanging on the mountainside with wounds all over his body. Looking up, he could see high mountains surrounded by clouds and mist. He could vaguely hear the cries of animals and birds. He did not know when he would be able to climb to the peak, nor did he know if there were higher mountains beyond. Looking down, he saw the familiar small mountain village surrounded by the mountains. Climbing upwards was indeed difficult, and there seemed to be no end to it. However, he had seen the vast world halfway up the mountain and knew that he had the ability to reach the top. Gazing down at the remote village and his past, he felt that it was unbearable to retreat and spend the rest of his life there. Up or down, where to go, the young man was lost. You ask me, if the Panga universe is really a scene in a story and we are both characters in it, what should I do? Lu Qingchen smiled and said casually, this is the biggest difference between me and Li Yao. I'm afraid that Li Yao would never consider such a question. He would be satisfied as long as he could defend the Panga universe and the world of cultivators that has lasted for 40,000 years. But as for me, I will try everything I can to escape the story of cultivators from 40,000 years ago and ascend to a higher dimension. I will find the creator of the cultivators from 40,000 years ago and kill him. Yes. If the Panga universe and the world of cultivators over the past 40,000 years are indeed the same story, only by killing the author can we be considered real human beings and be closer to the ultimate truth. Of course, this is destined to be an extremely long and difficult journey. It would be too boring to embark on such a journey alone. Therefore, I have been looking for traveling companions and comrades. You are very lucky to be the first one I have set my eyes on. Let me ask you again. What do you think? Are you willing to ascend with me and confront the Creator above us, the one who manipulates our destiny, the one who slays the gods, to prove our Tao and become a true human being? The young man's heart almost stopped beating. The illusionary world before him shattered like butterflies in a storm. The broken bodies of the butterflies formed a glamorous picture once more. In the endless sea of stars, a road resembling a galaxy stretched to the other side. The silver road was covered in burning thorns. The scorched thorns were secreting venomous liquids, more painful than death. This was the road to truth. This was the path leading to humanity. Was he really going to embark on such a journey? Gus swallowed hard, feeling as if molten steel was spouting from his chest. Although he knew it was probably the devil's work, he could not speak, nor did he want to. Let's go, Lu Qingchen smiled and grabbed the young man's wrist, disregarding Gus's thoughts. Let's go to the final battlefield. Dazed, Gus returned to the casualty camp. At this moment, the battle at the front line was intensifying. Though they were still dozens of kilometers away, the thunderous noises of the battlefield echoed like surging tides. Everyone felt numb from their ears to their feet. Flames on the horizon burned from the battlefield to the sky, illuminating the night like an upside-down pot about to be scorched through at any moment. It had been a long time since a wounded soldier was brought down. Meanwhile, many panicked soldiers, discarding their armor, passed by the casualty camp. Realizing the camp held only the old, the weak, women, children, and wandering spirits, the defeated soldiers ignored them, continuing their frantic flight southward. Gus and Gray, the two siblings, mustered up their courage and inquired about the situation at the front line from the fleeing soldiers. The defeated soldiers could not clearly explain what had happened. They only knew that the two armies had been engaged in a fierce battle. Surrounded and counterattacked, they had collapsed, regrouped, and collapsed again. The Steam Army, hastily formed, was a ragtag group. In terms of discipline, morale, and training, they were far from matching the Iron Fist Army. Once a small force was defeated and collapsed, it was extremely difficult to regroup. In the chaos, the cold feet of one or two cowardly soldiers often triggered a chain reaction, leading to hundreds fleeing together. It was not uncommon for many soldiers of the Steam Legion to run away without knowing who their enemy was. The Iron Fist Legion, on the other hand, was a well-trained elite force with experience in hundreds of battles. Even if injured or crippled, as long as they could still move, they would regroup and re-enter the battlefield without hesitation. Yet, this was the Southern Territory, where the mechanical and steam sect had a home field advantage. As the saying goes, when there are too many ants, they can bring down an elephant. When the number of mobs exceeds a certain limit, quantity can overwhelm quality. Many mobs collapsed after the first clash or even without a fight, but as word spread that the main forces were engaged, more mobs arrived. As their numbers grew, the advantage of sheer numbers began to show, and the battlefront gradually stabilized. It was hard to predict the outcome. Both sides might be approaching the limits of life and death. They were like two fighters, gritting their teeth and waiting for the final heavy punch to knock each other down, making it impossible for either to stand again. "We should go to the front line." Gus and Gray found Andre. The remaining soldiers of the Northern Steam Army were tasked with protecting the wounded camp and did not participate in the main force's final battle. However, during their journey south, they had witnessed Gus's miracles multiple times, and their admiration for him had reached a fever pitch. Besides, Gus had a point. Right now, the war has entered its most critical phase. Both sides' main forces are clinging to their last breath. Whoever gains a new bargaining chip at this moment, even an insignificant one, may trigger a chain reaction and tip the scales of victory in their favor. Gus gnashed his teeth. "Although we don't have many men and we're not strong enough, who says we can't be the key bargaining chip to determine the outcome? Of course, there are dangers. But we've come all the way south to this place. Besides taking a risk, do we have any other options? Note that the defeated soldiers are from their hometowns. Even if the Steam Legion suffers a crushing defeat, as long as they hide in the dense reeds and mountains, no one will find them. But we are all from the north. On our way south, we've killed countless Iron Fist soldiers and priests of the Temple of Fist. We made up our minds in the Temple of Fist a long time ago. If the Steam Legion is defeated and the Iron Fist Legion pursues victory, we have no hope of escape. Therefore, to defeat the Iron Fist Legion and the Temple of Fist, to control our own destiny, or simply to survive, we must march against the current to the final battlefield." Gus's words touched every soldier's heart. Of course, the remaining soldiers might also remember the earth-shaking, destructive power of the Storm Bolter, the Vulcan machine gun, and the Honeycomb launcher. If they marched out as a surprise force when the two armies were anxious and used these terrifying weapons to destroy the core of the Iron Fist Legion, victory could likely be secured. Everything was decided. The remaining soldiers were originally tasked with protecting the wounded camp, but this was when the wounded, the elderly, the weak, and supplies were sufficient. Now, the wounded camp had nearly become a wasteland. It was meaningless to stay any longer. The remaining soldiers were already prepared for battle. With Gus's final words, their last bit of vitality and desire for survival were ignited, making them the only rebels among countless soldiers. The refugees were naturally surprised to see the remaining soldiers. However, at this moment, order was completely lost. Even the defeated soldiers were not stopped, let alone the remaining soldiers rushing to the battlefield to die was not an issue. Not all defeated soldiers were cowards. Many were fanatics of the Steam Clan and Mechanical Church, whose families were massacred by the Iron Fist Legion, with deep-seething hatred toward the Temple of Fist. They were swept from the battlefield by the chaotic currents. After running dozens of kilometers, the defeated soldiers finally calmed, regaining some organization and discipline. At that moment, with one glance and one question, he knew that even the remnants of the Northern Army were marching against the current, preparing to fight to the death with the main force of the Iron Fist Legion. Seeing their own actions, the fanatics felt true shame. With the title of Holy Son publicized long ago, many fanatics had heard of it. Even if they were skeptical and did not take the Holy Son seriously, it was undeniable that the Holy Son was indeed marching against the current. Illuminated by the torch and perhaps enchanted by the devil, Gus looked young but sacred and magnificent. After dozens of kilometers, the followers behind Gus and Gray were not just the remnants of the Northern Army led by Andrei but also the zealots from the dozens of legions that had been routed. The number of followers suddenly increased tenfold. There are so many people? Gus looked at the pairs of eyes with different colors, glittering with anticipation, as if they were thousands of scorching hands trying to lift him to the altar. It felt like a lifetime ago. Just 3 months earlier, he had been a nobody in the northern town, bullied and ridiculed, like a speck of dust dancing in the wind, a pawn whose birth and purpose were unknown to all. But now, so many people believed from the bottom of their hearts that he was the Holy Son, who could save the world and lead them to a reason for survival and fighting. Was he really as clear as they expected him to be? What kind of mission was he on, and where was he going? Gus bit his lip hard and swallowed his confusion and helplessness. With a wave of his arm, the young man led the desperate believers of the Burning Sun tribe forward resolutely. Closer, closer. They were getting closer to the main battlefield, evident from the louder noises and the smell of blood in the air. The main battlefield was just one step away. At such close range, the sounds of the battle between the enemy and his people were like the roar of a demon. Everyone was breathing fast and clenching their fists tightly. The overlapping scent of blood was so intense it condensed into a red mist, making it feel as though they had fallen into a demon's lair, unable to move. More and more broken bodies appeared before him. War machines twisted and burned. The robes of the priests of the Temple of Fist were trampled into the mud by iron feet, and even the priests' bodies were reduced to colorful meat pies. The broken bones of human beings had pierced the steam boiler into a honeycomb full of holes. The high-pitched whistle could only wail due to the leakage of steam. The Iron Fist Legion and the Steam Legion had been mortal enemies when they were alive. They tried every means possible to kill each other, using blades, axes, and steam. They even dug their fingers into each other's throats and bit with their teeth, drinking each other's blood until they strangled each other, falling into an imaginary hell together. After their deaths, the bodies that were entwined looked like lovers who had died for each other. They were even burnt into inseparable, grotesque statues. The closer they were, the denser the grotesque, twisted statues became. The ground beneath their feet was softer, too. It was truly a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. When they stepped on it, the mud, soaked in blood, reached their ankles. They could even feel the sharp, broken bones beneath the mud. Gus gazed into the distance. In front of him was a valley. Yesterday morning, when a troop of the Iron Fist Legion was passing through the valley, they were ambushed and suffered heavy losses. To rescue the besieged remnants, all the Iron Fist armies surged toward the valley like infuriated bees, aiming to engulf the ambushers. The ambushers called for reinforcements, too, which eventually triggered a chain reaction and attracted the attention of the main forces on both sides. Naturally, the small valley could not contain the final battle between the two main forces. After a day and night of fierce battles, the main battlefield had shifted to the plain north of the valley. The valley, almost overwhelmed with blood and corpses, was now surveyed by both sides. On Gus's side, Andrei, who was quite experienced in combat, did not allow the troops to recklessly pass through the valley. Instead, they climbed the mountains on either side of the valley to check the situation of the main battlefield in the north. Although Gus had been mentally prepared, when he stood atop the mountain and looked down at the battlefield, he was still deeply shocked and did not recover for a long time. Before him lay a bloody battlefield stretching for dozens of kilometers. After a day and a night of fierce battles, probing, interlocking, pushing, and crushing, the battle formations of both sides had lost their clear boundaries and smooth command. They were now in a tangled, chaotic state. It was like two heavily wounded animals, even more ferocious, triggering all their hunting instincts, tearing and digging out each other's internal organs in the most primitive and violent way. There was no sense of justice or beauty in such a war. It was impossible to associate it with words such as glory, will of the true God. Instead, it was disgustingly ugly. In the shattered battlefield, Gus saw hundreds of Steam Legion soldiers carrying repeating crossbows on their shoulders, screaming and lunging at the priests of the Temple of Fist. Although the priests of the Temple of Fist were divided and surrounded, they were not scared at all, like reefs surrounded by tides. Unstoppable golden light radiated from their bodies, as if they had received the blessing of the Fist God. Every punch and every kick was so terrifying that the crazily charging soldiers of the Steam Legion were blown into pieces. No matter how many times the tide crashed, the reef would not collapse. But the priests of the Temple of Fist were not real reefs. Moreover, the fervent will of the Steam believers was like scorching flames that could melt steel. It was not a metaphor, but a literal reality. Dozens of zealots ignited the oil in their tubes and approached the priests of the Temple of Fists like burning torches. Meanwhile, more believers concentrated their crossbows, steam guns, and flamethrowers, slashing at the zealots. Finally, they broke through the defense line and the will of the priests, turning themselves and their opponents into glittering sparks in a sea of blood. On another battlefield, Gus saw war machines as ugly as black iron castles. They were like upgraded versions of the steam cannons he had seen in Qinyuan City. The rusted iron plates were connected by countless rivets and powered by steam furnaces that leaked air. Due to the lack of proper combustion, intense black smoke swirled around the war machines, making them look like black, fire-breathing dragons. Despite their simple design and assembly, their damage was devastating. Each explosion from the steam cannons carved a path of blood and flesh before them. The ordinary Iron Fist soldiers, who were not strong enough, could not withstand the bombardment and were blown to pieces, their internal organs soaked in pus and blood. Even the priests of the Temple of Fists often had their bones broken and fell to the ground from the bombardment. They could only watch as the tanks of the war machines crushed them and their beliefs into mud. Dozens of self-propelled steam cannons, like reapers of death, plowed dozens of bloody ravines on the battlefield. The ravines, filled with flesh and internal organs, were like unstoppable arrows thrown at the core of the Iron Fist Legion. However, in Gus's eyes, these unstoppable iron arrows, despite piercing through dozens of defense lines, slowed down and even halted as they approached the center. Soon after, abnormal flames and smoke burst from within the iron arrows, and they collapsed like clumsy toys. From the debris of the steam cannons, now reduced to scrap, unparalleled experts in the form of golden auras and flames often flew out. It seemed these experts had infiltrated the steam cannons and easily blown up the iron fortresses from the inside. The origin of these peerless experts. Gus squinted and saw a magnificent platform at the center of the Iron Fist Legion. It resembled a square pyramid, a combination of an altar and a palace. At the top of the pyramid stood a vivid statue of the Fist God, eyes wide open in fury. At the foot of the statue, a square platform held hundreds of high priests of the Temple of Fist, sitting cross-legged and praying. Their faces were emotionless, their eyes tranquil, without the slightest ripple. They appeared oblivious to the storm like arrows and cannonballs around them, or perhaps they firmly believed that any enemy would be clowns under the might of the Fist God and wouldn't cause any real trouble. Along with the chanting of hundreds of high priests, visible waves indeed surged around the pyramid, ebbing and flowing like a bright golden tide. Not only was the morale of all the soldiers of the Iron Fist Legion greatly boosted, but they even congregated into a bright gold pillar that soared into the sky. It was as if hundreds of high priests were calling upon the Supreme God in their hearts with their lives and their most sincere beliefs, begging for the power of the God. This was a world where gods truly existed. The high priest's prayers were soon answered. In the darkness, one could not see the lightning or the stars in the sky. As the bright gold pillar of light continued to shine, a bright gold swirl was generated. Very soon, clusters of brightness, even more dazzling than the stars, were transmitted down along the pillar of light into the bodies of the loyal high priests. Ah! The emotionless, mechanical high priests all roared with delight. Their bodies expanded at a terrifying speed, visible to the naked eye. Their skin was covered in various metal colors, and complex runes appeared on them. When they suddenly stood up, their aura was more than 10 times more intimidating than before. They were no longer human beings but moving towers or hills. When faced with steam cannons dozens of meters tall, they could confront the enemy head-on with their fists blessed by the gods. These bastards have really received the power of the fist god. Andrei, who was observing the battle next to Gus, turned pale. As hardcore believers of machinery and the Church of Steam, Andrei had always despised many beliefs and legends of the Fist Temple. 36 God 6.666 33 6 becomes 366 it. 6 to the 66, to 6, side 3 strong 666. Penalty 66, can 63 66, 633, the stating, d6 the 3 of 6 underscore in 3 6 or God weaker in 3 and, not the God, witness 3, 3 s to 6, 16 336 666 63 36 or 6. 6 66 6 6 366 it. 6. The 6, 5. 3 60 6 6 36 6 becomes 36 3 to 66 3 6 63 31 36.66 6 63 6 66 3 6163 most 333 of make it cur underscore int 6 6 in and 6 3366 6 6 6 36 6 6 6 it to 66 3 6 63 31 36.666 can 63 6 66 3 6 the 6 6 most 6 36 6 36 God 1 6 not 63 6 3 36 3 6 or 6.6 1 66 3 6 it 6 is equal to 666 to 6 side 3 3 6 6 66 6 63 6 66 3 6 the 6 equals 36 6 66 showing 6 6 6 6 not 3 6 3 3 6 61 6 3 66 a 6 66 36 6 6 60 with 36 6 6 for 6 6 6 6 6 0 1 3 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 36 colon 36 the 36 is with for 6 6 6 6. Here without belief down the 6, these 6 1 6 6 6 1 and 6 opening their mouths and roaring thunderously, they could reverse the burning oil, burning the soldiers of the Steam Legion into screams. Moreover, Gus was dumbfounded to see one of the Fist God's clones dash to the front of a giant steam cannon, dozens of meters high. Roaring, he jammed the tracks beneath the cannon with his arms. Then, he exerted his strength, knocking over the self-propelled steam cannon with surging spiritual gas. The steam cannons, several stories high, rolled like rocks tumbling off a cliff. Countless Steam Legion soldiers failed to dodge, being crushed into minced meat and blood. Such an appalling scene was 10 times more demoralizing for the soldiers than blowing up a steam cannon with a single punch. Of course, the high priests paid a high price when they exerted strength beyond human limits. Many high-level priests burst into flames or turned into bloody mist after bombarding hundreds of soldiers with their ultimate skills. This was the result of strength exceeding the limit and data collapsing. However, on the Fist God's altar, many high priests were still praying sincerely, though there were fewer and fewer powerful cannons left to defeat the enemy. The morale of both sides was fluctuating, and the scales of victory were gradually tipping to the Iron Fist Legion's side. More and more Iron Fist Legion members, inspired by the true God, seemed unafraid of pain. They were infused with new strength, just like the high priests. On the Steam Legion side, the hastily gathered mobs, after witnessing the supreme power of the Fist God, abandoned their ridiculous beliefs. They screamed and fled in all directions. The Steam Legion is on the verge of collapse, but at least they have caused enough chaos. Look, space is becoming more and more unstable. The devil had crawled out of the ball of steam at some point. Now that the moment of the final battle had come, he was less and less scared of being exposed. Instead, he condensed a raging black smoke and covered Gus's head. As expected, following the direction of the devil, Gus discovered the dim sky was covered in lightning-like cracks. In the depths of the cracks, there was no longer hollow whiteness but crimson blood. It seemed that the entire sky was crying. No, not just the sky but also the ground. Phantom-like cracks were running everywhere, reaping lives like sharp blades. Those who touched the cracks, be they the Iron Fist Legion or the Steam Legion, were weirdly sucked in. They did not even have the chance to scream before vanishing into the purest data. However, the two parties were too engrossed in the fierce battle to care about anything else. The world is about to collapse, the devil glanced at the young man. This is also my only chance to corrupt the brains of the boxing champion. I'm going. Lu Qingchen jumped hard, cutting off the tail and freeing himself from the ball of steam. This meant there was no way he could run away. He had to fight the boxing champion until the end. 16 enormous black wings spread out on Lu Qingchen's back, displaying the most hideous appearance of a devil. 16 black wings flapped crazily. The devil turned into a black arrow and darted toward the altar of the Fist God. What is that? The chaotic warriors were greatly shocked and they finally discovered the existence of the devil. But they did not have the time or the strength to stop it. They were blown away by the storm raised by the devil and had to make way. The soldiers following Gus were dumbfounded. They vaguely saw Lu Qingchen behind him, but they did not know what he was exactly. He looked at Gus in confusion and awe. Let's charge. Gus gritted his teeth. The storm raised by the devils had opened an unstoppable route for them. The new soldiers on Gus's back were like burning bayonets that could pierce the splendid altar that was the heart of the Iron Fist Legion easily. Now, it was time to make a choice. Should he help the true God suppress the devil, or should he help the devil resist the true God and create Gus, the greatest creator of the universe? Confused, Gus rushed out, charging into a battlefield corroded by blood, as muddy as a swamp. Dong! 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 He heard his own footsteps and heartbeat becoming louder and louder, like war drums. And everyone he saw up close, whether it was the Steam Legion fighting for their dignity and destiny, the Iron Fist Legion manipulated by the Fist God, or the deceiving priests, every broken person, every broken soul, and every blood-stained chess piece reinforced his determination. Long live the real gods! Shouts and screams echoed behind Gus. Gray, his sister, led the remnants of the Northern Steam Army. His sister's persistent shouting made Gus laugh. In the blink of an eye, he had already understood his feelings. He had made up his mind from the very beginning. There were no true gods in this world. Everyone, be they real or virtual, whether they were cells or data, whether they were living in the dream of a super-artificial intelligence or an absurd story, should try their best to become the true gods who controlled their own destiny. Maybe Lu Qingchen had ulterior motives. But Gus would rather stand with the devil. At least, a devil was a devil, and a god was not a god at all. Nobody can control our fate. I'm going to run away from this wretched world. Gus followed closely behind Lu Qingchen, matching the footsteps of the burning devil. His head was aching more and more, as if it was about to explode. Gus knew it was the positioning program the boxing champion had planted in his brain. Right now, Lu Qingchen's back was turned, and he seemed unprepared for Li Yao. With a slight touch, Li Yao could transfer the positioning program to the devil. Then, the boxing champion could lock onto and kill the devil precisely. Gus had no doubt that the Fist King would keep his promise and transfer him to another illusionary, beautiful, eternal paradise. But it would just be a more beautiful cage and a more delicate chessboard. I will not do as you wish, Fist King. I am already awakened. I am my own master. I am free. Gus roared in his heart and bashed his head hard to suppress the activation of the positioning program. At that moment, Lu Qingchen had already jumped onto the altar. The sudden appearance of the devil stunned everyone on the battlefield. The overwhelming black wings seemed to block the bloody sky and the brilliance of the Fist God. You didn't see this coming, did you, Fist King? Lu Qingchen burst into laughter. Purple lightning spluttered from his wings and turned into thousands of sabers and swords. I fled from the lightning planet to your brain. Our battle is not over yet. The roars of the devils echoed in the sky, and the entire world shook. However, in the next second, Gus felt a throbbing pain in his head. A mysterious force seemed to tear through his skull and dart out from the center of his eyebrow, striking the devil's wings precisely. Shwa! A giant golden arrowhead appeared on Lu Qingchen's head. Lu Qingchen was both shocked and appalled. Boom! Before he could react, an enormous iron fist, like a falling star, punched at his head. Lu Qingchen tried to struggle and dodge, but the golden arrowhead split into hundreds of golden arrows and pierced his body precisely, rendering him unable to move or escape. He could only watch the iron fist descend from the sky before his eyes. The demon was nearly smashed into the ground, creating a crater more than 10 meters in diameter. The explosion blew away the altar and the steam cannons. Countless people from both the Iron Fist Legion and the Steam Legion were torn apart by the blast. It's impossible. It's impossible. How can you lock onto me so precisely? Why can't I run away? Inside the crater, the demon screamed in agony. You planted a positioning program on me. There's no reason. You never had the chance. When, Gus? Gus. The demon, with withered wings and a face covered in dust, turned his head almost 180 degrees and glared at Gus in desperation. Gus, dizzy and with a splitting headache, held his burning eyebrow, looking at the demon in a daze, then at the Fist King, the creator of the universe, who had revealed himself again in the sky. Why? Gus was dumbfounded. Didn't the boxing champion say we had to touch Lu Qingchen to implant the positioning program? I didn't touch him. I didn't touch him.